You want my father to be at the opening ceremony? Li Zikai looked as if he had seen an alien. Li Zikai had never seen his father attending any opening ceremony in his life. What's wrong with that? He also owns the shares of this Tai Hua supermarket. Shouldn't he be present for the opening ceremony? Feng Yu smiled and asked. It's hard to invite him. My father does not like to attend these types of events. He had shunned the limelight for several years and left most of these matters to my elder brother and his assistant. You still have not asked him. How do you know he is not willing to go? Don't forget what country he will be going. Li Zikai frowned. What country he will be going? That's right. He will be going to Beijing, capital of China. I will ask him when I get home. But don't keep your hopes high. Li Zikai also wanted his father to be present at the opening ceremony. This will be his father's support for him. But his father did not even appear for the opening of his Pacific Century Group. Will he even attend the opening of Tai Hua Supermarket? That evening, Li Zikai returned home for dinner. During dinner, he tried to speak but stopped on second thoughts. Superman Li ate slowly, and he could tell that Li Zikai wanted to say to him something. He finished his dinner and told Li Zikai, "If you have anything to say to me, come to my study room." Dad, Tai Hua Supermarket should be opening at the end of July or early August. Feng Yu wants to invite all the shareholders to the opening ceremony. He asked me to invite you. Didn't you tell him that I do not like to attend these events? Superman Li looked at his younger son. I told him that. But he says you might be interested as the location is in Beijing. Superman Li's eyes sparkled. Beijing. This Feng Yu is an interesting fellow. Invite Feng Yu over for dinner tomorrow. Come to say, I still have not met him yet. Superman Li suddenly said. Li Zikai's eyes opened wide. His father invited Feng Yu over to his house for dinner? It's been years since his father asked someone over to their home. Okay, I will tell him to come over tomorrow. Your father is inviting me over for dinner? Okay, I will be there. Feng Yu was not surprised by Superman Li's invitation. He had been invited by Fu Rongqi in the past, and Superman Li should be aware of it. In Feng Yu's previous life, he heard that Superman Li will watch the news and read newspapers from all over the world. He should have read China, Japan, and US newspapers. Maybe Superman Li had an estimate of his real wealth. Who would not be curious about a miraculous young man? Superman Li is also human, and he should be curious about him. Feng Yu arrived at the Li family's villa precisely at 6:30 p.m. He remembered a newspaper article that Superman Li waked up at 6 a.m. and got off work at 6 p.m. That was his habit for years. Since he finishes work at 6 p.m., then arriving at 6:30 p.m. should be just right on time. Feng Yu brought a bottle of wine as usual. Superman Li loves to play golf and was good at it. But Feng Yu did not know anything about golf and did not even know where to buy golf clubs. Wine is still more convenient. Li Zikai opened the door for Feng Yu personally, and his elder brother, Li Zeju, was also there to welcome him. Superman Li did not walk out and remained seated on the sofa. Superman Li only stood up when Feng Yu entered the living room. Nephew Feng, come over and have a chat. Dinner will be ready soon. Nephew again. Why does Hong Kongers like to address others as a nephew? But Feng Yu thought about his relationship with Li Zikai. This way of addressing him was not wrong. Feng Yu and Li Zikai were quite close, like brothers. Uncle Li, I have known Brother Kai for quite some time, but did not visit you. I hope you are not angry. Ha ha. It is me who invited you late. Nephew Feng is so capable, and I should have invited you over earlier. Superman Li was quite friendly, unlike the rumors about him. Of course, it might have something to do with Feng Yu's status. Superman Li positioned Feng Yu quite high. He might even place Feng Yu as someone his equal. Everyone said some pleasantries, and the chef came out to inform them dinner was ready. During dinner, Superman Li also chatted with Feng Yu, and Feng Yu noticed there were lots of Northeast dishes on the dining table. These were specially cooked for him. After dinner, Superman Li invited Feng Yu to his study for some tea. Feng Yu knew that Superman Li wants to talk business with him. No matter whether it was Hong Kong's tycoons or China tycoons, all of them likes to talk business in a quiet place. Hong Kongers preferred study rooms. Many of the books in the study might be for decorations, and most of the tycoons had never touched them. Also, most tycoons in Hong Kong live in large villas and had lots of helpers. In Feng Yu's previous life, he heard that Superman Li was a careful person. He does not trust others quickly, even if it was his own helpers. This was because if what he said was to spread, he might lose some opportunities. That's why Superman Li would discuss with his guests about trivial matters in the living and dining rooms. But for important issues, he would talk in his study. Once the door of the study was closed, no one could hear a thing outside. Feng Yu looked around the study when he entered. He noticed that it was a novel on the table. He had heard that Superman Lee have a habit of reading every night. He might have read all the books on the shelves. What would you like? Lee Zakai asked. Green tea will do. The helper brought a cup of green tea into the room and left, closing the door behind her. Nephew Feng, I heard from Zakai that you are inviting me to the opening ceremony of Tai Hua Supermarket? Yes. I intend to create a hype for the opening and let CCTV report it in their news. This way, it will increase Tai Hua Supermarket awareness in the shortest time. CCTV will report about the opening in their news is because I am present. I am only a minor shareholder, and I should not have any obligations to attend the opening ceremony, right? Superman Lee jokingly asked. He knew that the opening ceremony would be on the news only if he were attending. Uncle Lee should have plans to visit China soon, right? Don't you want to have a chat with China's top leaders about the issue of Hong Kong's return? Or maybe you would like to see the changes in China and help your company's investments in China to make more money. Feng Yu asked him back. Currently, Superman Lee's investments were mainly in Hong Kong, followed by China. Canada's investments were only ranked third. If there were any political changes in China, his businesses would be affected. Why should I be a concern with these? Because you had set your sights on China's developments and believe that China will develop rapidly in the next 20 years. Also, your main investments should be in China, right? Lee Zakai knew his father was optimistic about China's developments. But how did Feng Yu find out about this? Also, what Feng Yu said was precisely what his father was thinking. Both felt China's economy will be one of the fastest growing economies in the world in the next 20 years. Superman Lee looked hard at Feng Yu and gasped. You can predict this. Just this point alone, both my sons cannot be compared to you. Li Zeju and Li Zakai were ashamed when they heard their father's comment. They received proper educations, but both of them were not enough to be compared to Feng Yu. Feng Yu was calm as he received the praise from Superman Lee. He had admired Superman Lee since his previous life. In his previous life, Superman Lee's businesses were doing better and better as he aged. If Feng Yu could learn from Superman Lee, he would be able to grow his businesses further. I do have intentions of going over to China recently. Mr. Deng had invited me over. Since Tai Hua Supermarket is opening soon, I will attend the opening ceremony while I am there. Father had agreed? Li Zakai was surprised. Why did his father agree to Feng Yu's request? But the following words from his father made him understand his father's decision. Mr. Deng had mentioned about you to me. He says you are the most capable youth he had ever met. Mr. Deng had a good eye for talents. You can receive praise from Mr. Deng. That means you have something special. I heard there is a third shareholder in Microsoft. Is that person you? Feng Yu smiled and nodded. That's right. I had made some money from the financial markets in the past, and I invested all the returns into the U.S. market to acquire Microsoft shares. I am quite lucky as Microsoft share prices had been rising. My investment had already increased by several folds. You and Zakai can get along well. He does not now have a lot of friends. But with friends like you and Fu Guangjing, it is enough. Although Zakai is not matured enough, he will never cheat his friends. If you need any help, you can just go to him. Uncle Lee, you are too serious. Brother Kai and I are good friends. If not, I will not rope him in to invest together. Feng Yu will not say that he roped Li Zakai in to make use of the Li family's fame. Zeju have a steadier personality. He is good at protecting the company's interest, but not good at expanding. He had joined the company not long ago, but the shareholders and the managers acknowledged him. However, Zakai is more impatient. Although he is capable, he is prideful and does things without many considerations. Many people say his character is like me, but he is more aggressive than me when I was younger. In the future, he might get into trouble. I hope nephew Feng will give him a hand when that time comes. Feng Yu could feel shivers down his spine. Why does this feel like Superman Lee is entrusting his children to him? Were these his last words? But in his previous life, Superman Lee was very healthy and still could play golf every now and then. Feng Yu does not know what to say and just kept quiet. Silence is the best answer. Young men have nothing to say to this old man. You all should go out and enjoy yourselves. I will do some reading and will go to bed soon. Superman Lee said. Superman Lee's assessment of Feng Yu was very high, and both his sons did not expect this. They were shocked to know that Feng Yu was Microsoft's third biggest shareholder. That's Microsoft. one of the top companies in the 20th century. The value of this company was worth more than $2 billion US. How many shares does Feng Yu own and his total worth? Brother, you want to have a drink with us? Li Zikai asked. I'm not going. Your sister-in-law does not like me to drink. Both of you go ahead. Oh, where is Hui Hui? How come you did not bring her back with you? Li Zikai was quiet for a while. Don't talk about her. We broke up. Damn. Young Master Li broke up with Shen Hui Hui? Wasn't it too early? In Feng Yu's previous life, the woman who was rumored to be with Li Zikai should appear 2 years later. These few years, he should be with Shen Hui Hui. Li Zikai brought Feng Yu to a classy bar. It was membership-based. Although this place was expensive, it was quiet without the rowdy crowd. Feng Yu likes this bar. It was better than the bar Fu Guangwei brought him to. This bar was like the high-class places in Feng Yu's previous life. Maybe those places in his previous life were imitating these private clubs in Hong Kong. Feng Yu and Li Zikai sat in a corner, and Li Zikai lit a cigar. Feng Yu asked him, Brother Kai, why did you break up with your girlfriend? Tell me. Li Zikai's love life was as exciting as TVB dramas. Feng Yu was curious to know if these tycoons were the same as ordinary people. Li Zikai smiled wearily. We are separated most of the time. I am busy with work and had no time for her. She also does not trust me. So we broke up. Busy with work? Separated most of the time? Damn. Am I the reason? If I did not ask him to invest in Taihua Supermarket, he would not be spending most of his time in China. I caused both of them to break up? I should not be blamed for their breakup. The main reason should be she does not trust you. That's your fault. Look at me. I am in Hong Kong for so long, and Li Na did not make any noise. What should I say to console him? My condolences? Move on. In Feng Yu's previous life, Li Zikai did move on, and in the end, he did not settle down. Li Zikai should be looking for someone pretty, virtuous, and could take care of his family. She must also be supportive of his work and not stick to him like a gum. This type of woman should be out of this world. But Li Zikai had average looks. He is not considered ugly and always looked confident. He was the younger son of Superman Li and was wealthy. There should be lots of women throwing themselves to him. Feng Yu thought for a while and asked, Brother Kai, are you going to have girlfriends in all industry? In Feng Yu's previous life, Li Zikai's girlfriends were all over the world. Other than Asians, he still has Caucasians and mixed girlfriends. Feng Yu wondered if Li Zikai was trying to create a collection of women from all over the world. Li Zikai rolled his eyes. You think I am like Guangjing? He is changing his girlfriends every month. I am serious in my relationships. Feng Yu's eyes opened wide. You say Guangjing is changing girlfriend every month? Are you serious? Damn. Fu Guangjing was a player. Many people in this bar know Fu Guangjing. You can ask around and see if I am telling the truth. If he did not spend most of his time in China, he should be Hong Kong's #1 wastrel. Really? Do you know any gossips about the second generations? Tell me. I am curious. Listening to gossip about others was one of Feng Yu's hobbies. With Feng Yu interrupting, Li Zikai forgot about his breakup, and Feng Yu noticed Li Zikai had the potential to be a paparazzi. Li Zikai knew lots of gossips. Where did he hear these gossips from? No wonder he does not have lots of friends. He was too nosy. Luckily, Feng Yu knew Li Zikai recently. If not, he might be gossiping about Feng Yu to others. Feng Yu still wanted to know about the gossips of other rich second generations when Li Zikai stood up and grabbed his wine glass. Brother Feng, if you are busy, you can go back first. You do not need to wait for me. He finished saying this and quickly walked towards a pretty woman. Feng Yu shook his head. Li Zikai had said Fu Guangjing was a player, and now he showed his true colors? Manager Feng, good news. Good news. Feng Yu held his phone away from his ears. What the hell was he shouting for? What's wrong? Old Jiang, why are you so excited? Feng Yu asked. He was also curious. Did Jiang Wanmeng make any breakthrough in his research? We have successfully developed MPEG-2. Jiang Wanmeng shouted excitedly. What did you say? Feng Yu was stunned. We have conducted research on the coding based on your requirements. The audio can reach 4 audio channels, and it is clearer and crisp. The video quality is also better. The resolution is the highest in the world. Most importantly, no mosaics will appear in the video. Mosaics was the error of the video's picture quality. Colors of the part of the video were mixed, and it looks like blurry squares. Mosaics was one of the more pressing issues faced by VCD development. VCD video quality was clearer than cassette tapes, but the discs are easily damaged. Once there are scratches, the video and audio will be lagged, and mosaics will appear. The user experience will be bad when this happens. The small cinemas and video lounges in China had feedback. After playing the same VCD several times, mosaics will appear. The more time the VCD was played, the more mosaics will appear in the video. Wind and Rain Electronics had introduced a VCD repair solution. It is a type of cleaning solution which could clean the VCDs and let the player read the data better. Later on, Wind and Rain introduced a new kind of cleaning solution made from alkaline solvent and polishing material. It can be used to polish the VCDs. Polishing will lighten the scratches, and the player could read the data better. But after polishing, the VCD will be damaged more easily. This solution was only temporarily. If the mosaics could not be eradicated, then they must lower the possibilities of mosaics appearing. Feng remembered about the Super VCD from his previous life. This technology appeared in the era between VCD and DVD. It was also because of this technology that let VCD became more popular and caused the death of VHS. The earliest VCD used MPEG-1 technology, and the video quality was not very clear. The audio also did not have channels to choose from. This next-generation technology had 4 channels to choose from. The viewers had more options for the movie's audio. It will also have duo audio for 2 languages and increase the market for VCD. Also, this new technology will increase the functions of VCD players. The VCD will have the option to play music only. This was most suitable for karaoke. This Super VCD will also threaten the position of Laserdisc. Not only this technology will cause VHS death, but it also caused the decline of Laserdisc. Feng Yu had asked Wind and Rain Electronic and Iowa to conduct research on this technology together. But he never expects this technology to be developed so fast. Feng Yu remembered in his previous life, Sony was the one who had developed this technology. Later, Sony exchanged the technologies with Philips and set the standards for this industry. The players that were produced were not called Super VCD. It was called a DVD. That means the Super VCD and DVD were using the same players. But the DVD had more significant storage than the Super VCD. In Feng Yu's previous life, many people discovered some players could play VCDs and some could not. That's because some of them were using Super VCD players, and these players could read DVD. There was also another advantage of this technology, which is the increased storage of the disc. A Super VCD disc could store a whole movie. It no longer needs to split a movie into 2 discs. This would save the trouble of switching disc in the middle of a movie. 2 Super VCD discs could record a concert, or 1 disc could store more than 20 music videos. It was a good deal for the consumers, and they will be more willing to buy music VCDs. Feng Yu unintentionally faced Sony again. First, Iowa's Walkman had beat Sony and lowered their profits from their Walkman sales. Then, Iowa introduces their CD players. It snatches Sony's music players' market share. It also caused Nintendo to fall out with Sony. This made Sony video games business to shrink. To recover their sales, Sony had to channel their funds to set up a video games division to develop CD-ROM game console. This was to fight back at Nintendo's monopoly of the gaming industry. Feng Yu remembered that at the end of this year, Sony will introduce the first generation of PlayStation. It was Sony's most successful electronic product after Walkman. It held the record of having sales of 100 million units. Later, PSP, PS2, PS3, and PS4 were all successful. All the models had high sales. This year should be Sony's best year in terms of technology's breakthrough. But in this lifetime, this year was a tragedy for Sony. Sony does not own the DVD technology anymore. Feng Yu had asked Jiang Wanmeng to contact Fu Guangjing immediately to apply for the patents. They must announce their players' standards and make it the industry's benchmark. Someone had said that a top company will set the standards for the industry and a second-rated company will sell its brand. A third-rated company will sell its products, and a fourth-rated company will sell its resources. Setting the standards and benchmark for the industry was what most companies were aiming for. Patented technologies could only prevent other companies from using it in their products. It will not prevent others from making a breakthrough with that technology. Sony could always break down Wind and Rain Electronics technologies and develop new technologies. In Feng Yu's previous life, many companies fought for the industry standards for several years. All the company's products had different technologies, and all of them wanted their technologies to be the industry's standards. These companies include Toshiba, Pioneer, etc. In the end, all the companies realized it will not end well for them if they carry on fighting against each other. If two influential companies fought against each other, some other company would take advantage of this. That's why all the companies stopped. But sometime later, the companies started to compete against each other for the DVD players, and many DVD encoding technologies were introduced. In the current life, these electronic giants' technologies were all outdated. Wind and Rain Electronics had introduced the VCD first. Wind and Rain Electronics had the advantage in R&D. Also, other companies' businesses were diversified. They were not concentrating on developing one product like Wind and Rain. For instance, Sony was also developing PlayStation at the same time. Toshiba and other companies were researching digital cameras and computers. They were not focusing all their efforts on one product. Wind and Rain Electronics was different. Fengyu does not want Wind and Rain to enter the computer industry. He had Lenovo's shares after all. The digital camera market will be a massive market in the future. But currently, the resolution was not good enough to replace film camera. Digital cameras will only be accepted by the consumers after the resolution was over 1 million. That will only happen at the end of the century. At that time, Wind and Rain Electronics could just exchange technologies with other companies to get what they want. 2 weeks later, Wind and Rain Electronics held a press conference in Beijing to introduce their high-storage multimedia discs technologies. They also told the press that Wind and Rain Electronics had successfully developed MPEG-2 technology. The first generation of Super VCD will be introduced to the market at the end of the year. The press conference was not considered a success as many electronic giants did not attend. The ones present were their representatives in China. Most companies did not expect Wind and Rain Electronics to introduce something good despite them introducing the VCD previously. But when the companies knew Wind and Rain Electronics had successfully developed MPEG-2 technology, all of them were stunned. They had been researching this technology after they saw the VCD. They wanted to use this technology to win Wind and Rain VCD and Iowa VCD. But before their research was completed, Wind and Rain Electronics had introduced this new technology. How was this possible? Wind and Rain Electronics was worth so little compared to the other electronics giants. How could they develop this technology so fast? The companies compared Wind and Rain's MPEG-2 technology with their research. Both were similar, but before they could complete their research, Wind and Rain were already setting the industry standards. After this press conference, all the electronics giant immediately response. Sony immediately held a conference to announce they had also developed this technology, but they did not release the news to the public. Haitaro Nakajima immediately calls for a press conference. He said Sony only know how to imitate Iowa. Sony had been following Iowa's footsteps and had never overtaken them. Sony had copied Iowa's Walkman, CD players. After Iowa introduced VCD, Sony still wants to copy them. Sony's top management was furious. What copy? We are also conducting our own research on new technologies. We are also researching new MPEG technologies. Our research had overlapped, but Iowa cannot claim that we are copying them. How can we develop this technology by copying within this short period? We also did not copy your Walkman and CD players. Haitaro Nakajima was too shameless. Wind and Rain Electronics immediately announced that they had registered MPEG-2 technologies. Sony should not try to copy their technologies. It will be against the copyright laws. There were rumors that Sony's president, Norio Oga, had scolded the head of R&D in his office that day. He was so furious that he smashed an antique vase. Norio Oga instructed Sony's R&D department to research the opposite of what Wind and Rain Electronics technology. Wind and Rain had used a single-side and double-layer structure for its technologies. They will do the opposite. But when Sony was about to start their research, Toshiba announced they will be introducing a new technology, which was double-layer and double-sided. They were ahead of Sony. Double-layer structure technology was the latest technology. Does Sony need to develop a triple-layer structure technology? What's the use of it? A disk to store 5 hours of video and audio. The purpose of this disk was to store songs and videos. What's the use of having such high storages? It would be a waste. But Sony immediately thought of collaborating with Toshiba. They want to use this double-layer and double-sided disk technology as the industry standards. This will counter wind and rain electronics' single-sided double-layered technology. Sony and Toshiba were top consumer electronics companies in the world. Wind and rain and Iowa could not compete with them in terms of assets. Iowa and wind and rain have been doing well these few years. Iowa's sales had reached over 100 billion yen, and their profits were over 10 billion yen. But when converted to USD, its profits were not more than 100 million US dollars. How could they compete with Sony and Toshiba? If Sony and Toshiba join hands to set the industry standards, they could prevent wind and rain electronics technology to be accepted by the industry. So, Norio Oga went to Toshiba's headquarters to meet with Toshiba's president. It was unclear what price he paid, but Toshiba agrees to share their technologies with Sony. Manager Phone, our technology standards might be replaced by Toshiba and Sony. They had strong foundations, and it would be easier for them to set the industry standards with their technologies. Jiang Wanming called Feng Yu to ask for help. This was reality. Those two companies had set many industry standards before, and wind and rain electronics were not as influential as them. There was no way to compete with them. Once both companies had set the standards for this industry, they will dictate the direction of the technology research in the future. It will not be good for wind and rain electronics and Iowa. Most of the profits would be earned by these two companies when they enter the DVD era. This was not what Feng Yu wanted. The only solution was to work with a top consumer electronics giant. Many companies approached wind and rain electronics for collaborations. One of them was Pioneer, the market leader for Laserdisc. They had gone to Hitaro Nakajima and expressed their intentions to work with Iowa and wind and rain electronics. They want to stop Sony and Toshiba from setting the industry standards. Pioneer was one of the big names in the industry. It was an excellent choice to work with them. But Pioneer was too greedy. Not only they wanted the authorization to use the MPEG-2 technology, they still wanted to share all the VCD technologies. In return, they would share their Laserdisc technologies with wind and rain electronics and Iowa. Feng Yu immediately told Hitaro Nakajima to reject them. What a joke. LD technology will be outdated soon. Currently, Pioneer was not the only company who had this LD technology. How can they use this technology to exchange with us? They still want to be authorized to use MPEG-2 technology for free? Without Pioneer's support, wind and rain electronics and Iowa were at the losing end against Sony and Toshiba. They will not be able to set industry standards. But at the time, an electronics giant approached wind and rain electronics. This company was Philips. Philips' impression for many consumers was shavers. But Philips started off selling light bulbs. It made a breakthrough in radio technology later. They were one of the first few companies to introduce cassette music recorder. Of course, it was Philips X-ray tubes that made them famous. It was used on medical devices, and Philips was one of the main competitors of Siemens in the medical devices industry. Philips' most successful product was the shaver. Before the end of the second quarter of 1994, Philips had sold more than 250 million shavers globally. It was way ahead of other brands. Many people were also unaware that Philips was the inventor of the Laserdisc and optical communication system. Many music lovers should have heard of a record label Polygram. It was also set up by Philips. Digital compact disc was also invented by Philips. Philips was also good at transistors and integrated circuits and chips. As such, their television was widely popular all over the world. A few years ago, Philips had a restructuring. The company was streamlined to have better growth. When Philips saw wind and rain electronics introduce the VCD, they also start to research in this area. But sadly, they were like Sony and the rest of the companies. Their R&D was researching several fields at the same time, and this leads to slower progress. Their speed could not be compared to Iowa and wind and rain. Now, wind and rain electronics had successfully developed MPEG-2 technology and will be introducing Super VCD soon. Philips also had good technologies when it comes to compressing technology. They thought it would be best to collaborate with wind and rain electronics to set the industry standards. Together, they would be able to beat Toshiba and Sony. So, the vice president of Philips came to China. This was an urgent matter, and Jiang Wanming could not make the decision. He immediately called Feng Yu to ask him back. When Feng Yu knew Philips wanted a collaboration, he was surprised and shocked. He would not need to be afraid of Toshiba and Sony if they were collaborating with Philips. They might even be faster than Toshiba and Sony in setting the industry standards. Feng Yu flew back to China immediately and waited for Philips Vice President Thomas at Iowa Electronics headquarters. Thomas arrived in China and saw the buildings. It was a vast difference from Holland, and this was still China's capital. The Chinese economy was not doing well. But this third-world country to develop the first and second generation of MPEG technologies and VCD, it was still impressive. The Chinese were very creative. Thomas was confident about this cooperation. He believes that he does not need to offer any good conditions, and the other party will agree to this cooperation. First, the Chinese economy was not doing well. That Wind and Rain Electronics was also not a big company. If he offers Wind and Rain Electronics some money, they would surely agree. Even if money could not solve the problem, Wind and Rain Electronics will still give in because of Toshiba and Sony. The negations should be smooth sailing for him. The Chinese likes to have a joint venture. Philips had set up several joint venture factories in China. Maybe Philips have the chance to buy over Wind and Rain Electronics through this cooperation. Thomas was more confident when he arrived at Hefei, the city where Wind and Rain Electronics headquarters was located. It was a rural and poor city. Thomas saw a sign that wrote Philips Thomas when he stepped out of the airport. It should be Wind and Rain Electronics staff who was there to receive him. Accompanied by Philips employees in China, Thomas walked over proudly. The car used by Wind and Rain Electronics was much better than he expected. Although this was not some branded luxury European car, its exterior was well designed, and the interior was spacious and comfortable. It was more comfortable than the Mercedes-Benz assigned to him by his company. This car should be costly. Was this a Japanese car or a U.S. car? This car should be a Japanese car. Mr. Thomas is asking if the shareholders of Wind and Rain Electronics here. When they reached the destination, the translator asked Jiang Wanmeng. He is already here and is currently waiting inside. Jiang Wanmeng replied in English. He spoke excellent English, and this was the reason why he was sent overseas for interaction by his company. Jiang Wanmeng could tell Thomas was slightly unhappy because manager Feng and he did not receive him at the airport. They only sent 2 staffs to fetch him. At the headquarters, Feng Yu also did not go down to receive him. Thomas felt he was not respected by these Chinese. When they stepped into the building, Thomas was shocked. The exterior of this building looks normal, but the interior was well renovated. Artificial hill, fountains, flowing water, and goldfishes. These were all used to create a natural look. This was not what Thomas had expected. He thought Wind and Rain Electronics headquarters should be run down. Even if it was not run down, it should be old-fashioned. Didn't everyone say the Chinese are all old-fashioned? How come this company is so unique? He felt his mood change for the better when he sees the decoration of the lobby. Feng Yu was standing on top of the spiral staircase and saw Thomas's surprised look. He felt proud. My new factory and office buildings all have this garden-style designs. Huh, are you surprised? Mr. Thomas, this is our Wind and Rain key shareholder, Feng Yu. Manager Feng, this is the representative from Philips, Vice President of Philips, Mr. Thomas. Mr. Thomas, nice to meet you. I represent Wind and Rain Electronics to welcome you. Feng Yu spoke in English with an American accent. Thomas was surprised to see the major shareholder of Wind and Rain Electronics to be a young man. Did he inherit this business from his family? He speaks good English. Was he from the U.S.? Damn, this is not good. Nice to meet you, Mr. Feng. I feel honored to be here. Both of them exchanged some pleasantries and walked in. Thomas's eyes grew wide. What is this? There is a swing in the office? What are those people doing? Drinking tea, reading papers, and some of them are still watching movies. Mr. Feng, is this your office? Thomas asked. Yes. Don't you think our office is very humanized? This is the area for the staffs to relax. There is a bathroom and resting area there. There is also a 24 hours cafeteria in here. On the other side, there is an exercise area. If you are interested, we can have a game of ping pong later. Feng Yu smiled and explained. The relaxation area, exercise, cafeteria, bathrooms, rest areas? Was this really a workplace? Was there something wrong with this person's brains? How can this be an office? Everyone here was not working. Were the staffs here paid to relax and enjoy life? To Thomas, this company lacks discipline, but these people were the ones that developed the MPEG-2 technology. Mr. Thomas, are you thinking why no one is working and all of the staffs are relaxing? Our company is paying them for their performance. The more tasks they completed, the higher their salaries. On the other hand, if the staffs could not complete their tasks, their salaries will be very low and might even be sacked. Research and development of technologies do not depend on time accumulation. Most of the time, it needs inspiration and creativity. Letting them relax will increase their creativity. Many of them worked more than 12 hours a day. Some even worked for more than 16 hours. These are the welfare they deserve. Our wind and rain electronics treat all our staff as family members. When Fengyu suggested this in the past, Fu Guangjing and Jiang Wanming thought Fengyu was joking. But Fengyu insisted the company to operate this way. After firing some people who were skiving on the job, the efficiency of the rest of the staffs increased. Also, the staffs had a sense of belonging in the company. Some other companies tried to poach wind and rain electronics staffs with higher salaries. But none of the staffs went over. The bosses here treated them well, and their work was relaxing. If they work harder, their salary might even be higher. Also, the staff also noticed their health were better than before. After passing this place, they entered the meeting room. Thomas was still feeling puzzled by this company. Why was this company operating so differently from other companies? He had heard of some software companies in the US operating this way. This operation model was rare, even in Europe. Thomas never expects to see this in China. It was still not some big city in China. This wind and rain electronics was very different, and this young man was not simple. The meeting room was painted in a soothing color. The renovations and layout of the room were relaxing. Negotiating in this room feels like having a chat between friends. Thomas was not used to this feeling, but he got to admit that he likes this ambience. Mr. Thomas, try this tea beverage. Maybe you will like it. Fengyu asked someone to bring a bottle of Lihaha's green tea. This taste is special. I do not like to drink tea, but I enjoy this very much. China is a really amazing place. I am so lucky to be here. Thomas said. Philips will be cooperating with our wind and rain electronics in Iowa to set the industry standards for DVD, digital versatile disc, and we will change the world. Fengyu said. Since Mr. Feng knew the purpose of my visit, then shall we talk about the terms of our cooperation? Thomas asked eagerly. Of course. What does Philips want? You can speak your mind. We also have our terms. Fengyu wanted to hear what Philips wanted from him before telling Thomas his conditions. We are very interested in MPEG technologies, regardless of whether it is the first or second generation technology. These are what we wanted. We have advanced technologies for Laserdisc and compact disc. The compressing technology used by your VCD is invented by us, and we own the patent. We are using new technology. It is not your patented technology, and it is not an infringement. Jiang Wanming interrupted. You misunderstood me. I am not saying you all had infringed our patents. Compact disc technologies are changing every day. There are changes to technologies almost every month. But as the inventors, we have the best technologies. If we cooperate, we will surely let compact disc replace the traditional cassette tapes. This is a win-win situation for both of us. Thomas explained. Currently, our VCD occupies 20% market share of the video market, and it is still increasing. In China, our VCD had taken over more than 60% of the video cassette market. In the US, we own more than 30% market share. Even without your company's help, we are confident that compact disc will replace cassette tapes in 3 to 5 years. Are we fools? With your help, the process will only speed up slightly, but we still have you give you a cut of our profits. Without your help, we can still succeed, and we are still able to get all the profits. To wind and rain electronics, both ways will work. But for Thomas, wind and rain electronics was walking down the wrong path. If the VCD was just invented, what Thomas said was not wrong. But after so long, VCD had been accepted by consumers, and this was the time to reap the profits. There is no difference between getting the benefits 2 years earlier and 2 years later. If this is completed 1 day earlier, you get the profits 1 day earlier. Don't you agree that capturing the market is more important? Thomas asked. We only take a few months to invent this technology from scratch and use 2 years to introduce to the rest of the world. We are occupying the market right now. Fengyu replied calmly. Thomas did not retort and continued. Okay, then I will talk about other things. You all invented the digital versatile disc is to sell this product and the players, right? Then the technology for the players is very critical. I believe that you all have already started the developments for this. However, Are you confident that you all will be faster at developing the encoding technology than Sony and Toshiba? The encoding technology was what Fengyu wanted. If the players could only read and could not encode the disc, the uses of the disc will be limited. If a PC was equipped with a burning optical drive, then compact disc can replace the floppy disk. The profits from this will be huge. If Lenovo could use this technology effectively in its computers, then Lenovo's development would be much faster. Maybe it will become one of the world's top PC manufacturer. On the other hand, Wind and Rain Electronics and Aiwa also needed this technology. If not, they will only be able to encode VCD disc, or the DVD they produce will not be compatible with other companies' players. That will hinder the introduction of the DVD players. DVD will ultimately replace VCD. That's for sure. If the industry standards were like the VCD, which was set by Wind and Rain Electronics, then Wind and Rain Electronics status in the international electronics industry will rise. The profits will be significant. How can you prove that the development speed will be faster than Toshiba and Sony if we cooperate with you? Furthermore, Pioneer, Hewlett-Packard, etc. are also researching into this technology. Fengyu asked, because our company is Philips. We are the first ones to invent the encoding technology. We have the best foundations. Thomas replied proudly. Fine. Even if you all were the best in this technology, but why are we faster at developing the MPEG technologies than you? We can also cooperate with other companies, and the results will still be the same. Fengyu replied, damn, you are talking as if Philips is the best company in the world. If Philips is really that good, then why didn't you all invent the VCD? You all are just greedy and wanted a slice of the pie now. Manager Feng, let us analyze the market situation. After you all announced your latest technology, Toshiba and Sony immediately introduced another set of standards for the industry. Pioneer also started to look into this technology. Hewlett-Packard also announced that they will be researching this technology. That means 4 world-class consumer electronics companies are entering the market. This does not include us. I want to know, in the consumer electronics industry, where does Wind and Rain Electronics stand? What position does your company stand? This was a slap on Fengyu's face. If we are in the first position, do we still need to cooperate with others? Compared to the whole industry, our position might not be high. But when it comes to video players, our technologies are one of the best in the world. Just look at VCD. This is a product that will change the consumer electronics industry. We will be introducing Super VCDs soon, and we will surely beat the old-school video cassette players. When we introduce the DVD players, we will become one of the top consumer electronics company. Time, Mr. Feng. I would like to remind you that time is an important aspect. What if other companies introduced DVD when you introduced your Super VCD? Your disc can store 100 minutes of high-quality video. What if other companies introduce a disc that can store 200 minutes of video? The disc is not only used to store movies. There is another popular option for consumers. TV dramas. Your disc can store 2 to 3 episodes, but others can store up to 10 episodes. It will be a great difference. Don't forget, we are still partnering with Aiwa. Aiwa is a good company, but its strength is only in the Walkman industry. Their CD technologies are not better than Sony and many other companies. Aiwa is only making use of its reputation as a good music player. When it comes to video, Aiwa is still a newcomer. It is not known for video players, and their technologies are not outstanding. It cannot be compared to us. Philips. Damn, how can he belittle Aiwa to this extent? If Hitaro Nakajima knew about this, he would bring his samurai sword to duel with you. If he loses, he might even cut his own belly. Fengyu stopped frowning. Mr. Thomas, the more you say, the more you look like you want to cooperate with us. Tell me your conditions. This was like bargaining at a bazaar. You kept saying that this thing is not good, but you were still staying there. This is a tactic for negotiation. This was what Thomas was doing. Thomas smiled. Then I shall not say any more. Before I come here, we had discussed in our meeting. Philips and Wind and Rain Electronics will research and develop a writable DVD together. We will develop a small device to record data into a DVD disc and set the standards for the DVD industry. This was what Fengyu had expected. Philips was really a formidable partner. Let's talk about the details. Your company had achieved good results in China, but compared to us, you are still far behind. Our research lab is several times bigger than your company. We have more researchers and experts than yours. So, I suggest that we take charge of R&D. Your company had made significant contributions to this technology. So, when we set the industry standards, we should name it as Philips Wind and Rain DVD Standard. Go to hell. Are you treating me as an idiot? Philips Wind and Rain DVD Standard might sound like cooperation. But from looking at the name, people will know that we are just helping Philips as a follower. We are the ones who own MPEG-2 technology. Just like Yang Mill's theory. Yang Channing's name is in front, followed by Robert Mills. At that time, although Robert Mills received higher recognition from the name of the theory, one could tell who contributed more in theory. Whoever contributed more, its name will be in front. Mr. Thomas, I think you have misunderstood one thing. We are the ones who developed this MPEG-2 technology. We also own the patent for the first generation of technology. This technology is the core of the DVD, yes. Your company might have more scientists and researchers than us. But are they better than us in this field? Can you all concentrate on researching on one technology? We are different. We are the experts in this field, and we only research into this MPEG technology. I dare to claim that no other companies are better than us when it comes to this field. Also, the research on writable DVDs, we will also be ahead of other companies. You all should be the one accommodating to us and not the opposite way. Damn. Know your place. Mr. Fong, don't forget that the industry standards set by us will be accepted by the consumers easier than your company. Did your company set the standards for VCD? You all only had marketed the VCD well. You all had the chance to set the industry standards for VCD. If we are the ones who developed this VCD, the current VHS players will already be obsolete. Thomas took a sip of green tea. Philips did not set any high requirements for this negotiation. When Thomas arrived in China, he decided to set higher standards. But after looking at Wind and Rain Company's culture, he chose to stick with his company's original requirements. He cannot be too greedy. Thomas's initial plan was to let Philips set the industry standards. Both companies will conduct research and development together and share all related technologies. If he could get a stake of Wind and Rain Electronics, it would be better. After chatting with Feng Yu, he decided to give in and followed his company's directions. Both companies will be used in industry standards. But Philips must be in front. Feng Yu was not happy with this decision. You want to put Wind and Rain Electronics name in front of Philips? Are you kidding me? Do you think Wind and Rain Electronics is bigger than Philips? Mr. Thomas, are you thinking that Wind and Rain Electronics is not big enough to set the industry standards? Although Thomas felt this way, he did not reply Feng Yu. His facial expression had shown what he was thinking. If our Wind and Rain Electronics can set and implement the industry standards ourselves, why should we cooperate with Philips? Mr. Thomas should also know that this MPEG-2 technology is jointly developed by Aiwa and us. Then what do you think if Aiwa chooses to work with Japan's Sony instead? Don't you think it will be easier to set the industry standards if Aiwa cooperates with Sony? Don't forget that Aiwa had worked with Sony for quite some time in the past. We shall not say how much losses will Wind and Rain Electronics face if you asked Aiwa to set the industry standards. It is impossible for Aiwa to work with Sony. Aiwa had snatched the Walkman market from Sony, and Aiwa's market share of the walking market is almost 70%. Currently, Sony is only left with less than 20% market share, and Aiwa is starting to snatch the CD player market share from Sony. Aiwa's biggest competitor is Sony. Why would Aiwa choose to work with Sony? Thomas smiled and asked Feng Yu back. Before Thomas came to China, he had done his homework. This information was not any secrets. He knows about these when he asked around. Oh, you have done your homework? But the more you know, the easier it is for me to hoodwink you. You are right, and it is also because of the things you said. If Aiwa approached Sony to collaborate and offered to join hands to control the Walkman and CD player market, do you think Sony will reject this offer? Thomas's face changes. Indeed, Aiwa was willing to give up some of the Walkman and CD player market share to Sony. Sony would surely work with them. But Thomas did not know it was impossible for Sony and Aiwa to work together in this lifetime. Haitaro Nakajima had insulted Sony's acting president Norio Oga publicly in front of the media before. Norio Oga will never agree to cooperate with Aiwa. If given a chance, he would want to step all over Aiwa. If it weren't for Aiwa disrupting his plans, he would be the president of Sony now. Mr. Fong, Aiwa is Aiwa and not Wind and Rain Electronics. If Aiwa were to set the industry standards, what benefit will Wind and Rain Electronics get? I know Wind and Rain Electronics had been collaborating with Iowa and shared many technologies. But are you willing to help another brand grow? Thomas decided to use branding to persuade Fengyu. Oh, I forgot to tell you that I am not only the founder of Wind and Rain Electronics. I am also the major shareholder of Iowa. To me, both companies are the same. In fact, I own more shares in Iowa than Wind and Rain Electronics. Didn't you notice that there is a sub-brand under Iowa which is in Chinese? Fengyu smiled and replied, What? Fengyu is the major shareholder of Iowa. That means both companies are the same as Fengyu. No wonder both companies cooperated in so many projects and Iowa was able to open up the Chinese market. Damn. This way, Philips will not have any advantage in this negotiation. Then how do you want to cooperate? Simple. Wind and Rain Electronics will be doing the R&D, and Philips will assist us. We will set the industry standards together, and it will be called Wind and Rain Philips DVD standards. There should be other companies that are working with Philips. Get them to recognize this standard. We will own the writable DVD technology patent, and Philips will enjoy lifetime authorization to use this technology. At the same time, we will authorize Philips to use our MPEG and VCD technologies for free. We will share the market with you all. The patent belongs to the other party, but Philips will get the rights to use the patents. This deal was not beneficial to Philips. But if they do not agree, Philips will be kicked out of this game. They will not even get a bite of the cake. Mr. Feng, I need to discuss with my headquarters before I can give you an answer. Thomas's proud look on his face was long gone. Now, Fengyu had the upper hand. Fengyu stretched out his hand. Of course. I will wait for your good news. If Mr. Thomas does not mind, stay at our Wind and Rain Electronics hotel tonight. Fengyu turned to Jiang Wanming and said, Bring him to our show flat. Jiang Wanming nodded. He was looking forward to seeing how this proud Dutch would react when he saw their show flat. This show flat was suggested by Fengyu. Fengyu wanted a place to showcase and experiment with the future of home appliances. Almost all home appliances in the show flat were invented by Fengyu. Many of them were simple but very practical. It includes Wind and Rain home appliances products. At the door, there was an electronic lock. Jiang Wanming keyed in 9527, and there was a beep to notify the user that the door was unlocked. The password was set by Fengyu, and he likes this number. Electronic locks were invented a long time ago, but it was still not widespread. It was because there were still many disadvantages to electronic locks. For instance, the keypad was not sensitive enough, and it could not be easily unlocked. The microchip was also easily decoded. But at Wind and Rain Electronics, most of the locks were electronic. Thomas raised his brows when he saw the electronic lock. It's just an electronic lock. What's there to be surprised? We also have these at Philips. These people from Wind and Rain Electronics have been living in the mountains. But when Thomas saw the Wind and Rain logo at the door lock, he was slightly surprised. This electronic lock was invented by Wind and Rain themselves? Philips also can develop such locks. These are something our staffs invented in their free time. Jiang Wanming said as he opened the door. He introduced the features of the show flat to Thomas. This is our best room. It is set up like an apartment and had used all the futuristic concepts suggested by Manager Feng. Manager Feng does not only own Wind and Rain Electronics. He also owns Wind and Rain home appliances. I am sure you have heard of the bladeless fans. It is one of the products of Wind and Rain home appliances. Thomas had a surprised look on his face. Wind and Rain Electronics, Wind and Rain home appliances were owned by the same person? Mr. Feng had so many businesses. Seems like it was impossible to use the government to pressurize them to give in. But what do futuristic concepts mean? Jiang Wanming picked up a remote control near the door and points it at the window. Beep. The curtains opened. He then points the remote at the TV, and the TV was switched on. He pressed another button, and the VCD player was switched on. The TV was playing a video of Elvis Presley. This remote control is used to control everything in this flat. You only need to point it at the home appliances, and you can control it. Jiang Wanming explained. But Jiang Wanming noticed that Thomas was not listening to him. His eyes were glued to the TV. This was a flat-screen TV using a plasma display panel. Although it was not as flat as the future flat-screen TV, the thickness was only 10 centimeters. It was much slimmer than the traditional cathode ray tube, CRT, TV. You all also knows about this technology? It was the Japanese that were good at plasma TV technology. Companies like Panasonic, NEC, and Fujitsu were researching into this technology. Wind and rain electronics also got hold of this technology. Philips was also researching this technology and tried to introduce this type of TV. But it was not popular among the consumers as it was costly and the picture quality was about the same as regular TV. But Philips felt that these plasma TV would be popular in the future. We cannot say we are good at this technology. We are currently researching liquid crystal display televisions, LCD TVs. We are still deciding whether to focus on plasma or LCD. Jiang Wanmeng rubbed his nose and replied. Jiang Wanmeng was lying. Wind and rain electronics still did not understand about this technology. They had only reversed engineered other people's product and was still studying it. They can only be considered beginners in this field. Thomas was shocked. Wind and rain electronics was also researching LCD monitors. This was what Philips was focusing on. But LCD resolution was not as high as plasma TV. However, it was much cheaper, lighter, and thinner than plasma TV. Why was wind and rain electronics research direction similar to them? The answer was simple. Because Fengyu knew about the future of consumer electronics. Plasma TV was very popular at the start, but when LCD TV's resolution increases and the cost lowered, plasma TV became obsolete. This was why Fengyu refuses to waste time researching into plasma TV. When Jiang Wanmeng and his team told Fengyu that they wanted to study plasma technology, Fengyu said them to consider LCD TV instead. He knew that before plasma TV becomes widespread, it will be replaced by LCD TVs. Also, LCD monitors were more suitable to be used for computer monitors, and the growth of this technology was rapid. It replaced plasma TV and CRT TV within a few years. Jiang Wanmeng switched on the air purifier in the corner. This technology was actually invented by Yedu. But when wind and rain home appliances exchanged technologies with Yedu, it was included in it. This air purifier also has the aromatherapy function in it. Soon, the whole room was filled with a mild fragrance. This air purifier has aromatherapy and humidifying functions incorporated in it. The air here is dry, and you will feel better if the air is humidified. Jiang Wanmeng explained. There is a computer here, and you can send emails to your company. You are also free to surf the net. Oh, this computer is equipped with an optical drive. There are some game discs here. If you are bored, you can play some computer games or watch a movie. Other than the monitor is smaller, the quality is as good as VCD players. With these earphones, the sound is better than watching from the TV. Computer with optical drives? What a crazy idea. If this were introduced to the market, it would inevitably replace the floppy disk. CD will be able to store more data than floppy disk. Is this computer also manufactured from your company? But the logo is not from Wind and Rain. This is Lenovo, China's best computer brand. Manager Feng also owns some shares in this company. Thomas had a disbelieving look on his face. Feng, you also have shares in this company? How many businesses did Feng you have? How come he seems to do anything related to electronics and home appliances? Oh, let me show you the bathroom. Thomas was stunned. What's there to show in the bathroom? You think I did not use a bathroom before? Don't tell me that your bathroom is fully automated. This water heater adjusts the water temperature automatically. You can set the temperature you want here, and there is an LCD display. The plus sign means to increase the temperature, and sign is to lower the temperature. The highest you can set is 72 degrees Celsius. I think I do not need to introduce the hairdryer. This is the hand dryer. There is a built-in infrared sensor. It will blow out hot air to dry your hands. This will prevent your hands from getting germs when you come into contact with the towels or paper. If you are interested, you can experience it yourself. Automatic hand dryer technology was based on bladeless fan technology. It was small and could be hung on the wall. Wind and Rain home appliances had applied patent for this technology. The Japanese company who owns this patent in Fengyu's previous life can only watch Fengyu reap all the benefits. This is a robotic vacuum cleaner. It is also inbuilt with infrared sensors. After you switch it on and place on the floor, it will vacuum the floor itself. Look, after it touched the wall, it will change direction on its own. If you switch it on before you leave for work, your floor will be clean when you return home. This is the kitchen. This is a light wave microwave oven. It combines the technology of microwave and light wave. It will heat up your food faster and save more electricity. This is a product which Wind and Rain home appliances will introduce later this year. This is an induction cooker. You should have used it before. When Jiang Wanming turned back to look at Thomas, he saw Thomas was still in shock. Thomas was stunned by all the home appliances in this show flat. Were these home appliances for average households? Wind and rain electronics and wind and rain home appliances were already so technologically advanced. Thomas was stunned by all the home appliances in the show flat. Jiang Wanming was trying to hold back his laughter. These appliances were mostly samples. For instance, that universal remote controller. Although it could control the TV, VCD player, and many other appliances, there was a problem with the signal. If you are not careful, you could switch off the VCD when you are switching on the TV. The controller can be considered a useless product. Also, that vacuum robot. The cost of producing it was very high, and it was almost impossible to mass produce it. That infrared sensor was not sensitive enough, and there was no timer set in the robot. It wastes lots of electricity. The water heater was simple to manufacture, but with the heating controller in the heater was very expensive. That LCD display indicating the temperature was only a prototype. The infrared sensor tap, voice control switches, automatic electric kettle, air conditioner equipped with air purifying features, etc. had shocked Thomas. This was the power of Wind and Rain Company. It was too advanced. How did they come up with these ideas? Are these invented by the staff who were all drinking tea and playing ping pong during their working hours? Mr. Thomas, you can leave your luggage here, and we will go for dinner. I bring you around and have a taste our local cuisine. Oh, okay. Let's go. As Thomas was walking out of the room, he kept turning back to look at the appliances. If possible, he would like to bring some of those products back to experiment with it. Thomas even wanted to dismantle all those appliances now. He knew he would have lots of inspirations from those appliances. But since Jiang Wanming dares to show him these products, that means they would have applied for the patents and was not afraid of letting him know the theories and technologies behind the appliances. These appliances had shocked him. This was the strength of Wind and Rain Company. Philips should be cooperating with such company fully and not bargaining with them over one or two technologies. Mr. Jiang, I would like to make a phone call first, Thomas said. Are you calling Holland? Come with me. You can make long-distance calls in my office. Jiang Wanming brought Thomas to his office and left, leaving Thomas alone in his office with the door closed. Thomas was about to make his phone call when he noticed there was a stack of documents left on Jiang Wanming's desk. Although he knew that it was unethical and even against the law to peep at another person's documents, he could not resist it. Chinese, Chinese, Chinese. Most of the documents were in Chinese, and Thomas could not understand. He finally found a document in English. He opened it up and was shocked. This was a report about a collaboration with Dell. Dell wanted to cooperate with Wind and Rain Electronics and Wind and Rain Home Appliances and enter the Chinese market. They wanted to set up their Asia headquarters in China and expand their operations to the rest of Asia. Dell was also a juggernaut in the electronics industry. If Wind and Rain Electronics and Wind and Rain Home Appliances cooperate with Dell, then Philips will be out of the game. So, other than Sony, Wind and Rain Electronics still have other partners to choose from. Thomas immediately called his headquarters and reported his findings and what he saw to the president of Philips. He requested the company to give him an answer as soon as possible. His opinion was to cooperate with Wind and Rain Electronics fully. Just this company's creativity was worthy for Philips to collaborate with them. Philips' top management was very concerned after they heard Thomas's report. They had sent Thomas over to China was because they knew Thomas was capable and was able to make the right decisions. Thomas also owns Philips shares and will never betray the company. In the past, Thomas had also represented Philips for several negotiations and had never made any blunders. This time, Philips' top management trusted Thomas's judgment and sincerely wanted to collaborate with Wind and Rain Electronics after knowing how strong this company was. Philips knew how much profits can an advanced technology or an advanced product brings to the company. This Wind and Rain Company was able to invent so many advanced technologies. The future of this company was limitless. If Philips were able to cooperate with such a potential company now, they would be establishing a good working relationship with this company, and they would also be able to share those technologies. They would be ahead of their competitors. During dinner, Feng Yu used his tactics to make his guest drunk. He would raise his glass every few minutes. They were drinking baijiu. But Feng Yu used an excuse of under-medication to avoid drinking. He was drinking fruit juice. Toasting with a glass of fruit juice was too embarrassing for Jiang Wanming to watch. But when he saw Feng Yu continued toasting Thomas with his fruit juice and Thomas was about to pass out, he also joined in to make Thomas drink more. Those home appliances still have lots of defects. If Thomas were sober, he would notice the problems in those products, and the surprise they gave him will be gone. That English document about the cooperation with Dell was also fake. These were all traps laid for Thomas. If Thomas did not peep at the documents on the desk, he would not fall for the trap. But since he peeked at the documents, naturally he would fall for it. If someone read that document carefully, he would realize that it was fake. But Thomas did not have the time to read it carefully. He also did not dare to read someone else's documents so openly in their offices. If he were caught, he would bring trouble to Philips and might even be fired. Feng Yu said that this trap cannot fool gentlemen. It was only applicable to sneaky people. That afternoon, the top management of Philips held a meeting. They wanted to contact Thomas again to discuss their cooperation with Wind and Rain. In the phone call earlier, Thomas had asked them to make a decision as soon as possible. But Philips' China staffs told the top management of Philips that Thomas was drunk and was sleeping. The next morning, Jiang Wanming woke Thomas up for breakfast. Thomas had a bad hangover. He could not even remember how he returned to the show flat yesterday. Thomas swore that he would never drink with Chinese again. These Chinese can hold their liquor well. He did not know what happened, and he passed out. The Chinese are the ones who invented baijiu, and it is in their blood to hold their liquor well. Mr. Thomas, yesterday during dinner, you said that you will be able to give us a decision this morning. I wonder, what's your company's decision? Feng Yu asked. Mr. Feng, can I make a phone call? Of course. After breakfast, Thomas called his headquarters and was scolded for being drunk yesterday. The management asked Thomas about some details, and he explained. Thomas still insisted on cooperating with Wind and Rain Electronics and Wind and Rain Home Appliances fully. Philips must collaborate on both electronics and home appliances. Thomas also mentioned that Wind and Rain was a powerful company, and they could not make use of their government to pressurize them to give in to their demands. Philips made its decision. They agree to Thomas's views and will collaborate with Wind and Rain Electronics and Wind and Rain Home Appliances fully. The details of this cooperation will still need to be discussed after Thomas' negotiation. After leaving Jiang Wanming's office, Thomas said to Feng Yu, Mr. Feng, our board of directors had decided to collaborate with Wind and Rain Electronics and Wind and Rain Home Appliances fully. Collaborate fully? How are we going to cooperate? Can you be more specific? Feng Yu replied calmly, but in his heart, he was jumping with joy. The negotiations went on smoothly. It was also because Thomas was impressed by Wind and Rain's strength and gave lots of concessions. In terms of branding and electronics industry, Philips was much stronger than Wind and Rain Electronics and Wind and Rain Home Appliances. But Feng Yu made it very clear. If Philips were to work with Wind and Rain, they will be able to develop many electronics products which would change the world. The VCD, Super VCD, the upcoming DVD and optical drive for computers, and even the home appliances like vacuum robots, lightwave microwave oven, etc. will bring lots of profits to Philips. Because of these profits, Thomas and Philips agreed to Feng Yu's terms. They will cooperate fully and will set the industry standards together. They will popularize the VCD and DVD together and will also introduce the rest of the new home appliances. Wind and Rain Electronics and Wind and Rain Home Appliances will let Philips have access to their technologies. Philips will share its optical disc technology, TV technologies, LCD display technologies, and optical communication technology with Wind and Rain. Technologies will be shared between both companies at no cost. The companies will still retain the patents they own, but the other party will get to use it for free. All new patents developed from the related technologies will still be owned by the company. Feng Yu had made serious considerations before exchanging the VCD technologies with Philips. He had thought why the VCD developments were not as fast as his previous life. There was only one reason. It was because there were only two companies in the market producing VCD players, and both companies belonged to him. Feng Yu could not compete with the several companies who worked together in introducing the VCD players in his previous life. His marketing and distribution channels were not sufficient to popularize this product. In his earlier life, most of the top Japanese electronics companies owned VCD technology. They were the ones who discovered that this technology was not patented, and they rushed to apply for patents. This was why, in the future, the Chinese VCD companies still had to pay patent fees to those Japanese companies. The Japanese companies used the fees collected to develop better technologies and became the best in the industry. In this life, this patent belongs to Fengyu. Japanese companies will not share this pie. But the VCD was not growing as fast as Fengyu's previous life. But it was still the same as history. All the companies were trying to develop DVD players to replace VCD. DVD will replace VCD in time to come. The technology and user experiences were better than VCD. The companies had acted fast, but Wind and Rain Electronics were still able to develop the latest DVD technology before them. It was like the gaming industry. Nintendo and ditched Sony, and Sony used the next 2 years to develop the PlayStation gaming console. In the end, Sony occupied most of the market share and profits. Aiwa had beaten Sony in the Walkman industry, but that was because Sony's focus at that moment was on the Columbia Pictures. Columbia Pictures was their most significant investment in the 1990s. It was still an overseas investment. Nothing must go wrong with this investment. Once Columbia Pictures start to make money, Sony would have more time and resources to fight against Aiwa. But Fengyu was not worried about this. By the time Columbia Pictures makes profits, Walkman will be almost obsolete. If Sony wants to get back the Walkman market at that time, they can have it. But now, Sony and Toshiba had teamed up and wants to set the industry standards. They realize this DVD is better than VCD. It will ultimately replace traditional VHS players. Also, this was what Sony wanted for their Columbia Pictures. With this technology, they would be able to sell their films on DVD. Columbia Pictures owns the rights to an enormous volume of movies. If Sony was able to introduce a good DVD player and those movies in DVD formats, then Columbia Pictures' profits will increase. This will revive this struggling production company. So, Sony would definitely increase its investments on its DVD research and developments. Fengyu knew that if he were to go against Sony head-on, he might still win in the end. All he needs to do was to increase his investment into Aiwa and Wind and Rain Electronics. But it was not worth doing this. There's a lot of advantages by collaborating with Philips, especially one specific term in the contract. Both companies will help the other party manufacture products. Aiwa only has a factory in London, and it was manufacturing Walkman. That factory had to fulfill the orders for the whole of West Europe, and the factory had no more space to produce VCD players. Aiwa and Wind and Rain brand of VCD players were all manufactured in China. The cost was high due to the transportation of the goods to the Europe and US markets. Those VHS player manufacturers had lowered their retail prices to compete with VCD players. All VHS players manufacturers were working together to prevent VCD players from gaining popularity in the Western countries. Fengyu got to admit that those companies were influential and could stop VCD players from becoming popular overseas. Although there was still profits, it was still a different feeling from monopolizing the market. In Fengyu's previous life, the VCD market was doing very well. The manufacturers were selling an astronomical number of VCD players every year. But now, after Fengyu had monopolized the VCD market, the sales of the players remained low and Fengyu was worried. But now, with Philips coming into the picture, the VCD player sales will surely shoot up due to its distribution channels in Europe and the US. Thomas also had the same thinking as Fengyu. He also wanted to introduce the Super VCD immediately. He did not want to introduce the old VCD players. This way, it will widen the gap between VCD and the traditional VHS. It would be easier to kick them out of the market. Fengyu had only authorized Philips to use his technology. Once Fengyu got hold of newer technologies, his VCD technology's authorization could be given to more companies, and it would be a collective effort to open up the VCD market. But the biggest slice of the pie still belongs to Wind and Rain Electronics. The returns from setting the industry standards cannot be seen anytime soon. But the profits from producing Super VCD was immediate. Thomas also accepts Fengyu's request for manufacturing Wind and Rain Electronics for him. This will lower the cost for Wind and Rain VCD and Aiwa VCD players. It will shorten the time taken to introduce newer models and open up the market. In China, Fengyu's main focus was still Wind and Rain VCD players and Aiwa VCD players. For the overseas, Fengyu would use Aiwa VCD and Wind and Rain VCD players. Aiwa brand was used to target China and the Southeast Asia markets. Aiwa equals AI Hua. Chinese characters for Aiwa brand. Fengyu had set up a sub-brand for Aiwa, which is in Chinese characters. This is to target the China market. AIWA is the international brand, and it's written in English characters. Philips will also benefit from this deal. They will also get profits from the Super VCD players and the future DVD players. Also, there will be profits from other innovative home appliances. With so much more profits coming in, Philips would be able to increase their R&D funds for their medical equipment. They would be able to overtake Siemens in the medical machines industry. After knowing Fengyu had a pager manufacturing company under the Aiwa brand, Philips felt that they could also cooperate on telecommunication devices and develop mobile phones. Philips also felt that mobile phones would replace pagers in the future. Philips felt that it would take at least 10 years for mobile phones to replace pagers, but Fengyu felt pagers would be a sunset industry in 3 years. In the next 5 years, it would be replaced by mobile phones. Thomas felt Fengyu was too radical. He even made a bet with Fengyu that if the demand for pagers start to decline in 3 years, and mobile phones replaced pagers in the next 5 years, he would agree to one condition set by Fengyu. After signing the agreement, Thomas returned to Holland immediately. They had no time as the race to set the DVD industry standards had started. Wind and Rain Electronics introduced the single-side double-layer model and technology. Single-side double-layer disc was very different from Toshiba's double-side double layers technology. The double-side double layers had more storage than single-side double-layer technology. But the single-side double-layer encoding technology was simple and a lot easier to introduce to the market. Fengyu and Philips both felt the storage for the disc does not need to so high. Single-side double-layer structure was enough for now. In the future, the discs for movies, music, games, etc. were mostly using single-side single-layer structure. It was because a single-side single-layer structure storage would reach more than 5 gigabytes. It was more than sufficient to store a standard movie or even a high-definition movie. Movie collections? That's after the year 2000. Some movies became popular and introduced part 2, 3, and so on. Movies collection of the same series appeared then. But there was a lot of pirated version, and most of the pirated movie was produced in China. DVD was still not applicable for drama series. It was the movie companies that wanted to use DVD. They need the DVD to distribute their movies, and consumers were willing to buy their products. The movie companies usually do not own the rights for dramas. Most of the dramas were aired on TV. If the viewers like the drama, the TV station will air a rerun of the drama. Movies were seldom aired on TV as the rights were too expensive. The rights cost almost the same as a drama series, but a movie was too short. The TV station could not even earn back the amount they paid for the film. In the future, CCTV Movie Channel will be the biggest buyer of movie rights. Many people shoot movies because they wanted to sell the rights. They can sell to VCD companies, CCTV Movie Channel, etc. This was because the producers could not make money even when the movie was aired in the cinema. So, Fengyu told Thomas that the double-side double-layer structure was a waste. The cost was higher, and the technological requirements were higher. It was hard to implement it too. Even the single-side double-layer structure was not required now. When both companies were researching on single-side double-layer structure disc currently, they should continue to upgrade the encoding technology. Their aim should be using single-side and single-layer disc to meet the demands of the cinema companies. Of course, they also need to research on high-storage disc. In the future, the Blu-ray high-definition movies would be too big to be stored on a standard disc. One Blu-ray high-definition movie was more than 20 gigabytes. But currently, high-definition movies do not even exist. Who would they sell this high-storage disc to? The VCD or DVD players had to be connected to the TV. The resolution of the TV in this era was only so high. Even if there were a high-definition movie disc, it would not be shown on the TV. After Thomas returned to Holland, Philips immediately called for a press conference to announce they would use Wind and Rain Electronics, single-side double-layer structured disc and technology, to enter the VCD market. This news caused an uproar in the consumer electronics industry. Many companies were still laughing at Wind and Rain Electronics when they introduced this format and technology. A small electronic company from China wants to set the industry standards? Who would listen to you? We will be the one who would set the standards, and you must follow our standards. Toshiba was one of those companies, and Sony announced that they will be collaborating with Toshiba to set the DVD player's standard. But now, Philips, a world-renowned electronics company, had announced they will abide by wind and rain electronics standards. This means they were helping and supporting wind and rain to seek profits. Everyone knows that the one who set the industry standards will be the industry's leader. Philips had recognized wind and rain electronics as the industry leader. But everyone immediately knew wind and rain electronics had authorized Philips to use their patents. With Philips helping to set the industry standards, other companies will also agree to follow it. Hologram, a record label under Philips, had started to collaborate with wind and rain electronics. They sold the rights of their music at low cost to Wind and Rain Electronics, and Wind and Rain Electronics will produce music and videos VCD according to the new format. Many other companies, including movie companies, record labels, etc., which had worked with Philips previously, also announced that they will use Wind and Rain Electronics standards. Toshiba and Sony start to act. They had joined hands to set the industry standards. They firmly believed that they had bigger storage and more advanced technology. Their disc should be more suitable for the industry. They also start to contact more movie and music companies to introduce their format. Toshiba and Sony had thought that they would be able to suppress wind and rain electronics when they joined forces. After the industry standards were set by them, their related technology's worth would increase. Wind and rain electronics will waste time and funds for developing those technologies. But Toshiba and Sony did not expect Philips would come into the picture and collaborate with Wind and Rain Electronics. It was frustrating for Toshiba. Toshiba had approached Iowa and Wind and Rain Electronics to try and get the authorization to use the VCD patents. But their request was rejected. Many other companies like NEC, Fujitsu, Panasonic, etc. had contacted them too. All of them were also rejected and did not get the authorization. Big companies do not dare to use other people's patents illegally. If they were caught, they would be punished heavily. The company would have to surrender their profits from the products which had used another company's technology. It will also affect the company's reputation. Why you did not sell the authorization to those companies? Authorizing, those companies were also profitable. There were two reasons. First, Fengyu was waiting for MPEG-2 technology to be developed. He does not want other companies to develop this technology earlier than him. Secondly, those companies were all Japanese companies. Fengyu does not want the Japanese to make profits from this technology. Now, Fengyu had asked Jiang Wanming to contact other companies. They were preparing to have a large-scale patent authorization for the first generation of MPEG technology and the VCD player technology. Fengyu has the most advanced technology in his hands, and he wanted to make the most out of his older technologies. This was what many big companies were doing. This way, the company could make more money and also prevent other companies from overtaking them. Many companies focus on developing new technology and patenting them. These companies will not produce any products, but make use of authorizing their patents to earn money. For example, Ericsson will stop making mobile phones in the future. But Ericsson owns lots of patents in the mobile phone industry, and they used it to make money. Their annual profits were even higher than some mobile phone companies. When Toshiba and Sony were looking for companies to use their formats, Pioneer and Hewlett-Packard announced that they will collaborate and introduce a new standard of DVD, which will be rewritable. Another two electronics giants were cooperating and want to set a new direction for the DVD industry. You all are fighting to set the encoding standards for single-side double-layer and double-side double-layer structures for encoding standards. We will develop a new rewritable encoding standard. We can also make money from this. Now, there were 3 types of DVD standards in the market, all of which were introduced by world-class companies, and it was a stalemate. The funniest part was there were no DVD players in the market yet. The fight for the industry standards was ongoing, and DVD will not be popularized. Fengyu got to admit that he was pissed by these. These companies could not make money, and they do not want others to make money too. Let's see who will last until the end. To set the industry standards, others must first accept it. If no one recognizes the standards, it will be useless. The DVD industry standard was also the same. There must be people to produce the DVD first and customers who buy it. This way, the DVD market will be opened up. MPEG technology belongs to Fengyu. No matter how advanced the other companies were, they could not use this technology. If they used this technology to make money, It would be an infringement. Feng Yu wants to see how the other companies set the industry standards without the patents. I will let you all try to set the DVD standards and then throw in a bait. I will see if you all are willing to take the bait. After Wind and Rain Electronics and Philips developed the Super VCD player, Feng Yu will ask his men to call for a technology authorization tender. Sony, Toshiba, and the rest of the companies must be feeling proud now. We are going to introduce new technological standards for this industry. Are you SHing your pants? You are being forced to give out authorization for your patent? When we develop the more advanced third generation of technology, we will be having the final say in this industry. Of course, those companies were still interested in MPEG technology. If they could produce VCD or use the MPEG technology to develop MPEG-2 technology, they would be able to produce DVD. The profits they will get will be higher. If Wind and Rain Electronics still hold on to the MPEG-2 technology, it's okay too. We will set the standards for all the related technologies, and you all will have no choice but to use the MPEG-2 technologies to exchange with us. We will still have profits. Those companies were glad to make profits earlier. They were invited by Feng Yu to this technology authorization tender. Sony, Toshiba, Hewlett-Packard, Pioneer, and many large electronics companies gathered in China again. Previously, they had only sent regular representatives. But now, the lowest-ranked representatives were at least a vice president. All the companies knew the value of this technology. If all the companies worked together and did not introduce DVD temporary, they would make high profits from just VCDs. Wind and Rain Electronics was not able to grow their VCD business was also because of these companies. These companies had worked together to stop VCD players from being popular. If they also produce VCD players, they would help to open up this market. These companies abided by a rule. Profits come first. If companies have a common goal and will get profits, they could forget everything in the past and work together for more profits. Feng Yu, I heard that Wind and Rain Electronics is calling for a technology authorization tender and lots of international electronics companies will be taking part. Why is it not held in Bing City? Zhang Ruiqiang heard news of this tender and called Feng Yu. You also said these are international electronics companies. This technology is also not related to Bing City. Wind and Rain Electronics headquarters is also in Hefei. I set the location in Beijing is because it is more convenient. Furthermore, there will be leaders from the central government participating. If you are interested, I can send you an invitation. You can come over and take a look. Beijing was a big city, and it represented China's image. Bing City was too rural and was not very accessible. The last time, many exhibitors had complained that it was hard to get a taxi in Bing City. Forget it. I am very busy. Just don't forget your hometown the next time. Okay. Songjiang Motorcycles will be introducing its third generation of bikes. Songjiang Light. I am sure Bing City will be bustling with life when it is launched. Zhang Ruiqiang hung up the phone. He was pleased. For Bing City's developments, he got to be shameless at times. Deputy Mayor Liu shook Feng Yu's hands. Manager Feng, thank you so much. Your tender had attracted so many MNC to our city. Mayor Liu, I can't help you much in getting investment from them. It will be up to you to get them to invest. Our company's headquarters is in Hefei. The leaders there are scolding me behind our backs. The leaders there are too much. Why not you move your Wind and Rain Electronics headquarters to Beijing? I will take care of all the paperwork for you and will offset the taxes for 1 year. What do you think? Deputy Mayor Liu joked. Feng Yu smiled and politely rejected his offer. Although he sounded like he was joking, if Feng Yu agreed, Deputy Mayor Liu would surely do what he said. The taxes paid by Wind and Rain Electronics was a significant amount. It would be Deputy Mayor Liu's credit if he could get investments for his city. He did not care which city did he snatch the investments from. Mayor Liu, those foreign businessmen are proud and arrogant. But all of them still have to travel all the way here to buy our technology. So, during the negotiations, you must not give them too many benefits, and you must make sure to protect the environment. We must not let their factories pollute our capital. I know. Actually, it is not suitable to set up factories in Beijing. We will not give them good conditions. But if they are willing to set up their China's branch headquarters in Beijing, we will still give them some preferential policies. Feng Yu was overthinking. Deputy Mayor Liu could climb his way to this position means he was not stupid. He was a smart person. All he wanted was the company and not the factories. The tender is about to start. Let's go, Feng Yu said. Deputy Mayor Liu gave an opening speech. He praised wind and rain electronics, China's electronics industry, and then talk about how business-friendly China was. He hopes the companies will come and invest in China before announcing the start of the tender. Actually, it does not matter whether Deputy Mayor Liu attended this tender. Feng Yu had invited him was only to help him get some credit and to foster a better relationship. The one who decides which company will win the tender was still Feng Yu. Jiang Wanming went up to the stage and looked at the audiences. He was very excited. These were representatives from the top electronics companies, and they were listening to him talk. Jiang Wanming took out a wind and rain VCD player and showed the features. This VCD player was a newer model from the one that was displayed at the electronics exhibition. There were a lot of added features, and it was lighter and smaller. Previously, our country had held a World Consumer Electronics Exhibition, and many of you had noticed our products. Many of you had approached us to buy the authorization for our patents. But at the time, our company had just introduced this product and had rejected most of you. Now, our company realized that one or two companies are not enough to open up this market. For our company's growth and the consumers to enjoy this product earlier, we decided to sell the authorization for our patent to other companies. The authorization is straightforward. We, Wind and Rain Electronics, must get at least $50 patent fees for every VCD player produced. This is because we had invested a lot of money in the R&D for this technology. Sony's representative raised his hand and asked, "Didn't you develop the MPEG-2 technology? Why are you not giving out authorization for that technology?" "We are not interested in the first-generation technology." Jiang Wanming nodded. "Okay. Security, please show the representative from Sony to the door. They are giving up their opportunity to get the authorization. Are there any other companies that are not interested too? You all can leave now." Sony's representative was stunned. "I am kicked out just like that?" Before Sony's representative could argue, two security guards came and dragged him out. The rest of the people from Sony stood up. "Mayor Liu, Minister Zhao, is this the way your country treat your guests?" A Sony representative shouted. Deputy Mayor Liu turned and saw the look in Feng Yu's eyes. He immediately knew Feng Yu's attitude. Before Minister Zhao said anything, Deputy Mayor Liu stood up and said, "We are not the organizer. The organizer of this tender is Wind and Rain Electronics. Also, your company had said that you all are not interested in getting the authorization for the patents. Why are you all here? Are you trying to create trouble here? We have all the rights to ask you to leave." The rest of the representatives were shocked. Didn't they say the Chinese officials like to brown-nose foreigners? Why were they so firm? Jiang Wanming also said, "Can the people from Sony please leave? Please don't delay the rest of the companies from bidding." The representatives from the other companies looked at Sony's people angrily. "Just hurry up and leave. Stop wasting our time." Even the representatives from Toshiba were looking at them. The Sony representatives were furious. They only wanted the second-generation technology. Everyone in the room wanted the latest technology, and they were kicked out just because they voiced it out. Everyone would benefit if Wind and Rain gave out authorizations for the newest technology. Yet no one from other companies said a word to help them. Especially Toshiba. "We are collaborating to set the industry standards. How can you treat us this way?" Sony's representative knew that he would be fired if the rest of the companies got the authorization except for Sony. He would even be blacklisted in the industry. He is finished. After the representatives from Sony left, Jiang Wanming continued, "We will authorize all the interested companies. But there is another condition. If two companies from the same country want the authorization from us, and one of the companies wants exclusive authorization, then the authorization fees will increase by $10. If three companies are competing, then it will be increased by $20. The amount will increase based on the number of companies interested in the authorization." "Mr. Jiang, isn't $50 for a unit too high? Also, this figure is based on the number produced. Shouldn't it be based on the sales figures?" A representative from Pioneer asked. "I said earlier that we had spent a lot on the R&D and the authorization fees will not be cheap. All of you should know how much profits you will get from this technology. I believe that all of your companies had tried to develop your own VCD players. If any of the companies here feels that this authorization fees are too high and cannot accept it, it's fine with me. You all are free to walk away." Jiang Wanming had learned this negotiation style from Feng Yu. "If you are not happy, get lost. There were more than 100 companies here. If you don't want the authorization, there will still be many other companies queuing up. You think the price is high? Then you can choose not to buy it. With Sony as an example, the Pioneer representative immediately replied, "We can accept this. Our company will accept your conditions." The rest of the representatives were cursing in their hearts. "This idiot. If you say you cannot accept this price, we will surely back you up. All of us can work together to lower the fees. Now you say your company will accept this price. There is no way we can bargain." It was also a slip of the tongue. After the representative from Pioneer sat down, he noticed the angry stares, and he realized the mistake he made. He almost slapped himself for talking too much. The rest of the representatives here will surely voice out about the prices. Why did he ask about this first? Can accept the fees? Good. The representatives from the rest of the companies should have decided. Those that wanted the country's exclusive authorization can come over here. The companies that do not want exclusivity and only normal authorization can wait in your seats. A few representatives wanted to stand up, but they saw the rest of the people remained in their seats. They changed their minds. Most of the representatives were laughing at this authorization model in their hearts. What model is this? What's the use if we are the only ones producing VCD players in our country? We will still need to compete with products from other countries. In the end, it will be Wind and Rain Electronics who benefits. We can just cooperate internally. After we got the authorization, we can set up a joint venture factory and earn money together. The company who wants to put their brand on the product will have to give up part of their shares. Countries like Japan and the US have lots of electronics companies. If it was based on $10 per company, then the company who got the exclusive authorization will have to pay at least $200 for every unit manufactured. How much profits can they get after giving so many fees to Wind and Rain? Also, in their country, Wind and Rain VCD were also selling there. Philips will also be competing with them. These companies were not so stupid to opt for exclusive authorization. But these companies did not know that was what Fengyu wanted. He wanted VCD to rise up and force the VHS and Laserdisc systems out of the market. The crucial patent technology was still in Fengyu's hands. He will still be ahead of the rest of the companies. Only Wind and Rain and Philips can produce DVD players in the future. Philips also did not have the rights to authorize other companies to use the technology. A significant portion of the profits will still go into Fengyu's pocket. These people might still make some profits, but the authorization fees paid to Wind and Rain Electronics was not a small amount. Furthermore, Wind and Rain Electronics and Philips will be introducing the Super VCD soon. All these companies will just be paving the way for Wind and Rain Electronics and Philips. No companies want to have the exclusive rights to the technology in their countries? Fine. This is the contract for industry standard technology. Those companies who are interested can come forward to get a copy. You all can sign the contract now if there are no more questions. Once the prepayments are in, you all get the related technologies authorization. Jiang Wanming said with a disappointed look on his face. But it was all an act. Fengyu had told him earlier that no one would be stupid enough to ask for exclusive authorization. Jiang Wanming had expected this too. All these electronics brands will be competing with each other, but the biggest winner will be Wind and Rain Electronics. There were more than 100 world-renowned electronics companies present. Even if half of them signed the contract, the VCD players manufactured annually will be more than 1 million. The VHS player will lose their market share soon and be obsoleted. When there were more VCD players in the market, the demand for VCD disc will increase. Wind and Rain Electronics and Philips had planned for this in advance. They were able to make vast amounts of profits just from producing VCD disc alone. They also wanted to get rid of all their VCD disc to prepare for the production of the bigger storage disc, DVD disc. After these companies got the authorization, Wind and Rain Electronics will announce the number of companies who had bought the rights to use their patents. This will prove that Wind and Rain Electronics is the world's leading electronics company. Their status in the industry and brand value will increase a lot. The representatives of the companies who had signed the contracts were whispering among themselves. Some companies decided to collaborate and manufacture VCD players together, and some gave up. These were small companies. Unlike the big companies, they do not have a reputable brand and had a high cost of production. They also lacked distribution channels. If they were to sign the contract, they would suffer heavy losses. In the end, only 46 companies signed the contract. Among them, 4 were Chinese companies. Those companies that did not buy the authorization left quietly. Those who had purchased the authorization were not happy either. Competition in this industry was intense. The only person smiling was Feng Yu. He had made money out of old technologies. Branding and technology are the lifelines of a company. The companies that bought the authorization could manufacture VCD players long ago. But the patent protection was not over, and they could not produce the VCD players. Although the companies were paying high fees for the authorization, it was still acceptable as there were still profits. Most importantly, companies did not want to miss this opportunity. They could also manufacture VCD players and at the same time, research on new technology. If they could develop newer technologies, they might get more profits in the future. Toshiba also bought the patent authorization. Almost all the big electronics MNC got the authorization. Some of them purchased the authorization by themselves, and some were cooperating with others. Sony was the odd one out. They were kicked out from the start. Norio Oga scolded Sony's representatives when they got back to Japan. Sony had wanted to enter the Chinese market with their VCD players. They had prepared the production lines in their factories, and it was wasted. Sony was not eyeing the profits from VCD players. They wanted to train their staffs to prepare for the upcoming DVD players. The DVD primary technology belongs to Feng Yu, but if Sony were able to set the industry standards successfully, Wind and Rain Electronics would still have to give in to them. DVD disc had higher storage and better picture quality. It can even be used in computers. These were what Sony was after. That's it. Sony cannot manufacture VCD players, and the war for the DVD industry standards was still ongoing. They had invested a lot and got no returns. This was a massive loss for the company. But Sony had partnered with Toshiba to set the DVD industry standards. So, Norio Oga went to look for the president of Toshiba personally to discuss if they could work together to produce VCD players. Sony had prepared the production lines, and they could use it to manufacture VCD players. They only want a share of the profits. If they were able to develop the DVD players together, then their earnings might even be higher than Wind and Rain Electronics. Toshiba considered for a while and agreed to cooperate with Sony. Toshiba had many dealings with Sony and did not want to offend them. But both companies argued over the name of the brand for this VCD player. Toshiba did not agree to name it as Toshiba Sony. Even a shortened name like Toshi Sony was rejected. Toshiba insists on using its brand. Sony had no choice but to give in. In the end, both parties came to an agreement. Sony will own 40% of Toshiba VCD players, and they also had to provide the production facilities, workers, and funds. Toshiba VCD players entered the market. But in Japan, they faced fierce competitions from Sharp, Fujitsu, Panasonic, NEC, etc. All these top electronics companies also introduced their VCD players into the market. The production for Toshiba VCD players was low due to their production capabilities and higher efficiency. But the rest of the companies were strong too. The production cost for companies was about the same. All of them could afford to lower their retail rates to attract consumers. All this while, AIWA company, which had monopolized the Japan VCD market, was quiet. They did not even lower their retail prices. Not only in Japan, but many VCD brands also appeared in Europe, America, and other regions. Even in China, new VCD brands were appearing. Feng Yu does not care about other countries. But he made it clear to the 4 Chinese factories. You all can manufacture VCD players, but if you all want to lower the retail prices to have a price war, then Wind and Rain VCD and Iowa VCD will also enter the price war. When it happens, you all will be finished. Of course, Feng Yu did not ask them to set retail prices high. Feng Yu told them that Wind and Rain Electronics and Iowa Electronics' main target were overseas. But if any one of them wants to create problems for them in their backyard, then don't blame him. Feng Yu will let their VCD players remain on the shelves and loses all their deposits. Those companies that bought the VCD authorization had to place deposits. The companies had to sell at least 10,000 units annually. Wind and Rain Electronics set this as the benchmark and collected deposits from every company. If any company could not fulfill the target, the deposit will be forfeited. The authorization for the second year will end. The deposit for each company was $500,000. There were 46 companies. Just the deposit alone, Wind and Rain Electronics collected $23 million. It was used to expand their production lines to manufacture the more advanced Super VCD. Not only Wind and Rain Electronics, Iowa Electronics, and AIWA companies' factories were upgrading their facilities and expanding their production lines. Now, everyone agreed with Fengyu that the era of VCD had arrived. Fengyu's Super VCD player will be accepted easier by the consumers. The Super VCD player had more storage, better picture quality, and had more functions. Wind and rain will continue to lead the direction of where the industry is heading and get the most significant market share. Although the VCD market share was taken up by many other brands, the market was opened up. Wind and rain electronics profits increased further. Many companies who were manufacturing VCD players were curious why Philips, who was cooperating with Wind and Rain Electronics, did not introduce their VCD players. They should have patent authorization. Also, other than China, the VCD player prices in different markets started to drop. Wind and Rain VCD player and Iowa VCD player sales were declining. Were they giving up on those markets? This should not be the case. The companies felt that it was Wind and Rain Electronics misjudged the market and gave out too many authorizations. This caused their poor performance of their brand of VCD players. Wind and Rain Electronics had made a mistake. They lost the profits from VCD players for some patent authorization fees. The happiest company was Sony. Serve you right. You think you could snatch the market shares from us? You all were only able to seize the music player market from us because we were focusing on the movie and gaming industry. Now, we have taken over your VCD market share. Where is the Super VCD you are boasting about? Not yet developed? The more prosperous the VCD market, the happier Sony was. Although Sony did not make money from the VCD players, Sony's Columbia Pictures movie rights increased in value. Sony might cooperate with Toshiba for the VCD players, but Sony produced the VCD discs themselves. Sony got high profits from the sales of their movie VCD discs. They also owned many movie companies and record labels. Sony was the real winner of this VCD war. Fengyu had asked Fu Guangjing to buy as many movie rights as possible, but some rights could not be purchased. Those companies that were close to Sony refused to sell their rights to Fu Guangjing. But Fengyu was not worried. His partner was Philips. Philips also has its own record labels and lots of connections. Fengyu was able to make use of this. The world's largest VCD disc producer was still Wind and Rain Electronics. The factories not only need to manufacture VCD discs, but they also had to produce Super VCD discs, which will meet the DVD player format. When the Super VCD player was launched, these companies will be crying their hearts out. Brother Feng, why is the Super VCD player not launched yet? I heard from Jiang Wanmeng that the Super VCD technology, your 9 imaging, for channel stereo, countdown timer, etc., are all developed. What are you waiting for? Fu Guangjing was getting impatient. The overseas VCD brands had started to enter the Chinese market and lowered Wind and Rain Electronics profits. Fu Guangjing wanted to introduce the Super VCD player now. Although the technology was not perfect, they can introduce a transition product first. A few months later, they can introduce a better product. It hurts to see money flowing into someone else's pockets. Brother Fu, what's the hurry? The market is booming yet. The traditional VHS is not completely out of the market. The Laserdisc is still making profits. Let's wait for a while more. Fengyu took a sip of his coffee and replied calmly. Wait for the market to be booming. The market is already booming elsewhere outside of China. Many foreigner brands are fighting for market share. Although we are receiving patent fees, the fees compared to the profits if we were to produce ourselves was too low. The authorization fees for a VCD player was $50. But if they were to produce their own VCD players, the profits will be more than $300. Even when there are more brands now, and the profits are declining, there are at least $200 profits. What was Fengyu thinking? Giving up all these profits? Fu Guangjing was overjoyed when Fengyu decided to collaborate with Philips to set the industry standard, increase the R&D funds, and successfully develop the second generation of technology. He knew that if a company set the standard format for an industry, that means the company was one of the top companies in the industry. But you cannot only set the industry standards. Now, many companies were racing to develop their encoding technologies. If you succeed in developing your encoding technology, it's okay. But if you fail, then you will have to follow another company's encoding technology. We will fall behind others. Fu Guangjing wanted to keep their brand's advantage and let Wind and Rain VCD continue to be the world's biggest VCD player manufacturer. They will lead the industry and make profits at the same time. But Feng Yu refused to listen to him. Fu Guangjing understood the importance of beating the traditional VHS and Laserdisc. But what's the difference with beating them 1 year earlier and 1 year later? These were what Feng Yu said in the past. Why was he acting this way now? Brother Fu, don't be too anxious. Soon, those companies will be lagging behind us again. You have also seen the performance of our Super VCD player. But the Super VCD player is still not perfect. It is too heavy, and the production cost could not be lowered. The heat dissipation is another problem. All these need to be sorted out, and it will be sorted out soon. Since we are going to introduce a new product, then we must introduce a different product. We will let the other brands eat our leftovers. How different do you want your Super VCD player to be? It is good enough. Didn't you say the newer technologies are for the DVD players? What if the market is saturated when we introduce our latest product? Fu Guangjing was worried. A family can only afford one VCD player. How many families can afford to buy two? Although the income of most families, especially China, had increased, this VCD player was like TV. Many families will use it for more than 10 years after they bought a TV. As long as it is still working, they will not change it. By the time Wind and Rain introduced the Super VCD, most people would have bought the regular VCD players. The new players might be better, but those people will not change to the newer ones. Even if the market became prosperous, but the market will not belong to only Wind and Rain Electronics and Iowa. Many of those VCD companies were world-class consumer electronics brands. In many regions, they have loyal followers. Even if their products were not as good as other brands, but the consumers will still stick to them. Those top consumer electronics brands had their own territories. It's hard for another brand to enter its territory. Look at Sony Walkman. Even Iowa had overtaken them, but Sony Walkman was still ranked number 2 in the world. It was because Sony still has a lot of loyal followers. Furthermore, it was Sony who allowed Iowa to grow. Now, Feng Yu had increased the number of brands competing in this industry. Wind and Rain VCD players might not be kicked out of the market, but the market share and sales had been declining. If this carries on, this VCD brand might be obsolete. Brother Fu, before the other brands appear, how much is our total VCD player sales? Wind and Rain, Iowa, and AIWA brands add up to about a few 100,000 units. The results are not satisfying. But now, many brands had entered the market. I am not sure of the total number of VCD players sold, but I know how many units of VCD players were produced by them. In less than a month, these companies had produced more than 500,000 units of VCD players. It is more than our previous 2 years of sales. Fu Guangjing frowned. Why was Feng Yu so happy? Shouldn't he be worried? Brother Fu, can you still remember if every household owns a TV when you are young? Feng Yu asked. Although Hong Kong is more advanced than China, when I was young, not every household owns a TV. Even now, there are still households that could not afford a TV. Poor people exist in every region. Brother Fu, that's not what I mean. What I am saying is the popularization rate of the TV. I am not sure about Hong Kong, but I know about China. 10 years ago, it was still the black and white TV era. At that time, most households in China cannot afford a TV. TVs were only bought at people's wedding. 5 years ago, black and white TV died out and were replaced by color TV. Now, even with color TV, people want clearer and bigger screens. This is the trend. But did you realize that TV technology has been evolving and the number of users kept increasing? Every time the TV technology evolves, the number of users increases. This was what happened when TV evolves from black and white to color. It was the same when the TV screen increases from 10+ inches to 20+ inches. The initial TV market was created by the black and white TVs, and it was the color TVs that made the market prosperous. In the end, it was those companies that produce big screen TV that gets most of the market shares. Fu Guangjing was confused. Are you saying that we are the black and white TVs and those companies are the color TVs? We will be the brands that will produce better quality color TV. Feng Yu nodded. The future of VCD will be the same as TV. Every household will be buying one, and the market is vast. We do not need to worry now. We will focus on developing new technologies and nurture the market. Those companies are opening up the market for us. When other brands were trying to gain more market shares, Feng Yu's brands were not in a rush. The production rates were the same as before. Although the sales were not declining too much, it was still declining gradually. Other brands saw Wind and Rain Electronics did not introduce their new Super VCD player and thought it was just a marketing gimmick. All the companies were racing to develop new DVD technologies, and if they succeeded, they might be able to control the market. Thomas also asked Feng how long more they should wait. Their production lines were already modified and had understood all the technologies given to them by Wind and Rain Electronics. They could start manufacturing the Super VCD anytime. Feng told him to wait for another 1 to 2 months before they introduced the Super VCD player. Now, they should continue to develop the DVD players. The target was to launch the DVD players 2 years after the Super VCD. Wind and Rain Electronics was now focusing on developing the DVD optical drive. VCD optical drive was good, but it was still not good enough. The optical drive supplied to Lenovo could only read data from the disk and could not write any data into the disk. Feng wanted the optical drive to have the function of storing data into the disk. This way, his optical drives could replace the floppy disk. If Feng could monopolize this market, then all the PC manufacturers had to look for Wind and Rain to cooperate. He will be able to gain higher profits. Of course, Feng wanted Lenovo's PC to be the first to have this optical drive. This way, Lenovo would be able to gain more market share and increase its brand value. After all, he has shares in this company. Give Lenovo the authorization to use the patent? Of course not. But Feng was willing to exchange this patent for more shares. Lenovo will not reject this offer as they knew this was their opportunity to enter the world market. Their brand value and profits will also increase. They will be willing to give up some shares in exchange. Even if Lenovo does not want to trade, Feng could top up the offer with cash. As long as Lenovo was willing to sell its shares, Feng would be ready to buy. Not only Lenovo's brand and technologies, but Lu Chuanji was also crucial. Feng felt that Lu Chuanji was more critical than Lenovo itself. Time passes very fast, and it was June. As an exchange student, Feng handed a few assignments and took a simple exam. He does not need to worry about the rest of the paperwork. This year's May holidays, Lina did not come to Hong Kong. It was because Feng had returned to China and went to look for her. It was their 3rd year, and they had lots of lessons to attend. Feng must get back to Beijing soon. As the most prominent exchange student who went to Hong Kong for 2 semesters and Beijing University's special treatment student, Feng did not leave a deep impression with the Hong Kong University. It was due to him skipping lots of classes. The classes Feng attended the most was Professor Liang's classes. He was not able to recruit Professor Liang, but luckily Professor Liang had agreed to help him if he were to face the overseas financial predators in the future. Feng's biggest gain from this trip to Hong Kong knew a few Hong Kong tycoons' second generations. Some of these wealthy second generations were really good for nothing, and some, like Li Zikai, were outstanding. These were all Feng's connections and will help him in the future. Feng also noticed Li Zikai was very capable, at least more capable than him. Of course, it was because Feng was lazy. Feng always felt that if others could do his work for him, why should he do it himself? Many people wanted to be the boss of a company was to enjoy the feeling of being high up and making decisions. But it was different for Feng. He wants to be the boss was to make more money and make sure the companies were heading in the right direction. He was also very generous and was willing to give the company's shares to those management staffs and let them run the company. He had never interfered with the hiring of the middle management staffs, other than the person in charge of the finances. Even for companies like Liaha and Bing City Pharmaceutical Enterprise, Feng only bought a stake in the companies and offered some suggestions. He was not the one who makes the final decision in these companies. But the more Feng behaved this way, the more others were willing to listen to his suggestions. Because all of them knew that all of Feng's recommendations were right. After listening to Feng's advice, the companies grew rapidly. Although Feng invested in these companies and took away a portion of their profits, the overall earnings were way higher than before. Feng's specialization was in the financial market. Although he had learned a bit on management in school, it was still not enough compared to those wealthy second generations. Feng handed almost everything to others, from the procurement of raw materials to production and sales. What he did was only to give suggestions, set the general direction of the company, and invest in the company. In Feng's previous life, those super tycoons did not only invest in one company or product. Even Bill Gates also owns the shares of many other companies. Many of the conglomerates also did not focus on one industry. They will diversify their business. Just like Lenovo and Fengyu's previous life. It was a software company initially, but it expands into real estate, retail, computers, software, apparels, and food industry. There was a benefit for doing this. If any one industry was not doing well, the rest of the sectors could still help the company gain profits. But the disadvantage for doing this was the company's resources will be diversified too. This will result in the company unable to get the most out of every industry. Fengyu's investments do not have these worries. His investments were separated from each other. Other than wind and rain, he does not need to worry about the rest of the brands like Taihua brand, Aiwa, Liaha, Songjiang Motors, 6 Sense. These companies might be related to each other, but most of them were individual companies in their own industries. Fengyu was able to get the most profits out of every company. His wealth was growing at an alarming rate. No one knows how much money Fengyu have. The only person who knew how much money he has was Fengyu. When Fengyu combines all his wealth together, that will be the time he will go on the offensive. By that time, he should have more than 10 billion US dollars. He would be able to make a killing in the financial markets during the coming financial crisis, with the funds raised from the Hong Kong and China tycoons. Fengyu returned to Beijing after his exam at Hong Kong University. It was time for Wind and Rain Electronics' next step. Now, all sorts of VCD player brands had appeared all over the world. The traditional VHS market had shrunk. All the manufacturers were losing money. Some of the big brands stopped their production of VHS players. This was because they had the authorization to use VCD technology. Those smaller factories went burst. They had tried to sell their VHS players at a loss, but no one wants to buy them. This was like after the appearance of mobile phones. No one wants to purchase pagers. When all the companies were negotiating on the retail price to protect their profits, Wind and Rain did something unexpected. Wind and Rain VCD player had a promotion for their price cuts. Wind and Rain Electronics had invented the VCD player, and the initial prices were set by them. After the authorization was issued to the other companies and other brands of VCD players appeared, Wind and Rain Electronics was still selling their VCD players at 3,000 renminbi. Sony and the other companies were still laughing at Wind and Rain. You think Wind and Rain is a big brand? Is your brand value as high as Sony? You will fail if you try to make use of your brand to increase your profits. This was the truth. Wind and Rain VCD player sales start to decline. When Sony's Norio Oga knew about this, he was overjoyed. Do you think you can sell your VCD players at such high prices because you are the ones who produce it first? Are you regretting? Your high prices are causing you to fail. But now, Wind and Rain VCD players suddenly announced a promotion and price cuts. It was a massive price cut. The VCD player retail prices had dropped to 1,999 renminbi from 3,000 renminbi. The other companies were selling their players at over 2,000 renminbi. Wind and Rain was a few hundred RMB cheaper. At the same time, Aiwa VCD and Aiwa VCD also announced their price cuts. It was the same as Wind and Rain. The other brands were stunned. The consumers will no longer buy their VCD players. These three brands were the oldest brand of VCD players. This year, RMB suddenly depreciated against other currencies. Last year, the rates of RMB against USD was about 5.8:1. Now, it was 8.2:1. That means $50 of authorization fees were equivalent to more than 400 renminbi. The difference in retail prices of Wind and Rain VCD players against other brands was about $50. All the companies were furious. Wind and Rain Electronics was too much. They lowered their retail prices, and the other companies had to follow. They had to lower their retail prices to about $200. Their production cost was about $100, and the authorization fees were $50. There were not many profits left. Almost all the profits were taken away by Wind and Rain Electronics. The most frustrating part was Wind and Rain did not lower their retail prices after they issue out the authorization. If Wind and Rain dropped the prices from the start before the other companies expanded their factories, the losses would not be so high. Now, the companies had increased their production and their profits dropped. It will be hard for them to survive. Fengyu had been waiting and maintaining the retail prices for this moment. He wanted to wait until those big brands expanded their operations and then lower the prices. He wants to use this opportunity to wear them out. Feng Yu knew clearly the production cost of a VCD player. In the past, the cost of producing a wind and rain VCD player was more than 1,000 renminbi. But as the factory scale increased, workers became trained, and the efficiency of the facilities upgraded, the cost dropped to about 600 renminbi. This also showed that Feng Yu's profits were way higher than other companies. The production cost of other companies should be more than 1,000 renminbi. Those companies had just expanded their scale. Their workers were still not familiar with the production process. Some of the core techniques were not sold to them, and these caused their production cost to remain on the high side. Actually, this was still fine for the companies. If their production cost was about 1,000 renminbi, they could sell the players at 2,000 renminbi. But these companies still had to pay taxes, transport, and sales cost. Their profits will not be high, especially in Chinese companies. The earnings for one VCD player was about $50. But Feng Yu's sudden price cuts had killed these overseas brands. There was no way for them to continue manufacturing VCD players. They had two possible solutions. First, companies can produce VCD players in China. This way, the companies will not have to pay the import duties and lower the cost of transportation. But the companies had to build factories in China. The investment will be huge. The second solution was to withdraw from the Chinese market. Most of the overseas brands chose to withdraw from the Chinese market. The companies also withdraw from the region where AIWA had branch factories. These factories were also producing Aiwa, AIWA, and Wind and Rain brand of VCD players. But those companies realized that they had handed over most of Asia, Europe, and US markets to Wind and Rain. How can this be done? The companies had just opened up the market, and when they were about to see the profits, they had to give up the market. They had been busy for nothing. In the end, these companies came to an agreement. They will only withdraw from the Chinese market. In other regions, these companies had bigger factories than AIWA. They will be able to compete with them. Most importantly, if these companies withdraw from these areas, they will lose their VCD market share and the DVD market in the future. There was nothing these companies could do about this. They also dropped their retail prices. After all, these companies still have a small profit after the price cut. But if they withdraw from these regions, they will not even get this small profit. Price cuts were the fastest and simplest way to get the market share. In Feng Yu's previous life, many brands used this method to gain market shares fast. When they have obtained the market share, they will increase the retail prices for more profits. After Feng Yu used this strategy, the Wind and Rain VCD player market share increased to 50% again. This figure was still increasing as their sales rise. The overseas market sales also increase. Once again, Feng Yu had the upper hand. Jiang Wanming and the rest also noticed that after the price cuts, their profits did not drop as there was an increase in sales. These few months, the sales of VCD discs had increased beyond their imagination. Wind and Rain Electronics had received more profits than before. There was still the authorization fees collected from the various companies. Feng Yu started the second phase of his promotion campaign after the other companies dropped their retail prices. Buy a VCD player and receive free movie and music discs. Buy one and receive two free. This promotional effort was too big. Most of the people bought this VCD player to watch movies, listen to music, or to sing. The consumers had to buy the player and the disc. The total amount of consumers had to spend was a lot. It was like buying a car and paying for petrol. The consumers might not feel the pinch when they purchased the discs. But if they total up the amount spent on discs, it was a lot. The cost of one disc, including the copyrights, transportation, etc., was not more than 10 renminbi. The free discs were worth only 20 renminbi. Manager Feng, our sales had increased again. This promotion you suggested was too worthwhile. Jiang Wanming said excitedly. This is nothing. The next promotion will be a lucky draw. Whoever that bought our product will entitle to a lucky draw. The top prize will be a full rebate of the things the consumer purchase. The second prize will be a rebate of 50%. The third prize will be the bladeless fan. The consolation prize will be a movie or music VCD disc. Everyone will win something. Feng Yu made use of some of the promotion strategies used in his previous life. Those big brands did not know who to set up a good promotion campaign, and they will fail. The other VCD player brands went crazy when the second phase of the promotion started. Shouldn't this promotion end after some time? This promotion had been ongoing for almost 2 weeks. Now, the second phase started. Who will do such things? The other companies also realized that other than giving out some discs, there was still a lucky draw. Only a handful will be able to win the top prize, and 99% of the time, customers will be able to win a VCD disc. This resulted in many consumers preferring to buy wind and rain VCD players. Almost everyone in this world loves small surprises in their life. Sony was the first company to react. This was because Sony was the world's #2 VCD disc producer. Although Sony had made profits from the discs, compared to Wind and Rain Electronics, Wind and Rain Electronics made more. Despite Philips not manufacturing VCD players, but they produced VCD discs. They were now the world's #3 VCD disc producers. It was because Fengyu had told Philips, and Philips gave up the idea of producing VCD players and focus on the discs manufacturing technologies. Of course, in about 1 month, Philips will also introduce the Super VCD players. Philips does not want to produce cheap goods. They only want to sell the best products. This was their brand's positioning. Having price cuts promotions will affect their brand image, and this was not what Philips wanted. But Fengyu was willing to do this. Anyway, there was still profits in the VCD players after the price cuts. Wind and Rain brand will also increase their influences. As for his brand image, Fengyu still have other tricks up his sleeves. Giving out some discs? We had already accepted the price cuts. What's the big deal of giving out some discs? We can also do the same promotions. So, all the VCD manufacturers started to reduce their prices and giving away free VCD discs. Wind and Rain VCD players were giving away 2 discs as free gifts. We will give out 3 or even 5 discs. You have a lucky draw? We will also do the same. The lucky draw model will be exactly the same as yours, but the prizes will be better. We will give out our other products. At the same time, we can clear our remaining stocks. Jiang Wanmeng called Fengyu to tell him that the other companies started to imitate their promotions. Especially Toshiba. Their promotions were almost identical to theirs. If this carries on, the other companies' sales will increase back to normal. Other brands started to imitate them? It's fine. Fengyu still have lots of tricks in his mind. In his previous life, he had seen all sorts of promotions. Many of those were invented by the Chinese, and the Chinese were the best in coming out with all kinds of promotions. Although Fengyu had not done any promotions in his life, he had seen too many of these. He could easily just name a few and let those companies unable to catch up with them. After the second phase of the promotions, Fengyu made those companies who bought the authorizations vomit blood again. Those companies thought the second phase was the end, but the third phase of the promotion started. Summer holiday sales. Students will get a 10% discount. Those VCD player companies were stunned. What the hell was this promotion? VCD players were considered home appliances in the US. How could a student afford it? Even if the students wanted to buy, can they afford it? Anyone who can prove their students will get a 10% discount? This will be a fruitless approach. The other companies were laughing at Wind and Rain, but they realized something was off. Many parents brought their kids to buy VCD players. Their kids were students, but they do not have money. It's all right. Their parents can afford it. The tragedy of those VCD player manufacturers started again. Their sales dropped further, and Wind and Rain sales increases. This type of promotion had purposely left a loophole for the consumers. This will let the consumers feel they had gotten a good deal and had taken advantage of the promotion. But the purpose of this promotion was to sell the products to the consumers and let the brand enter the households. When the third phase of the promotion started, the second phase did not end. Both promotions were ongoing at the same time. The other VCD players manufacturers were under enormous pressure. But when the other companies tried to follow Wind and Rain's promotions, they realized that the results were not satisfactory. This was because those families that wanted to buy VCD players had already bought them, like Wind and Rain, and Iowa's third phase promotions only lasted for 3 days. Most of the consumers had already purchased the VCD players. The sales from the 3 days of promotion were more than the previous month's sales. What made the other companies speechless was this promotion continued after 3 days. The reason given was the consumers wanted this promotion to be extended. What nonsensical reason was this? The consumers want your VCD players for free. Why didn't you give in to their demands? Although the other companies were feeling helpless, they have to admit that Wind and Rain, Iowa, and AIWA brands were better than them. These 3 companies caused them to have lots of stock stuck in their warehouse. The companies noticed another critical problem. The patent authorization fees paid to Wind and Rain Electronics was based on the number of VCD players produced, and their VCD players remained unsold. They could not make any profits, and Wind and Rain was still collecting the authorization fees from them. The companies understood why Wind and Rain Electronics did not react when they dropped the VCD players' prices a few months ago. Wind and Rain wanted them to increase their production. Now the companies increased their operations and production. Wind and Rain VCD players suddenly dropped their prices and come up with so many promotions. Their purpose was to let these companies have a severe stockpile of VCD players. This blow was heavy. The companies were stuck in between. If they continue to drop their prices, they will not have any profits. If they do nothing, the sales of all the brands added up will be less than Wind and Rain. They will also have no profits. The companies finally saw how despicable Wind and Rain Electronics. Initially, the companies felt $50 authorization fees were not high, and they thought they had gotten a good deal. But in the end, it was a trap. The companies introduced so many brands into the market and won against the traditional VHS and Laserdisc. They thought it was time for them to reap the benefits. But what was waiting for them was the summer heat. Wind and Rain, Iowa and AIWA brands were shining like three suns burning them. The companies were suffering under the suns. They could not see the fruits of the labor as they were almost dried out. Damn, every one of us planted fruit trees. Your fruits are bigger and tastier, and it's fine with us. But you turned around and killed all our trees. We did not even see the fruits. The most frustrating part is you are the one who sold us the fruit tree seedlings. All of us are left standing by the side looking at you sell the fruits. Sony was the happiest among the companies. Other companies were losing money, and luckily, Sony did not manufacture the VCD players themselves. They had cooperated with Toshiba. They suffered some losses in the VCD player venture, but their VCD discs were selling fast. The discs were more profitable than the players. The companies that laughed at Sony in the past were stunned. Thomas came to China again to discuss with Feng Yuan when they should introduce the Super VCD players. Although they had agreed that Philips will not introduce the ordinary VCD players, but the Super VCD player technologies were ready, Thomas felt that it was a waste of time to continue waiting. Mr. Feng, we had agreed that we will introduce the Super VCD players in September, but the VCD player market is on the rise now, and the traditional VHS players are history. Should we bring forward the date for the Super VCD? Thomas asked. Feng Yu nodded. Of course. There are no problems with technologies. We can introduce the first generation this year and the second generation next year. But I suggest we should have differences in our exterior designs, like the position of the buttons and colors. But the remote control should be the same. I understand and know that you Chinese likes red color. We will give up on red color and use other colors. We will use silver, gray, and black colors mainly, and 2 colors in a design. We can introduce 3 different models with different colors. Thomas had already thought of the designs and chose the popular colors usually used for mainstream home appliances. Okay, then we will give up a gray color and we'll use other colors to match it. We will use the same colors for the amplifier as the Super VCD players. Is it fine with you? The amplifier can also be called loudspeakers. It was one of the fundamental components of a sound system. It will amplify the sound to a better effect like a home cinema and karaoke. The Philips amplifier is called an AV amplifier. There were 4 sound channels and surround sound. When people were watching movies, the surround sound will be more realistic and feels like watching a movie in the cinema. This feature was mainly designed to target consumers who like to watch movies at home. AIWA's amplifier was the hi-fi amplifier. Hi-fi or high fidelity have only 2 sound channels and was most suitable to be used for music. This function main customer segment were the KTV, nightclubs, and lounges. This technology was not complicated. Philips and AIWA had been producing speakers, and both companies had exchanged their technologies and upgraded their technology. Then what free gifts should we give out with our Super VCD players? Other than a music disc, should we still give out other things? Thomas was asking for advice. Wind and Rain Electronics was better than them at promotions. 2 microphones, a cleaning solution for cleaning the discs, and a VCD storage box. Mr. Feng, I know the microphones are for singing, and the cleaning solution is to clean the disc. Giving all these to our customers are normal. But what's the use of giving out a VCD storage box? Thomas was puzzled. It did not make sense to give out the storage box. Feng Yu smiled and asked, Mr. Thomas, if you have a big TV cabinet at home and there is only a small TV on it, won't you feel uncomfortable? Will you want to buy a bigger TV to place in your TV cabinet? Thomas replied, I will. But a lot of households can only afford smaller TVs. Feng Yu snapped his fingers. That's right. They can only afford smaller TVs. Although they wish to buy bigger TVs, they will not bear to spend the money. But the discs are different. A disc costs only $2 to $3, and the more expensive ones cost $5. Don't you think those who bought the VCD players will not want to buy more discs when they see an empty VCD storage box? Thomas's eyes brightened up and said excitedly, Mr. Feng, you are a genius. That's right. Many people might not be willing to spend money to get a new TV, but they can afford to buy discs to fill up the empty storage box. Even kids can afford. If there is only a disc in the storage box, most people will feel uncomfortable and will buy more discs to fill it up. We are two of the biggest supplier of original VCDs in the world. There is a high chance of them buying our discs. In Feng Yu's previous life, he had experienced this. He bought a VCD player, and a disc storage box came with it as a free gift. He also felt uncomfortable when he saw one disc in the box. He also wants to fill up the box with discs. He can put the box aside, but he felt it was a waste. VCD storage box should be placed next to the VCD player. The old TV cabinet was really a cabinet, and there were drawers at the bottom. But the newer TV cabinets were designed differently. There were 2 to 3 shelves, and were used to place the VCD players or speakers. The drawer is at the bottom under the shelves, and it is for storing the discs or controllers. Some of the TV cabinets have a plastic tray attached for storing discs. Those who own a VCD player will not get used to seeing the tray being empty. They will buy more discs to fill it up. This disc storage box was designed for those who did not have a TV cabinet. After one box was filled, most people will buy a second box. This was to entice the consumers to spend more. Mr. Thomas, our biggest competitor in the disc market is Sony. Our main market is in Asia, and your market is in Europe. We will surround Sony in the US market. Okay, we must control the VCD market together. Thomas nodded. How much is Philips's retail price for the Super VCD player? Feng Yu asked. $400? Will it be too high? Thomas asked. The production cost of the Super VCD player was slightly higher than ordinary VCD player. The cost of the Super VCD player was about $100. The retail prices of VCD players currently were about $300, and Thomas was worried that he had priced the Super VCD players too high. After he finished, he saw Feng Yu shook his head. How can you price it at $400? I think it should be priced at about $500. Feng Yu replied. The price was not too high? Feng Yu felt it was priced too low? Thomas was confused. Why Feng Yu wanted to set the retail price so high? Was it to stimulate the ordinary VCD player sales? But Philips was not selling VCD players. Mr. Thomas, are you thinking that $500 is too high? Don't worry. This is because our Super VCD features are much better than the ordinary VCD players. Also, the discs we are going to introduce will all bigger storage discs. Those normal VCD players might not be able to read them. What I wanted is to create 2 tiers for VCD players, just like black and white TV and color TV. Color TV is priced more than double black and white TV, but many people still prefer to buy a color TV. The Super VCD player is considered the higher tier product in the VCD players. I will lower the prices of normal VCD players further to show the difference. Feng Yu explained. You're going to lower the retail prices for the normal VCD players further? The prices of normal VCD players will be lowered to about $200. This way, the other VCD player brands will be beaten by us. They had opened up the market for us, but they are not allowed to take a bite of this cake. Feng Yu smiled. Then, when will we introduce the Super VCD player? August 1st. It will be launched everywhere at the same time. In China, August 1st was an important date. But the Super VCD picked this date to be launched was not to honor the Chinese Communist Party. It was because this was the date where Taiwan Supermarket opens. Taiwan Supermarket was initially scheduled in July, but because of some issues with the renovation and tenants, there were some delays with some stores. To ensure all the stores opened on the same day, the opening was postponed. Fu Guangjing had suggested renting spaces from existing shopping malls. The cost will be lower, and they could open more supermarkets at the same time. But Feng Yu rejected this suggestion. Renting shopping malls might be cheaper initially. But once the supermarket became popular, the malls will increase the rentals. Even if you signed a 10 years contract with the malls, what will you do after 10 years? Move the supermarket to elsewhere? Customers will be lost. Regular customers were critical to a supermarket. There is another news this year. Fu Guangjing did not notice it, but Feng Yu caught it. China had announced a reform on the practice of assigning jobs to the graduates. From 1996 onwards, graduates will no longer be assigned jobs. Those graduates will no longer be given higher management positions once they graduate from university, and they will be the same as everyone else. This was proposed and started in 1992. From 1992, the number of government jobs given to graduates was reducing. Of course, although it stated that this policy started in 1992, but most of the graduates were still recruited by the state-owned enterprises and government agencies. They will begin as staff members, but these people were to be trained to be section-level ranks. Once they are promoted, they will be deputy section chiefs. Those master degree holders will be given the position of section chief once they enter the government agencies. On paper, these benefits will be removed, but Feng Yu knew that this will still be ongoing for at least 5 years. Those students that did not get assigned with jobs were those with lousy grads. The ones with above-average grades will be recruited by various agencies. Some of them were even selected before they graduate. This policy will filter out those lazy students, and those who studied hard will not have to worry. Also, there were more and more private companies, especially in the coastal regions. Many graduates were not willing to enter the government agencies as they could not apply what they learned in school there. Without job assigning, there were also problems. One of the biggest challenges was the introduction of social insurance. Those that worked for the private companies will no longer be given housing from their companies. This was good news to the commercial housing. Housing prices might not increase overnight, but they will inevitably rise. Not only private houses, but even commercial buildings' prices will also increase. Commercial buildings' prices rise faster than private housing. If they were to lease commercial spaces now, then the rental will surely be sky high after the contract ends in 10 years. If they were to buy the shopping malls now, they could still rent it out to others. The value of the malls will increase gradually. Even if the supermarket was not doing well, they could sell off the mall in the future for a profit. Even if they can carry on collecting rents, they will not suffer any losses. The Chinese economy was still not well developed. Feng Yu might feel supermarkets could do well, but he also did not want to increase the scale so fast. If the returns from this investment are good this year, they can increase their scale next year by getting loans. None of the 20 hypermarket storefronts was 100% rented out. There were still many empty stores remaining. But all of them were confident that after the hypermarkets were opened, there will be people going up to them to rent the spaces. Fu Guangjing and Li Zikai were more optimistic than Feng Yu. They firmly believed that this operation model, which was popular in overseas and Hong Kong, will be successful in China. Furthermore, they had started marketing this hypermarket a long time ago. Also, they still have not used their most important promotion tool. In another 2 days, Superman Li and Fu Rongbing will be coming to Beijing to meet with the top officials, and it will be reported on the CCTV news. The opening ceremony will also be on the news. There will be a nationwide TV station giving Tai Hua supermarket publicity. What's there to worry about? No other company in China will get such advertising when they open for business. How could they fail? Of course, CCTV promotion was not enough. They had invited the provincial leaders from various provinces to the opening ceremonies. After all, the hypermarkets will bring up the economy in their provinces, and why would those leaders reject this invitation? At first, they could only invite the city's leaders. But Fu Guangjing told the provincial leaders that Hong Kong's richest man, Superman Li, and head of Hong Kong's biggest supermarket chain, Fu Rongbing, will be attending the opening ceremony of the Beijing hypermarket headquarters. One of China's top officials will also be attending. The provincial leaders did not care if Superman Li will be at the opening ceremony. They have nothing to do with him, even if he was Hong Kong's richest man. But when they heard that one of China's top officials will be there at the opening ceremony, they agreed. What connections and background did this hypermarket chain have to invite a top official? The provincial leaders had to put up a show even if they were unwilling to attend. China's top official will be attending, and as subordinates, they had to sing the same tune. Those leaders also realized that this Tai Hua supermarket might be more profitable than they imagine. This supermarket chain had opened a branch in their city, and it will be good for them too. This will be some credits which will help in their promotion, and all of them did not want to miss this opportunity. But these provincial leaders were not enough. Since it was the grand opening, then it should be grand. Feng Yu used his connections to invite guests to the opening of their branches in every province. The distributors and dealers of Taihua Trading, the general manager of Iowa Pagers, Wind and Rain Electronics general manager, Liaha's Zhongqing Xian, Lenovo's Lu Chuanji, Little's Tyrants Duan Yongping, Taihua Agriculture Food Factories Zhang Ming, Bing City's machinery companies Li Mingda, and all the branch factories directors were invited to attend the opening ceremony of their nearest Taihua supermarket branch. Of course, Li Zikai also invited the Li family's connections in China to attend. Some of Taihua supermarket suppliers and representatives of the brands who had rented stores in the hypermarket were also invited. Feng Yu checked the name list, and there should be at least 3 prominent figures at each branch for the opening ceremonies. This will surely create hype. The leaders of each province will attend the opening ceremony, and how could the provincial TV station and newspaper not report about this event? This will be a free advertisement for Taihua Supermarket. Currently, Feng Yu was sitting in Deputy Station Chief Jia's office, discussing the possibilities of making a special episode on Taihua Supermarket on the day of opening. The program was not all about complaining or exposing bad deeds. It will also praise good deeds once in a while. This supermarket chain was an investment by Hong Kong's top tycoon, and it was his way of showing his support of Hong Kong's unification with China. This was worth reporting. Other than the 7 p.m. news, there will be news aired in different time slots. Can you air more footages of Taihua Supermarket during the different time slots? We are so close with each other. Come on, don't be stingy. Deputy Station Chief Jia just stood there listening and looking at Feng Yu bragging, not saying a word. Chief Jia, say something. Just tell me whether if you agree or not. Feng Yu was slightly pissed. Manager Feng, it is only the opening ceremony of your shopping mall, and CCTV had already given you 2 minutes of airtime in the news. That's 2 minutes. You are still not satisfied? It will not be easy for me to increase the time of the footage, and you even want to be featured on and other news slots? Do you think I have the authority to approve it? When Feng Yu came to visit Chief Jia was still treating him nicely. If Chief Jia knew that Feng Yu was there to make such harsh demands, he would hide from him. Chief Jia, it's not the same. CCTV News is reporting because the top officials will be attending the opening ceremony. How can 2 minutes airtime be enough? You can even tell your audiences the full story. We are reporting the news. We are not advertising for you. Deputy Chief Jia retorted. How about I make some donations for your TV station? Come on. Enough. Our TV station dare not to take money from you. Our premiere only gets 5 minutes of airtime on tomorrow's news. You think the opening ceremony of supermarkets will get the same treatment? Furthermore, is to praise companies that had outstanding results. You all still have not achieved any results, and you want to be featured. Then what about the news and other time slots? You should be able to give us more airtime in other time slots. Can't you report on Superman late? Feng Yu insisted. Yes, we can, but the airtime will not be too long. The morning and afternoon news also have timing restrictions. But I must make things clear with you. The interview cannot be conducted in from of your supermarkets. Don't think I don't know you are trying to do product placement. Deputy Chief Jia stared at Feng Yu. Damn, old Jia had become smarter. Superman Lee is here for the opening of the supermarket. If he is not standing at the supermarket entrance, where should he stand? Also, Hong Kong's Fu family Fu Rongbing will also be present. The Fu family's total wealth is higher than the Li family and can be considered more influential than them. I want CCTV to interview the representative of the Fu family. I remember our CCTV have a talk show. If someone from the Fu family showed their support on Hong Kong's return to China on a CCTV program, it would be good for our government. Feng Yu threw a bait at Chief Jia. Someone from the Fu family agrees to be interviewed by us? Are you sure? You think I will lie about this? I am very close with the Fu family. Feng Yu patted his chest. Fu Guangjing is also a member of the Fu family, and he was the representative of the Fu family in China. Okay, then I will give you 2 to 3 minutes of airtime in the morning and afternoon news. But it will still depend on the higher-ups. If there is no important news to be reported, then it should not be a problem. What about? Feng Yu asked. You just won't give up. How about this? If you all can achieve outstanding results after 1 month, then it should not be a problem to be featured on. Our CCTV program does not only report on state-owned enterprises. We also report on other companies. Deputy Chief Jiao replied. Deal. Chief Jiao, I heard that the station chief will be retiring after this year, and you will be taking over his position. Congratulations. Feng Yu smiles. It's not confirmed yet. Although Chief Jia said it was not confirmed, but from his facial expression, it was already confirmed he will be promoted in a few months. Chief Jia, if you need any help from me, just tell me. We are good friends, and I will do my best to help you. Feng Yu proudly said. Thank you. I will surely look for you if I needed any help. Chief Jia, tomorrow is the opening of Tai Hua Supermarket. Are you coming? Feng Yu invited him. It's not suitable for me to be there. I will drop by some other time. Chief Jia promised. He wanted to be safe and steady until he takes over the post of station chief. If he gets too much limelight, he might get into trouble. Okay. Oh, here is a gift from our Tai Hua Supermarket. Feng Yu took out a stack of cards and passed it to Chief Jia. What's this? Chief Jia asked. From the way Feng Yu speaks, he seems to be giving him some special gift. But this card was not a bank card. Feng Yu also knew that he does not accept bribes. It's a shopping card for our supermarkets. You can use it at any of our supermarkets. The value of the card is written at the back. You can use these cards as benefits for your staffs. These are just some small gifts from us. If there is nothing else, I will leave now. There are still many things to do in the company. Superman Li is in Beijing, Fu Rongbing in Shanghai, Fu Guangjing in Jinling, Li Zikai in Shancheng, and Feng Yu had to go to Hangzhou. All of them were separated into different provinces to ensure there will be someone important at the opening ceremony of every branch. After Feng Yu left, Deputy Chief Jiao looked at the stack of shopping cards. He flipped it over and looked at the value. Damn! Feng Yu's small gift to him was not small. There were 3 different values for the cards. 500, 1,000, and 3,000 renminbi. The total value of all the cards was more than 15,000 renminbi. It was several times his annual salary. But Feng Yu had said that these cards were for CCTV staffs and not for him. This was why he accepted it. But if he knew the value of the cards earlier, he will not take it. But Deputy Chief Jia needs to win over people's support for his upcoming promotion. Feng Yu's gift came just at the right time. He had accepted a favor from Feng Yu, and he will return the favor to Feng Yu in the future. Anyway, Feng Yu's businesses were all legit, and no one will say anything when he returns the favors. Today is the opening of our Tai Hua Supermarket Corporation's 20 hypermarkets all over China. We set up this hypermarket is to let our customers experience better shopping experiences and convenience. We will ensure the customers will get everything they needed in our hypermarkets. I represent Tai Hua Supermarket Corporation to invite our Beijing Secretary of Municipal Party Committee and Beijing Mayor to cut the ribbon with me. Superman Li stood on the stage and made a speech. Beijing's Secretary of Municipal Party Committee also represented Beijing to make a speech. He thanked Tai Hua Supermarket Corporation to build such a convenient shopping outlet for the residents. Bang, bang, bang. 20 big confetti cannons were launched, and Superman Li, Beijing's Secretary of Municipal Party Committee and Beijing Mayor cut a long red statin to announce the opening. There was also a special guest present at the ceremony. Iron Fist Zhu was the first person to enter Tai Hua Supermarket. He was there to experience the new shopping experience. Iron Fist Zhu was satisfied with Tai Hua Supermarket using confetti cannons instead of firecrackers. The reason given was firecrackers were dangerous and will pollute the air. There were many guests at the opening ceremony, and it's better to be safe. Why did Tai Hua Supermarket use 20 confetti cannons? It was because 20 branches were opening at the same time. It was the world's first corporation to open 20 hypermarkets at the same time. World's first. This made Iron Fist Zhu happy. This shows that China was developing fast and had caught up with the rest of the world. Mr. Li, can we enter? Mr. Zhu, please enter. Superman Li smiled and entered the hypermarket with Iron Fist Zhu. Why is this place so spacious? Iron Fist Zhu asked curiously. After entering the supermarket, there was a big empty space. Wasn't this a waste of space? We have high customer traffic, and we need this place to be more spacious. Also, this place leads to the elevator and stairs. To prevent overcrowding, we did not display any goods here. The supermarket manager explained. The supermarket manager was very excited today. He got the chance to speak to Iron Fist Zhu and walk beside him around the supermarket. It was an honor. Iron Fist Zhu looks around him and noticed something. There was a picture on the floor tiles. It was a familiar picture. Isn't this Wind and Rain logo? It's that Xiaofeng's company. This picture is advertisement. Wind and Rain brand's advertisement. This is also one of our income revenues. There is a Songjiang motor car on display at that corner. It is also advertising. Iron Fist Zhu frowned. Songjiang brand. It's that Xiaofeng's company again. This kid really knows how to advertise his brands. In the supermarket, Iron Fist Zhu looked at the neat rows of shelves. The distances between the shelves were precisely the same, and all the goods were displayed on the shelves neatly. The most interesting part that he noticed was the price tags on the shelves. The customers will know the prices of the products at one glance and do not need to ask the sales assistants. The customers will be able to decide whether if they wanted to buy that product. There are no salespeople. Our supermarket do not have salespeople. We only have store assistants. If you need to buy anything, our store assistants will guide you to the shelves. We also have shopping carts for our customers to place the things they wanted to buy. If you are not buying a lot of things, you can use the shopping baskets. Iron Fist Zhu nodded. This was indeed convenient. Hi, can I know where the peanuts are? Iron Fist Zhu waved to a store assistant and asked softly. The store assistant's face turns red from his excitement. But all the store assistants there were well trained, and this store assistant was able to answer Iron Fist Zhu clearly. Thank you. Iron Fist Zhu nodded and pushed his own shopping cart towards that shelf. The store assistant almost fainted. Iron Fist Zhu said thank you to him. As Iron Fist Zhu walked past the drinks section, he saw some drinks stacked up into a rocket shape in the empty space. What's this? Iron Fist Zhu turned and asked. This is the exhibit booth. The purpose is to attract the attention of the customers. For example, this is the carbonated drinks introduced by Liaha. This is the refreshing cola. This is refreshing orange. This is refreshing apple. Cola? This is the cola developed by us. Is this same as the Coca-Cola that is selling well overseas? Iron Fist Zhu asked in shock. That's right. This is developed by us, and it is already advertised on CCTV. The advertising slogan is very interesting. Our own Chinese cola. Mr. Li, Hong Kong also display your goods this way? Superman Li shook his head. Our Hong Kong supermarket do not display our goods this way. This is thought up by one of our shareholders. That young man is very creative. Oh, this kid is from which Hong Kong family? Iron Fist Zhu pushes his shopping cart and asked curiously. He is not from Hong Kong. He is from China Bing City. His surname is Feng. Feng Yu's face immediately appeared in Iron Fist Zhu's mind. Young man, Bing City, and one of the shareholders. Other than Feng Yu, he could not think of anyone else. That's right, Feng Yu. This supermarket venture is also suggested by him, and he is the biggest shareholder. Superman Li was not surprised that Iron Fist Zhu knew who Feng Yu was. Feng Yu is a genius, and no matter where he is, the leaders will surely notice him. Iron Fist Zhu was shocked. Feng Yu was the one who came up with this supermarket idea, and he even manages to get Superman Li to invest in it. This kid was becoming more capable. No wonder the Wind and Rain advertisement was placed right at the entrance, and there was Songjiang Motors advertisement here. So, Feng Yu was the biggest shareholder in this Tai Hua Supermarket Corporation. At the fresh produce section, Iron Fist Zhu saw much fresh poultry, fish, meat, vegetables, etc. But the pork section was different from the rest. There was a sign on top. It states, supplied by Tian Peng Pigs. Iron Fist Zhu smiled and shook his head. He knew Feng Yu was the one who created this Tian Peng Pigs. He was the only one who will think of such names. But this name was easy to remember by people, and it even becomes the brand of the pork. All our products here are purchased from the farmers directly. There are no middlemen. For instance, we signed a contract with a chicken farm for the chickens. We also have a contract with a fish pond for those freshwater fish. For the sea fishes, we send people to purchase them on the fishing boats. The vegetables are bought directly from the fields and greenhouses. These are all very fresh. The store manager said, Do Hong Kong supermarkets operate this way too? Iron Fist Zhu asked. Superman Li laughed. This is also Feng Yu's idea. He wanted all our products to be the freshest. We are not so detailed in Hong Kong. Those fruits are the same too. We booked the whole orchard and sent our own people to pick the freshest fruits, and delivered to our supermarkets. All of our supermarkets have at least 2 trucks. One is for delivering poultry, fish, and meat, and the other is for vegetables and fruits. Those trucks are also from Songjiang Motors. That means most of the products in your supermarkets are Fengyu's brands. We must take care of our own brands in our supermarkets first. Furthermore, Fengyu's companies have good products. For instance, Lihaha, electronics brands like Wind and Rain, Aiwa, Little Tyrant, Lenovo, etc. are all popular brands. Supermanly laughed. When Supermanly knew Fengyu had so many brands, he was also surprised. All the brands were also managed well and were popular with the consumers. This section is very interesting. Other than health supplements, you are also selling medicines. This supermarket is also allowed to sell medicine. We got the approvals, and these are non-prescription medications. All the prices are priced according to the price tags. The store manager immediately explained that they did not do anything against the regulations. Iron Fist Zhu picked up a box of calcium gluconate to take a closer look. Bing City Pharmaceutical Enterprise. Was this company related to that Fengyu again? Supermanly can't help but said, I think Fengyu is also the key shareholder for this Bing City Pharmaceutical Enterprise, and he had helped this company exported its products overseas. Also, there is a book called In the Books section. It is published by Fengyu too. I also have this book at home. Iron Fist Zhu raised his brows. He also bought this book, and it was still on his bookshelf. This book was published by Fengyu. This Fengyu is not simple. All of Taihua supermarkets opened at the same time except for the Beijing branch. The opening was delayed for half an hour for Iron Fist Zhu's visit. After Iron Fist Zhu made payments for his purchases and left, the store manager looked at his watch and waved his hand. It's time. Open the doors. The doors opened, and a big crowd rushed in. Some people knew there were discounted items and were there to get the bargain. Some were there just to take a look, and some were there to look at the leaders. Some did not even know what was happening. They only saw a crowd gathering and went over to see what was going on. Tian Peng Pigs is 10 cents cheaper per caddy. Hurry up and get some before it's sold out. I heard there is an in-store promotion today. Wind and Rain VCD players and other products will be having a discount. The VCD player is only selling for 1,599 renminbi. I heard the Wind and Rain Super Fan is also having a promotion. I want to buy one of them. It can also be used during winters. Do you all know? I heard that imported goods are selling here. You cannot get them elsewhere. Luckily, Fengyu had predicted this would happen. Taihua Supermarket had given out lots of flyers, and 3 days before the opening, they organized promotional events to promote the supermarkets. There will surely be a huge crowd. Fengyu had hired lots of people for crowd control and even asked the local authorities to send policemen there. Those policemen were there to help maintain order. But they were not working for free. Shopping cards were given to them as an appreciation for their help. At the same time, Taihua Supermarket was able to foster better relationships with the local police officers. Those who were there just to watch the ceremony also entered the supermarkets. But after they entered the supermarket, they realized this supermarket was huge. One could find almost anything in there. The products were cheaper than what the shoppers could find elsewhere. Some products were less expensive by a few cents, and some products like Wind and Rain VCD players were even cheaper by a few hundred RMB. The shoppers also saw lots of newly launched products like Wind and Rain Super VCD players, Aiwa's pagers that give stock prices updates, the Little Tyrant's second generation of learning machine, etc. This stock pager was a modern device in this era. It looks like a standard pager, but it will update the user on the stock prices and other related news. This was very important for those who play shares. Aiwa Electronics had developed this product 2 months ago and was ready to mass produce it. But Fengyu waited until the opening of Taihua Supermarket to launch this product together with the Super VCD players. Those distributors were unhappy with the lowered retail prices for the VCD players at first. Although the supplier prices were reduced, their profits had shrunk too. But when the distributors knew that Taihua Trading was the main distributor for the Super VCD players, and the Super VCD players were more expensive, advanced, and had a higher profit margin, they were pleased. Also, all the distributors were present at Taihua Supermarket's opening ceremony. They also brought their business partners and friends with them. The distributors thought Taihua Supermarket would be proud of their presences, but when they arrived at the opening ceremony, they realized that they were considered nobody there. The The city's leaders were considered low-ranked officials at the opening ceremony. Almost all the top officials from the provincial government were invited. Also, all the top businessmen from the province were also present. All the guests were the powerful connections of Taihua Supermarket Corporation shareholders. But the distributors were looking down on this business in their hearts. This was only a supermarket. How much can you earn from this business? They also heard that the goods sold there were cheaper than in other places. Although this would attract customers, the profits will be lower. Even with high traffic, the profits will not be high. Furthermore, Taihua Supermarket did not rent the building. They bought the whole building, and most of the supermarkets were built by them. Only a handful of the supermarkets were renovated from old shopping malls. The initial investments should be very high. The interior renovations and fittings should also cost a lot. From the distributor's point of view, Fengyu was taking a considerable risk in this venture. The distributors also saw some familiar guests at the venue. Those guests were Taihua Trading suppliers. Were they also the suppliers for Taihua Supermarkets? The distributors were only hoping that Taihua Supermarkets will not suffer too many losses and affect Taihua Trading. They do not want to be affected by the failure of this supermarket. But as the supermarket opened its doors, the distributors were shocked. Had these people gone mad? Why were they rushing in? Wow, that old man looks like he is 72 years old, and he was as nimble as a 27-years-old young man. Look, that old man even manages to push some young men aside. Was his hair dyed white? How can that old man be so strong? If there were not so many staffs and policemen maintaining order, there might be a stampede. Zhong Qingxian was also shocked to see so many people rushing into the supermarket. The supermarket was so popular on its opening day. If the supermarket was able to retain 10% of today's crowd, then it should not be a problem for the supermarket to achieve high profits. Manager Feng, seems like your Taihua supermarket is a success. Fengyu laughed and waved his hand. It's too early to say this. We can only tell whether if it is a success after 1 month. Word of mouth is the most important factor. If the shoppers did not like our supermarkets after they enter, they would not come back again. If all of them enjoyed shopping here, then it will be impossible for us to fail. That evening, CCTV News reported about the meeting between the chief architect, Iron Fist Zhu, and Superman Li. The report states that Superman Li was in Beijing for the opening of Taihua Supermarket, and there was close-up footage of the supermarket. The Midnight News showed an extended version of this report. It was extended from 2 minutes to 5 minutes. The Morning News the next day reported on the crowd at the opening of the supermarket and 2 lucky shoppers who won the lucky draw. The reporters also interviewed random shoppers. But those random shoppers were prearranged by Taihua Supermarkets, and they only mentioned good things about the supermarket. The items they bought were all given to them free by Taihua Supermarkets. Many elderly viewers who watched last night and the next morning news brought their shopping bags with them to Taihua Supermarkets after their morning exercise. They heard that the things at Taihua Supermarkets were cheaper than other places. Their neighbors had gone there yesterday, and even the top official of China shopped there. The afternoon news reported on Superman Li again, and Taihua Supermarket's name was mentioned once more. That afternoon, shoppers were streaming into Taihua Supermarkets nonstop. The staffs had to replenish the goods on the shelves again and again. Taihua Supermarket was a success. Thomas raised a glass of champagne and gave Fengyu a toast. The Super VCD player was launched on August 1st, and it was only sold at Taihua Supermarket. It was a new supermarket, and Thomas was worried. But after 1 week, Thomas saw the results. Taihua Supermarket Corporation had too many talents. From the locations of the supermarkets to the goods displayed on the shelves, even the smallest details were well taken care of. The arrangement of goods was different from all other shopping malls. Of course, Thomas did not know that it was Fengyu who insisted on displaying the goods this way. Fengyu had lived more than 20 years ahead and saw the various types of products presentation in shopping malls. He knows the best way to attract customers. The Super VCD player was not displayed by itself. It was presented as part of a home theater system. There was a huge TV, and the Super VCD player was connected to it. Customers who saw the display wanted to buy the whole set. Mr. Feng, your supermarket is the best supermarket I had seen in Europe and the US. Our products are selling better in your supermarkets than the dealers. I am impressed. Philips had entered the Chinese market for more than 2 years. They had more than a dozen joint ventured factories and companies in China. More than 100 retail stores were selling their products in China, but Taihua supermarkets managed to sell more of their products than all their retail stores. Every Taihua supermarket has an electronics section, and Philips was allowed to send 2 promoters to promote the Super VCD players and their other products like shavers, TV, etc. Philips's home theater system had sold better than Wind and Rain and Aiwa brand. It was because of Philips included a 21-inch TV as part of their system. Wind and Rain and Aiwa used another brand of TV. Although Wind and Rain Electronics had gotten the TV technologies from Philips, they needed time to understand the technologies and to build factories before they could start production. This was why Fengyu chose to work with China's popular domestic TV brand, Changhong. When customers wanted to buy Aiwa or Wind and Rain Super VCD players and the home theater system, the TV in the package was Changhong 21-inch TV/. This was also helping Changhong to market their products. But Changhong was already China's top brand of TV and does not need Aiwa or Wind and Rain help to raise their brand awareness. Fengyu had still wanted Changhong to help manufacture a batch of the TV for Wind and Rain or Aiwa. But Changhong's charges were too high, and the other smaller factories lacked the expertise. If Fengyu engaged those smaller factories to manufacture TVs for him, the quality might not be good and will affect the reputation of the Super VCD players. The sales of the 3 brands of Super VCD players were about the same. Wind and Rain brand sales were slightly higher, but when it comes to home theater systems, Philips had the best results. As a latecomer into the VCD player market, Philips managed to get 40% of the Super VCD player market. Although it was not more than Wind and Rain and Aiwa combined, but Philips was satisfied with this result. Furthermore, Philips and Wind and Rain Electronics had exchanged other technologies, and there will be other new products launched into the market. They will be able to increase their market share and profits. This was why Thomas was feeling proud. We might be using your technologies, but our branding is better than yours. Our company is bigger and more repeatable. We are the winners in the cooperation. Mr. Thomas, now you believe that despite the high price tags of the Super VCD players, the sales will still be good? This is only the China market, a developing country. I suppose Philips' sales will be higher in Europe? Fengyu laughed and asked. Our sales still cannot be compared to AIWA and Wind and Rain. But I got to admit that the sales volume is higher than expected. Those normal VCD players' sales are slowly declining, and the market will be taken over by our Super VCD players. I think in another 1 or 2 years, there will be no more normal VCD players in the market. Thomas was saying that Philips' sales cannot be compared to the other 2 brands combined. But if they were to compare specific brands, Philips' sales was the same and might even be higher than Wind and Rain Electronics. As the Super VCD players were only sold at Taihua supermarkets first, it attracted lots of crowds. Many people visited the supermarket to buy the Super VCD players, but when they saw other products selling at lower prices, they also bought those too. The Super VCD player was not the only product launched at the supermarket. Songjiang Motors' 3rd generation of motorcycles, Songjiang Light, a 50 cubic centimeter scooter, was also launched and sold at retail stores in Taihua supermarket first. It also attracted some crowd and had good sales. Some of the shoppers went there to buy the scooters and then used the bikes to carry their groceries back. There was also the newest Aiwa pagers and Aiwa stock pagers. There was a counter in the supermarkets reserved for these pagers. The pager sales were also going well. In Aiwa pager counters, Wind and Rain batteries were also sold. These batteries were manufactured by a battery factory owned by Fengyu and Bing City's aviation company. It was an advanced and long-lasting battery. These batteries lasted longer than average, but the prices were also higher. Because of its high retail prices, the sales were low in the past. But now, the batteries were placed together with Aiwa pagers, and the sales improved. Those who could afford a pager which cost a few thousand RMB will not mind spending 10 renminbi for a battery. Lihaha's newest products, the refreshing series carbonated drinks and tea beverages, were also selling well in Taihua supermarkets. Although these drinks were sold in the supermarkets and the profits were lower, but the sales volume increased a lot. Also, this was good for their branding. Not everyone visits the supermarket frequently, but when they saw Lihaha's amazing display of their drinks, the shoppers will feel curious and want to try how the drinks taste. Once they feel the drinks taste good, they will buy it again. Tian Peng Pork, Tai Hua ham, and other processed food products have their own counters in Tai Hua supermarkets. They were also well received by the shoppers. Tai Hua Supermarket and these brands were working together for mutual benefits. Tai Hua Supermarkets pulls in the crowd and increase the sales of these products. Those who wanted to buy these products will also go to Tai Hua Supermarkets. Most of the time, these people will also buy other things in the supermarket. Feng Yu knew this would happen, but he did not expect it to be so effective. Bing City's products, which were the first to enter Tai Hua Supermarket, were selling well too. Bing City Enterprises trusted Feng Yu because of his relationship with Zhang Ruiqiang. The Bing City businessmen believed their mayor, and because of this trust, they were able to get high returns. 1 week was over, and the supermarkets were still as crowded. People were seen walking in and out of the supermarkets since the moment the doors opened until it closes at night. No one steps out of the supermarkets empty-handed. Feng Yu chatted with Thomas for a while and decided on the Super VCD player marketing plans for the next phase. It's time to make the other brands cry. Feng Yu and Philips had different sales distribution channels. Each of them has its own channels. In China, Feng Yu have better distribution channels, but Philips have their own retail stores and Wind and Rain doesn't. In overseas, Feng Yu have the Fu family and AIWA sales channels. AIWA also have quite a several retail stores. Philips also worked with many partners and also have their own retail stores. Feng Yu and Thomas decided to share their channels. They will join hands to bring the Super VCD players to the next level. However, both of them had some differences in regular VCD players. Thomas made it very clear that Philips will be at a disadvantage if only Wind and Rain Electronics is selling the VCD players. Philips is not producing regular VCD players. But Feng Yu thought of a simple solution. Philips still have other products. Why not we exchange sales channels for all our products? Philips was also producing shavers, TVs, lamps, etc. They even produced professional medical equipment. But the medical equipment was not included in this agreement. Wind and Rain and Iowa still have humidifiers, bladeless fans, pagers, etc. The sales for these products should be good if they were sold in Philips's retail stores. Both parties managed to come to an agreement and shared their distribution channels. Even their retail stores will set up a counter to sell the other party's products. This way, the retail stores had a wider variety of products, and consumers were able to purchase these products easier. But the disadvantage was the consumers might think that both companies had merged and all these products belonged to the same company. Feng Yu was actually at the losing end for this. But Feng Yu does not mind. What he wanted was the market. Wind and Rain Electronics' reputation might be affected, but Wind and Rain brand value will remain. When the market was opened entirely, the consumers will know that both companies were in an alliance. In the past, Sony owned the majority of AIWA's shares, but the AIWA brand remained. Now, AIWA's Walkman had already overtaken Sony. Both parties were satisfied with this cooperation. Both companies were working together on many technologies, and helping each other with their distribution channels were normal. 1 week later, both parties' retail stores saw an increase of more than 50% in their sales. But the Super VCD players' retail prices were still very high, and not many people were willing to buy. However, the profit margin was high, and Feng Yu was still satisfied with the result. Feng Yu was also pleased to know that his regular VCD players' sales had increased. There was a reduction in the selling prices, but the quality of the products was still the same. There were also many promotions, and customers could compare the VCD players with other brands. The profits from these regular VCD players were much higher than before. The other brands also realized that if they were to fight against Wind and Rain alone, they would lose. After all, Wind and Rain Electronics owned the patent of the VCD players, and they were the ones who invented this VCD player. Now, VCD players' selling price had been reduced, and it lowered their profits. Philips, Wind, and Rain and AIWA had formed an alliance, and the other brands decided to collaborate to share their distribution channels too. These were world-class consumer electronics brands. All of them have massive distribution networks. They have several dealers and their own retail stores. Once they cooperate, they would be able to sell their products in any city in the world. Regardless of the channels or retail stores, these brands got the upper hand. They firmly believe this strategy will increase their sales. Most importantly, these brands have no other choices. All the brands have too many stocks piled up in their warehouses. If they could not get rid of them, They might not have the chance to do so in the future when there is an upgrade to the technology. There is only a Super VCD player in the market now, and the features are already more advanced. If the second generation of Super VCD player is launched next year, what can they do? What if Wind and Rain Electronics decided to launch the DVD players? If that really happens, these brands will not be able to sell off their existing goods even if they reduce the prices further. They might as well collaborate now and try to clear off their stocks. Although they will not have any profits, at least they will be able to break even. If the VCD players were to reduce its prices further, all of them would not be able to take it. They were all tricked by Wind and Rain Electronics. Wind and Rain Electronics, a small electronics company, dared to trick so many world's top electronics brands? This was a slap to their faces. All the brands wanted to retaliate and at the same time, work together to set the DVD encoding standards together. They want to teach Wind and Rain Electronics and Philips a lesson. If these brands were able to set the encoding standards for DVD, then the DVD players will have to use their formats. This way, they will lead the DVD player development. Manager phone, those big companies have collaborated against us. They are sharing their channels, and overall, they are stronger than us. Jiang Wanming saw Feng Yu and told him this anxiously. Feng Yu laughed. No need to panic. They only have more retail points. What's there to worry? They are still using our patented technology and still have to pay us. Furthermore, everyone can see the difference between Super VCD and regular VCD players. In another 2 days, CCTV will air our new commercials, and the advertisements for other countries will start soon. That will be a killing blow to them. Jiang Wanming frowned. He felt that Feng Yu trusted the effects of advertising too much. The other brands were some of the biggest brands in the world. Their scales were several times bigger, and their brands were more influential. Just the loyal fans of those brands will increase sales. Furthermore, they had formed an alliance and will help each other. Wind and Rain Electronics only have Philips and AIWA as their partners. The overall scale was too small, and it was no match for the other major brands. Manager phone. Although they are selling normal VCD players, and we are earning from them, but if the VCD players sold are our brands, we will earn more. Also, we are expanding our factories, and our capabilities have been increased. If they can snatch the market share away from us, then our stocks will pile up. Jiang Wanming worrying said. How much is the production cost of our normal VCD players now? Feng Yu calmly asked. Less than 700 renminbi, and we can still lower it further. The lowest should be about 500 renminbi a unit. Jiang Wanming replied. Feng Yu frowned. He was not satisfied with this progress. He remembered in his past life, VCD players were selling slightly more than 300 renminbi before the year 2000. That means the production cost of one VCD player was about 300 renminbi or lower. Now, Wind and Rain Electronics have the world's top VCD engineers, and they could not lower the cost further? The lowest production cost is 500 renminbi per unit? Can it be lower than that? That's the lowest. The cost of many interior components cannot be lower, and our manpower cost is also very high. Feng Yu finally understood. Those small factories in his past life must have exploited their workers, and the interior parts must be substandard parts. This was the only way they could control the production cost to about 300 renminbi. But that was when VCD players were almost obsolete. Okay, I know what to do. Those brands are just clowns, and we do not need to worry about them. Come and watch these new commercials, and you will know why I am so confident. Jiang Wanming did not expect much from advertising. Advertising was only a form of marketing to let the audiences remember the name of the brand. What more can advertising do? But after he read the commercial script written by Feng Yu, he was convinced. Manager Feng, this advertising message is terrific. We will surely win. Feng Yu was overjoyed, but he did not show it on his face. He faked a modest look. You never know until it's played. I'm not sure how this commercial will affect those overseas viewers, but in China, it will surely be effective. The other VCD brands should be finished. But this commercial seems to be quite long. I thought our TV stations limit the advertisements to 30 seconds. Jiang Wanming asked. For CCTV, there is a limit of 30 seconds. But the local TV stations can give us 2 minutes. This commercial is exactly 2 minutes. Feng Yu had considered this. The other VCD brands were advertising on the local TV stations, and we will also go there to advertise. This will stop them in their path. Wind and Rain Super VCD Player. Choose from 4 sounds channels and switch from Chinese to Cantonese at your preference. 9 types of display modes for your movies. Unique countdown timer to let you control your watch time. Wind and Rain Electronics. The inventor of VCD, a pioneer in the industry and leading brand. Wind and Rain Super VCD Players. Often imitated, but never exceeded. This was the basic 30 seconds commercial. No faces appeared in the commercial. There was only a pair of hands, a remote control, a Super VCD player, and a TV monitor in the commercial. With only a few words, the Super VCD player's features were explained. The words inventor, pioneer, and leading brand clearly shows the difference between Wind and Rain Super VCD player and other VCD players. This commercial showed Wind and Rain Electronics' superiority over Toshiba and the other VCD player brands. Even Aiwa and Philips had no way to retort them. The advertising message was not exaggerated. Wind and Rain Electronics was really the inventor, pioneer, and the leader in the VCD industry. The 2 minutes commercial was slightly different. The start of the commercial shows a family gathering and Nan Gu was holding a mic singing in front of a TV. His amazing vocals attracted the applause of the people at the gathering. Then, Nan Gu pressed a few buttons on the Super VCD player to choose the audio channels. He purposely shows that he could mute the original sound of the artist, can mute the mic, and have a sing-along the function. For VCD players, I will only choose Wind and Rain brand. The international brand from China you can trust. After Nan Gu said the advertising message, the scene changed to a close-up of the Super VCD player. It ends with Wind and Rain's logo and the brand slogan. Often imitated, but never exceeded. This advertising slogan made all the other VCD player manufacturers furious. Damn, we bought the authorization for the patents from you all and paid you for every unit we produce. Yet you turn around and step all over us. Often imitated, but never exceeded. What stupid slogan was this? If you all do not have patent protection, the VCD players might even have more features. Furthermore, who said we are imitating you all? Our exterior designs and colors were different from yours. How can you claim that we are imitating you all? Never been exceeded? What's the meaning of this? You really think that Wind and Rain Electronics will maintain the lead in front of everyone else? What until we set the industry standards and replace you? We shall see who's the loser. Soon, AIWA Super VCD Player's commercial also appeared. The 30 seconds commercial was about the same, but it emphasizes on the audio quality. But the 2 minutes long commercial was filmed in a karaoke lounge. There was still no karaoke lounge yet. At least it was still not available in China. Naing was singing, and everyone in the lounge was cheering. Using Aiwa Super VCD Player feels like in a recording studio. I can practice my singing at home in the future. VCD, high-quality audio enjoyment. I love Aiwa. The camera zoomed in on the Super VCD player, and the advertising slogan appeared. Aiwa Electronics. I love China. The overseas version of the commercials was different, but all the 30 seconds versions were about the same. It all showed the product, and no faces were shown. But the longer version of the commercials was different. The actor was changed to Hong Kong's God of Songs, Jackie Chung. This was because Jackie Chung was going to hold a concert at New York's Madison Square Garden next year. He was also the top Chinese male singer. Because Jackie Chung had decided to stop acting these 2 years, his endorsement fees were not high. It was only $1 million per year. But Feng Yu bargained because of this reason. He also argued that this commercial will be aired all over the world, and it will increase Jackie Chung's popularity. Feng Yu used Jackie Chan's endorsement fees for The Little Tyrant as an example. He only offered Jackie Chung 5 million Hong Kong dollars per year for 5 years. After some bargaining from both parties, they settled on the terms of the contract. 30 million Hong Kong dollars for 5 years. Jackie Chung had to film 2 commercials every year, some print ads, attend 4 promotional events, and some other miscellaneous conditions. Feng Yu felt it was a great bargain. In the next 2 years, Jackie Chung will be presented an International Music Award from International Federation of the Phonographic Industry. His albums were also selling well. He only lost to Michael Jackson in record sales. This advertising campaign was massive. Feng Yu had poured all of this year's profits from the regular VCD players into this campaign. Despite using all of his earnings, Feng Yu did not make any losses. He still had the gains from the Super VCD players and the authorization fees. Most importantly, his brand value will increase further. These were all not measurable temporary. The value can only be seen with Wind and Rain Electronics got listed. Wind and Rain's advertising slogan, often imitated but never exceeded, was implying to the audiences that only Wind and Rain VCD players were the original. The rest of the brands were imitations. This was to raise Wind and Rain Electronics status. AIWA maintained their usual style. They focus on audio quality. The spokesperson for their Super VCD players was the same spokesperson who signed with them last year. The most popular female singer, Madonna. Although Madonna's endorsement fees were very high, she endorsed all of AIWA's products. AIWA could use her in their advertisements for all music-related products. Of course, Madonna also has to film 2 commercials and attend 2 promotional events every year. The first part of the year, AIWA had invited Madonna to film a CD player commercial and gotten good results. The second commercial this year was for the Super VCD player. Wind and Rain, Iowa, and AIWA brands started to spend large amounts into their advertising campaign worldwide. They also reminded Philips. Although they had formed an alliance, they were still competing against each other for the Super VCD player sales. If Philips did not step up their advertising campaign for the Super VCD players, they would lose the market share to Fengyu. So, Philips also started to market its products aggressively. Philips did not hire any celebrities to endorse. They had wanted to hire an A-list singer, but negotiations fell through. It was because Philips wanted to hire Michael Jackson, and Michael Jackson was under Sony labels. There was no way Sony will allow him to endorse Philips products. In the end, Philips chose to use its traditional style. They will use the technology approach like Wind and Rain. They will only showcase the technological features of the product and its brand. The amount Philips allocated for their advertising campaign was also a lot. Their advertisement could be seen almost everywhere, especially in Europe. The Super VCD player was marketed aggressively, and their sales increased steadily. The regular VCD player selling price was reduced further, and the other VCD player brand sales declined. Even those big electronics companies could not take it. Other than Sony, Toshiba, Hewlett-Packard, and Pioneer, the different brands decided to look for Wind and Rain Electronics for a talk. Manager Feng, NEC's China's representative, had called. He wishes to speak to you about the DVD industry standards. Jiang Wanming reported. Fengyu raised his brows. The time had come. Everything Fengyu did was for those consumer electronics to bow down to him. At the start, Fengyu gave those companies the authorization to the VCD patents and allow them to produce VCD players. After that, he maintained the prices of his VCD players when those companies lowered their selling prices. He purposely gave some market share to those companies. When those companies saw the market was doing better, they increased their productions and promotional efforts. All of them wanted a more significant market share and more profits. But at this moment, Fengyu lowered the retail prices of his regular VCD players. This was not considered a heavy blow to those companies, as they still have some profits. Since there was still profits and the production was increased, the companies will not admit defeat. To those big companies, if a new product were launched and taken off the shelves after a few months, their brand image would be affected. Some smaller companies were forced to sell off their existing stocks and stop production. These smaller companies only fulfill the minimum production figure of 10,000 units stated in their contract with Wind and Rain Electronics. These companies were able to make some money at the start, but suffered losses later on. Overall, they managed to break even or made a tiny margin. But if they continue to produce VCD players, they will inevitably suffer heavy losses. Soon after, the Super VCD player was launched. The regular VCD player's selling prices dropped again. This was the time when Wind and Rain, AIWA, and Philips started sharing their distribution channels. Their retail stores began to sell a variety of products, and this hit the other companies badly. Those big companies still insist on producing VCD players, and they also formed an alliance to share their distribution channels to increase their sales. At the start, these companies' sales did improve, and they thought the crisis was over. But out of their expectations, Wind and Rain, AIWA, and Philips started to market their Super VCD players aggressively. They poured large amounts into their advertising campaigns. You all spent so much on advertising. Can you still make profits? The profits for one regular VCD player was only so much. Even if the earnings for super VCD players were high, it should also be around $200 at most. The profits for 10,000 units was only approximately $2 million. This large-scale advertising campaign cost more than $10 million a year. How many VCD players can you sell in a year? The bosses of these few companies are all nuts. Do they even know how to count? But those companies soon realized that it was not the bosses of those companies had gone crazy. It was because their products could really make money. Just the super VCD players alone sold over 500,000 units after the advertising campaign. Only 4 brands were competing in this market, and on average, each brand sold at least 100,000 units. The profits were more than $20 million. It was more than sufficient to recoup the money spent on advertising. Most importantly, the sales for the regular VCD players, including Wind and Rain and AIWA, started to drop drastically. The regular VCD player market was on the verge of collapsing. Based on those big companies' calculations, the total sales for regular VCD players should exceed 1 million units this year. They should be able to get at least half of this figure, and the rest by Wind and Rain and AIWA. The profits from the regular VCD players was not a small amount. The most frustrating part for those companies was that they had opened up the market, and the fruits of their labor were taken away from them. Of course, those companies did not know that the future VCD player sales will be an astronomical amount, and the profits could even support a country. On average, every 2 households will own 1 VCD player. The overall amount of VCD players in the market was more than 100 million units. When the DVD players entered the market, the total sales for both players was more than 1 billion. This will happen to start in 1997 in Fengyu's previous life and reaches its peak in 1999. But now, everything was brought forward. Fengyu estimate that next year will be the start of the boom, and the peak will happen much earlier. Wind and Rain Electronics will have lots of reserves and invest in developing the laser optic drive faster. Fengyu had led all these companies by the nose. They had helped Fengyu open up the market, and most of the money earned went into his pocket. Now, these companies were forced into a dead end. If this still carries on, these companies will suffer heavy losses. Now, some of these companies could not hold up any longer. After all, these companies did not have any grudges against Wind and Rain Electronics. If 2 big companies wanted to own the more significant market share, they should not compete. They should collaborate to monopolize the market, like Wind and Rain Electronics and Philips. These companies had chosen to support the other party for the DVD industry standards, and therefore, there was no way for them to work with Wind and Rain Electronics. But now, some of these companies changed their minds and want to support Wind and Rain Electronics DVD industry standards, Wind and Rain Philips industry standards. These companies were willing to do so to get a slice of the future DVD industry pie. NEC was the first company to approach Wind and Rain Electronics. This was also due to the bad relationship between them and Sony and Toshiba. But Fengyu did not meet China's representative of NEC. How could a small representative meet him? It should be at least the company's president or the vice president. Fengyu had just rejected the NEC representative, and a representative from another company contacted Jiang Wanming. He wanted to meet the real boss of Wind and Rain Electronics to discuss some matters. These people had contacted Jiang Wanming because they thought Jiang Wanming could make the decision. But Jiang Wanming told them that although he was the general manager and one of the shareholders, there was still a controlling shareholder in the company. This shareholder was the final decision maker in Wind and Rain Electronics. So, there was a constant stream of people wanting to meet Fengyu. The ranks of the people sent to Wind and Rain Electronics also became higher. All of these people wanted the same thing. All of them wanted to support Wind and Rain Philips DVD standards first, in return for lower authorization fees. They wanted to make some profits. These companies were free to support the industry standards from any company. They were also not the ones who started the industry standard in the first place. There were no friends or enemies in the business world. There are only benefits. When Panasonic vice president came over personally, Fengyu finally made his appearance. He was about to deal a heavy blow to Sony and the rest. Fengyu notified those companies' representative that he will make an important announcement in Wind and Rain Electronics headquarters and will meet them there. It will be held 3 days later. After receiving the notification, the higher management of the various companies immediately reacted. All of them heard that Panasonic had sent their vice president to meet Wind and Rain Electronics, and they knew that should also send someone of similar status. They sent either their deputy chairman or vice president. Some of them even sent their directors. Thomas naturally was invited, but he did not know what Feng Yu was going to do. Feng Yu only told him that this meeting will be something good. When Thomas met Feng Yu the first time, they formed an alliance, and because of this, Thomas's status in Philips immediately rise. Now, he has more say in the company. Although he owns some shares of Philips, he was not a member of the board. If Thomas could perform well this time to show his capabilities to the shareholders, then he might get the chance to enter the core management level of the company. Even if he did not enter the higher management, he might also get more authority and get more company shares. Feng Yu looked at the list of companies which he will be meeting. Sony, Toshiba, HP, and Pioneer were not invited as they were the first ones who set their DVD standards to rival Wind and Rain Electronics. The rest of the companies were all invited and had shown up. I am glad to see all of you here to attend this DVD exchange organized by Wind and Rain Electronics. This is a discussion about the development of DVD. I am sure everyone here knows that VCD is only a passing phase. The product that will rule the home video players in the future will be the DVD players. Everyone here should be trying to develop your own DVD technologies, right? But the core technology on the video and audio encoding patent are still in our hands. Also, we are working together with Philips to introduce the industry standards for the DVD format. I know everyone is here for the developments of the VCD players, but a moment of failure does not represent a lifetime of failure. All the companies here should be researching on DVD technologies in a bid to replace us, right? Feng Yu had a sly smile on his face when he saw the different expressions on the company's representatives' faces. Want to replace us? Maybe in your next life. Everyone should know that the current CD encoding technology is very mature. The VCD encoding technology was also evolved from CD encoding technology. But the DVD encoding technology is totally different. Now, the DVD standards and format is still not uniform, and this will affect the development of DVD technologies. This is what I want to do today. I want to set a uniform standard to let this industry grow faster. All the company's representative had an I knew it look on their faces. They knew that Wind and Rain Electronics had invited them over to set a uniform standard. Wind and Rain Electronics wanted the industry to use their standard format, Wind and Rain Philips industry standards. This was not a problem for the companies, but Wind and Rain Electronics had to give them some benefits. If not, they would instead support the other two encoding formats. With all these companies creating problems, Wind and Rain Electronics and Philips will not be able to develop fast. For the DVD industry's growth and our future, we should set up an international organization. I call this organization DVD Forum. Wind and Rain Electronics, Philips, AIWA and Iowa are the core founding members of this forum. I invite all of you to be a member of this forum, and in the future, every new DVD format will be scrutinized and approved by DVD Forum. We will work together for a better future. After Feng Yu finished, there was no applause, and he frowned. Jiang Wanming knew Feng Yu was not pleased with the response, and he immediately starts to clap. The rest of the people there soon followed. These representatives did not want to applaud. Setting up an organization to introduce industry standards? What standards do we have? You all are the ones holding on to the standards. This organization was obviously trying to recruit them and introduce your standards. Feng Yu waited for a while, and no one said a word. He grew impatient and asked, "What's wrong? All of you are unhappy with my suggestion." Taiwan's bank representative raised his hand and stood up. "Mr. Feng, can I know what is the approval process and who will the ones who grant the approvals? The ones that grant the approval will be fixed, or the members will be rotated." Feng Yu took a glance at him. It will be fixed and rotated. The 4 founding companies will have fixed places in the approval committee. The other 5 members in the committee will be rotated every year among the other members. There will be 9 people in the committee, and if 5 committee members agree, the standard will be approved, and all the companies in the forum have to abide by the committee's decision. In Feng Yu's previous life, there was also such an organization. It was also an international organization, and they were the ones who collected patent authorization fees from China's DVD manufacturers. But in Feng Yu's previous life, joining this organization was not compulsory, and this was why there was a race to set the standards for DVD formats. But now, Feng wants to make it mandatory. You are not happy? You can choose not to join this organization. For founding companies? Damn. All of them knew that AIWA, Iowa, and Wind and Rain Electronics were Feng companies. Feng was too shameless. He wants to hold 3 permanent places in the approval committee. With Philips, they will be holding on to 4 out of 9 spots in the committee. They could just recruit one more company, and they would be able to implement whatever industry standards they want. This was not fair. Feng had a deep impression on this bank company. It was because this company had invented a technology called book type management. This technology was able to change DVD plus R/RW disk to DVD-ROM format. It was able to read all the different disk formats. But now, this technology will belong to Wind and Rain Electronics. Feng had already instructed Jiang Wanmeng to research and develop this technology. Although Feng did not know how it works, he was able to tell Jiang Wanmeng what he wants and invested a large amount of R&D fund. Wind and Rain Electronics was already one step ahead of Bank and Wind, and Rain Electronics' R&D capabilities were better than Bank. The technology Wind and Rain Electronics developed might even let their DVD players read all sorts of DVD discs. This way, it will stop the industry standard race. Of course, Feng will not tell anyone about this now. He wants to let Toshiba and Sony think that they would be able to set the industry standards and replace Wind and Rain Philips standard. After Feng said the approval process, all the representatives were looking at each other. All of them do not want to agree, but they know that if they did not join this organization, they would have no chance left. They will be left out of the circle, and there will be no chance for them to get a slice of the DVD cake. But even if these companies were to agree, they did not want to be the first to voice out. The first person would be seen as a coward. If this organization did not work out and all the companies did not make any money, all the companies will blame the first company. Seeing no representative wanting to say a word, Feng also kept quiet. He sat on the rostrum and looked at all the companies' representatives calmly. Why was Feng so calm? It was not because he feels that these representatives will beg him to be a member of this organization after he told them about these conditions. It was because he had planted an actor among the representatives. These actors were important at critical times. If they get the timing right, they would be able to affect the crowd. Mr. Feng, we, Microsoft, will join this organization. Huh. All the representatives were shocked to see an American claiming to represent Microsoft wanting to join this organization. Stop joking with me. Microsoft was a software company. What does software get to do with DVD? Why are you here in the first place? Feng purposely asked with a shocked expression. Are you Vice President James? You want to represent Microsoft to join the DVD forum? Yes. I am authorized by the Microsoft Board of Directors to represent Microsoft to take part in the DVD forum. We will work together with everyone else to develop and implement Wind and Rain Philips industry standards. James replied loudly. Since when Microsoft is involved in DVD? Panasonic's vice president asked in doubt. Although he knows that Feng would not get someone to impersonate someone from Microsoft to get everyone join the forum. During the signing of the agreement, the company and representative will be stated, and it will be legally binding. We are not going to manufacture DVD players, but we are interested in DVD encoding technology. James replied. This James from Microsoft was there because Feng had called and convinced Bill Gates. Feng was the third shareholder of Microsoft. Although he had no say in Microsoft, Feng had shown Bill Gates his financial power. Furthermore, Feng told Bill Gates that once the DVD optic drives were developed, he will tie up with Microsoft operating system. This way, every PC will have to use their operating system and optical drives. Everything will be bundled together, and they will get higher profits. It should be the profits from this cooperation that had convinced Bill Gates rather than Feng. There was no reason why Bill Gates would reject this opportunity to make more money. So, James appeared in this meeting. James was aware that Feng was Microsoft's third biggest shareholder, and naturally, he has no qualms to be the first to express his desire to join this DVD forum organization. After Microsoft voiced out, the other companies' representatives were deep in thoughts. Microsoft was already the leader in the PC operating system. Their shares value had increased by several folds in the past 2 years. It was the fastest growing company in recent years. Many people had predicted Microsoft will become the world's biggest company in the future. For a company of this scale to participate, the other companies had to think twice if they were to opt out. At this time, a representative from a second company stood up. I represent Thomson to join this organization as a member. Huh. Thomson also wants to be part of this organization? This was a French state-owned enterprise. This company owned the biggest market share in the US and was Europe's second biggest electronics company. It was highly regarded in the consumer electronics industry. Even they agreed to join this forum? But Thomson was one of the world's top manufacturer of TV and video players. It's normal for them to be interested in these DVD players. After that, Taiwan's bank and many other companies expressed their willingness to join the forum. Some other big European companies also agreed to participate. The Japanese companies had wanted to cooperate to bargain for better benefits. But now, if they did not join this forum, they would be left out. Panasonic will join. JVC will also join this forum. We, NEC, agree to join. I represent Mitsubishi to be a part of this forum. Samsung agrees to join this organization. We, Hitachi, will join this forum. More than 30 representatives from various companies agree to join this DVD forum. All the companies that were present agreed. Even the top companies had decided to participate. There was no reason for the smaller companies to object. Feng Yu smiles as he looked at the representatives. This was so simple. I invited Microsoft, and Philips asked Thomson to help them. Fu Guangjing had also spoken to some Taiwanese companies. How could this DVD forum fail? Now, almost half of the world's consumer electronics companies had joined DVD forum. The rest were either not involved in the DVD businesses or related to Toshiba, Sony, Pioneer, etc. That means from this moment onwards, the DVD industry will only have two alliances. But Feng Yu's DVD forum was more powerful as they had a uniform standard. The formats and standards introduced by Toshiba and Pioneer were different. Even if they were to cooperate now, both of them would not give up on the format they developed halfway. Things were proceeding smoothly, and all the representatives signed an agreement to state that they will abide by the format and standards set by the DVD forum. If any company were to violate the terms of the agreement, that company would have to compensate all the members of the DVD forum, and the compensation for each company will not be lesser than $10 million. Although $10 million might seem a lot, for those big companies, it was not a big deal. But if this amount was to multiply by more than 30 times, it will be more than $300 million. $300 million was a vast amount, and all the companies had to think of this consequence if they decided to betray the forum. Wind and Rain Electronics, Iowa Electronics, Philips, AIWA, Microsoft, Thomson, Samsung, Panasonic, and Tata Group were the 9 committee members of the forum. After the committee members were selected, Iowa Electronics immediately states that the DVD industry standards should be Wind and Rain Philips standards. Those that agree had to raise their hand. The representatives from Wind and Rain Electronics, Iowa Electronics, Philips, AIWA, Microsoft, and Thomson immediately raised their hands. The other 3 companies' representatives looked at each other. They knew that this would be approved even if they did not raise their hands. Rather than opposing, they might as well show their support. They also raised their hands, and that means all the companies under the DVD forum will have to use Wind and Rain Philips DVD standards. The members of the DVD forum thought there was nothing essential to discuss after the DVD standards were set. Everyone was waiting for Feng Yu to give them some benefits. The agreement had stated that after joining the DVD forum, the authorization fees for the VCD patents will be lowered. But AIWA raised another topic to discuss. It was about the standards for optic drives. To be more precise, DVD optic drive. There was already optic drives now, but most of it was CD optical drives. The only VCD optic drive in the market belongs to Wind and Rain Electronics, and Lenovo had the authorization to use this technology in their newest PC. But the VCD optic drive was only a passing product. In the future, DVD optical drives will be the mainstream and will be used for a long time. Wind and Rain Electronics specialized in this technology and was way ahead of the other companies. The standard was suggested, and no surprises. It was agreed by the committee. Feng Yu had finally gotten everything he wanted. All the companies had agreed to Feng Yu's demands, and Feng Yu would naturally give them some benefits. If not, No other companies would want to cooperate with Fengyu in the future. If all these companies were to withdraw from the DVD forum together, then each of them only has to compensate 40 million US dollars. If these companies go all out for revenge against Wind and Rain Electronics, Toshiba and Sony will benefit from it. From next month onwards, the authorization fees for the VCD will be lowered by 50%, and in the future, the fees will be lowered by $5 every year. Fengyu announced. Even if the authorization fees were lowered by half, it was still $25 per unit, and the companies had to pay Fengyu for the next 5 years. Actually, these companies will not need to pay Fengyu for the next 5 years. DVD will replace VCD players within the next 3 years. This condition seems beneficial to these companies, but it was useless. Fengyu had announced the reduction of the authorization fees by half, and every year onwards, it will reduce further. What else could these companies say? Reduce further? Why not ask for the authorization fees to be waived? But which idiot would agree to this? If these companies made this demand, that shows they lack sincerity to cooperate. These companies could only accept this announcement, but some Japanese companies were not happy. They made another demand. The VCD player prices cannot be lowered anymore this year. If it was reduced further, then all of them will have not profits and might even lose money. Now, their profits for every VCD players after the reduction of authorization fees was about $20. It was considered very low. Fengyu agreed. He was also not willing to let the VCD player prices drop further, as it will affect his profits too. He also needs these people to help him introduce his DVD standards. Also, he only agrees to maintain the prices for this year. He could reduce the rates after this year if he wants. Also, Fengyu's current primary focus was Super VCD players. The profits from Super VCD players were several times of VCD players, and it was selling well. The second generation of Super VCD players should be out next year, and VCD players will be obsolete soon. If Fengyu wanted to teach these companies a lesson, he could lower the prices of Super VCD players. These companies will surely vomit blood. But now was not the time. Sony and the other companies were still going strong. When the DVD forum managed to attract more than 30 world's biggest consumer electronics to join and set up their headquarters in China, Sony and the rest panic. Why didn't they receive the invitation for this DVD forum? They were some of the biggest consumer electronics companies in the world. Which company was the organizer of this forum? The headquarters was set in China's Hefei. That means it was Wind and Rain Electronics that started this organization. This small company thinks they can be the leader with those 2 patented technologies? Are those companies stupid? Why would they join this organization? When Sony and the rest of the companies saw the list of members that joined this forum, they realized Microsoft and Tata were also included. What has the DVD got to do with software companies? Why were they getting involved? Although Sony and the rest of the companies do not want to admit, after these companies formed the DVD forum, they were isolated. There were 3 types of DVD encoding formats and 5 specifications. DVD Plus R/RW was from Wind and Rain Electronics. DVD-R/RW was introduced by Pioneer, and Toshiba's format was DVD-RAM. RW was still in the theory stage, and it was still being developed, while RAM will be replaced by ROM in the future. Actually, AIWA company was still developing DVD audio. After DVD audio optic drive, Wind and Rain Electronics had been researching on DVD video. These technologies were still in the development stage and could not be introduced to the market yet. So, DVD Plus R, DVD-R, and DVD-RAM were the formats in the industry, and it was a race for the companies to make their format the industry standard. At first, DVD Plus R was the weakest, and it had the least companies supporting this format. Toshiba's RAM format had the most supporters. But now, everything was changed. DVD Plus R will become the mainstream format, and the other 2 formats will slowly lose their support. These opposing companies were already in an alliance against Wind and Rain Electronics. They were leading at first, but suddenly, the tides had changed. The only solution was for the 2 companies to cooperate and introduce only one type of format. If not, they will be beaten by Wind and Rain Electronics. But here's the problem. Which format should they use as the industry standards? Both parties had to work together, but for this cooperation to work out, it must be fair. Both companies were big companies and had good technologies. There was no reason to give up their own format to support another company. So, Toshiba, Sony, Pioneer, HP, and the rest of the companies met up for a discussion. All of them had only one aim. They want the other parties to give in and support their format. These companies understood that if they were to go on their own ways, they would fail. If they cooperate, they will be able to resist against wind and rain electronics. The party who give in will fail. Toshiba and Sony were working together, and Sony had a large disc production facility. Also, Toshiba was one of the shareholders of Warner Brothers, and Sony owns Columbia Pictures. Pioneer also has a large disc production facility and had HP's support. HP was the best in laser technology. Also, HP was one of the world's top PC company and needed the DVD drive. Both parties started negotiating. This cooperation must be finalized fast as both parties need to decide on the format and standard to rival those companies in the DVD forum. In the end, HP gave in under the condition that the DVD drive technology must be authorized to them for free. Pioneer had no other choice. To prevent being kicked out of the game, Pioneer could only agree to introduce DVD-RAM format and give up on introducing DVD-R. But Pioneer will carry on its R&D on DVD-R. These companies had come to a conclusion and decided to follow the DVD forum. They will also set up an alliance of companies and name this alliance as DVD Alliance. These few companies used their connections to invite the rest of the consumer electronics companies to join this alliance. They will work together to develop this technology and fight against DVD forum. But the majority of the big companies had joined the DVD forum. They could only invite some second-rate companies. However, they still managed to set up this alliance. After the DVD alliance was set up, they immediately announced that they will continue to research and introduce DVD-RAM format. They also claimed that DVD-RAM was the best format in the industry, and the DVD Plus R format was not as good as theirs. DVD Forum immediately retorted. There was a comparison between both formats. DVD Plus R storage was 2.8 GB, and DVD-RAM storage was only 2.58 GB. It was clear which was a better format. But these figures were derived from theories and experimental labs. It still could not be mass-produced. Both parties' technologies were still not completed. The format that was more popular with the consumers will be the leading the pack and will be the most profitable in the future. So, the DVD industry had entered a two formats era. Although it was the summer holidays, Jo Kirsten still goes to school every day. Her parents were glad to know that their daughter was working hard for her studies. But Jo Kirsten's parents did not want her to tire herself out. Despite her university entrance exams were around the corner. Shin, it's raining today. Don't go to school today. You can stay at home for revision or go out and play with your friends. Her mother said, Mom, it's fine. The rain is not heavy, and I can take the bus to school. Jo Kirsten carried her school bag and an umbrella and left for school. Jo Kirsten went to school every day during the school holidays was to prepare for her exams. But there was something more important. She was waiting for a letter. Since year 1, she will receive 2 to 3 letters. But during year 2, that second most handsome person on earth went to Hong Kong University as an exchange student. They had only exchanged 3 letters in total. Second most handsome person on earth had stated that he will be returning back to Beijing University soon in his last letter. He also said that he will write to her after he returns. But where was the letter? To receive the letter earlier, Jo Kirsten returned to school every day. Of course, she told her parents and friends that she was doing her revision in school. Girl, no need to ask. There are no letters for you today. Mr. Lee, the security guard at the school, said. Jo Kirsten was disappointed. She lowered her head and walked slowly to her classroom. Why was there no letters? Did he forget about me? He wants to stop being my pen pal? But in the last letter, we are still chatting happily. Jo Kirsten was alone in her classroom. It was raining today, and none of her classmates were back in school for revision. Jo Kirsten sat at her seat and took out her history textbook. She opened the book carefully. There were a few letters in between the pages. She took out the letters and starts reading them. She had read these letters dozens of times until the edges of the letter began to curl. But Jo Kirsten still wants to read them even when she could memorize all the contents of the letters. She had read it until she was able to imitate second most handsome person on earth handwriting. After reading all the letters, she folds it back carefully and kept it in between her history textbooks. After that, she took out her geography books and started studying. The next day, it was still raining. But Joe Curson still insists on going back to school. She did not want to miss the letter. When Joe Curson arrived at her school's entrance, Mr. Lee ran out from his security post and waved to her. "Hey girl, your letter is here." My letter? This moment was Joe Curson's happiest moment of her life. She had waited long enough for this letter. Joe Curson ran to the security post. In her hurry, she even forgets to lift up her umbrella. She did not mind the raindrops falling on her. Her uniform and hair were slightly wet from the rain. She would normally walk carefully during rain to avoid the puddles on the ground. But now, she couldn't care less. Her shoes were wet when she ran towards the security post. "Grandpa Lee, give me my letter." She ran into old Mr. Lee's security post and shouted, "Here is a towel I gotten last month and still have not used it before. Wipe yourself dry first. If your letter got wet, the words might be smudged." Old Mr. Lee laughed and passed a new white towel to Joe Curson. Joe Curson heard that she might make the letter wet, and she resisted the urge to touch the letter. She took the towel and wiped away the water droplets on her, especially her hands. "Here, have some hot water. You must be careful not to catch a cold." "Thank you, Grandpa Lee, I will not drink the water. I will go to the classroom now." Joe Curson grabbed the letter on the table and kept it in her school bag. She kept it in between her books and opened up her umbrella. She walked quickly towards her class. Old Mr. Lee shook his head. It's just a letter, and she had been asking every day. Now, she got her letter, and she does not need to be so excited. The letter will also not fly away. Joe Kevin ran back to her classroom and opened the door with her keys. There was no one in the classroom. She closed the door and returned to her seat. She can't wait to read the letter. But Joe Curson took out a handkerchief to wipe her hands first before taking out the letter from her books. On the envelope, the address was written in familiar handwriting. The name written on the envelope was "Second Most Handsome Person on Earth." Joe Curson was smiling even before she read the letter. She opened up the envelope carefully and took out the letter. There were only 2 pages. Joe Curson unfolds the letter and starts reading. "I had returned from Hong Kong University. You can use this address in the future. To be back at a familiar place feels so good." After reading the 2-page letter, Joe Curson felt it was not enough. She wanted more. She picked up the envelope and looked inside. It was empty. She read the letter 2 more times and took out a stack of letter papers from her bag to write a return letter. "Second most handsome person on earth. Have you become the most handsome person on earth? The last time you said that Hong Kong is a bustling city. Do you feel disappointed to return back to Beijing? After you graduate, will you go to Hong Kong to look for work? I was second in my class for my last semester exams. The difference between me and the first position was only 1 mark. I knew how to answer one of the questions, but I still got it wrong. Do you think that I will be able to get into a university in Beijing? Our school is not some good high school. I heard that if I apply for some unpopular courses, I get a higher chance of getting accepted. Should I do so?" Joe Curson finishes writing her letter, and she checked her letter twice for spelling and punctuations mistakes. It was just like she was sitting for her exams. She blew lightly on the letter to make sure the ink was dry before she starts folding the letter carefully. Joe Curson was not like Fengyu. Fengyu would just fold the letter twice and stuff it into the envelope. Joe Curson used origami methods she learned when she was young to fold her letter. She folded her letter into the shape of a little man. Although she was not good at origami, she still feels the letter looks more beautiful this way. She placed the paper man into an envelope she prepared a long time ago. The address and stamp were already written on the envelope. She sealed the envelope with glue and double-checked if the envelope was sealed properly before keeping it in between her books. "Bye, Grandpa Lee. You are going back early today? Remember to drink more hot water to prevent catching a cold. Aside from studying, your health is also very important." Old Mr. Lee waved to Joe Curson. How come she only stayed in school for about an hour? She usually stays in school for at least 2 hours. If old Mr. Lee knew that Joe Curson did not even look at her books and just spent all her time reading and writing a letter, he would surely be speechless. It was raining, and Joe Curson did not want to drop the letter into the letterbox in case it got wet. She went to a post office and passed the letter to the staff there. On her way back, Joe Curson was wondering how that second most handsome person on earth would react when he received her letter. "Manager Zhao, what is it that you can't settle by yourself and need to invite me over?" Feng Yu was sitting in Beijing's Tai Hua supermarket's office. "Manager Feng, someone is stealing in our supermarkets." There are thieves in the supermarket? Wasn't that normal? This happens to every supermarket in the world. Some of these thieves were forced by circumstances and had no other choices. Some of them wanted easy money. Stealing something from the supermarket would feed them for a few days. Okay, there are thieves in our supermarket. And then? We caught one of them. Hand him over to the police. Do you still need me to tell you what to do? Fengyu was puzzled. These store managers did not know how to handle these situations. Our normal practice is to hand the shoplifter to the police. This is what we did back in Hong Kong. But I asked some of the locals here. They told me that even if we hand over these people to the police, it was also useless. They will be released after one night in custody, and they will return with more people to steal from our supermarket. Store manager Zhao said, Damn, does this mean that these thieves were a syndicate? But this was the current law. Those that did not have multiple records of stealing will be fined or put in custody for 1 or 2 nights. These thieves stole for money and will not pay the fines. Their only choice was only to remain in custody. This manager, Zhao, does not want to hand them over to the police. Then what do you want to do? We will interrogate the thief ourselves. Manager Zhao looked at Fengyu and said, Interrogate ourselves? This, supermarket security guards interrogating shoplifters, was happening in my supermarket? Don't tell me that this method was started in my supermarket. We do not have the powers to interrogate those thieves. You should know about this. Fengyu frowned. They are stealing from our supermarket, and why can't we question them? Furthermore, do they dare to report us to the police? Manager Zhao replied angrily. Those thieves will think this way. Right. Those thieves will surely not go to the police. They will only seek protection from the police if they received special treatment. Under normal circumstances, these thieves will avoid having anything to do with the police. Okay, just do what you want. But remember not to create any trouble and must not damage our supermarket's reputation. If you are unsure, you must not catch those thieves. If the word spread, no one will want to shop in our supermarket. Fengyu said, I know what to do. We are going to interrogate that thief. Do you want to see? Interrogate that shoplifter? Fengyu had never seen any interrogation real live in both his lives. Although this was a private interrogation, Fengyu was still curious. Where is the thief? In the security office. The security officers are watching over the thief. Taihua Supermarket Corporation had hired ex-soldiers as their security officers. These soldiers had just retired from the army and were still in good shape. Did they beat up that thief? Fengyu immediately asked. If those guards beat that thief badly, the supermarket will have to compensate him. No. That thief is a woman. Woman? Okay. Those guards should not lay their hands on a woman. Let's go and take a look. Did those guards perform any body search on her? Fengyu asked. In Fengyu's previous life, he had watched a Japanese action movie. The story was a female shoplifter was caught by 3 security guards, and they performed a strip search on the shoplifter. It was an exciting movie as the shoplifter tried to steal from a sex toy shop. Manager Feng, store manager. Store manager Zhao nodded and asked, Did she admit? No. She insists she is innocent. But our store assistant saw her holding on to some products, and after she walked to a corner, those products disappear. I believe that those products are still on her. A security guard pointed to a fat woman. I did not steal anything. You are all accusing me. That fat woman shouted. Fengyu looked at that woman. Her eyes were blinking, and she was looking around nervously. If she were really innocent, her behavior would not be like this. The security guard's judgment was right. This person must be guilty. Something was off. The weather now was scorching. Although the Chinese were not so open now, no one would wear coats in the current climate. At most, people will wear long-sleeves clothes. Furthermore, that woman was still wearing a long skirt. Her dressing was too weird. No wonder the store assistant will take note of her. Fengyu suddenly remembered a news report in his previous life. A shoplifter used less than 1 second to hide a carton of soft drinks in between her legs and walk out of the store normally. After that report, some shoplifters tried to imitate her in China, but were caught. It was because there was CCTV everywhere in the supermarkets. Fengyu had also thought about installing CCTV in the supermarkets during the opening. Although the cameras were no clear and expensive, it will deter many thieves. But the Chinese currently does not like being watched. Fengyu had heard a rumor about how Walmart had lost to Carrefour in his previous life. It was because Walmart had installed CCTV in their supermarkets, and Carrefour did not. Although this rumor might not be accurate, It seems reasonable. Feng Yu was sure that if he were to announce that the supermarket was under surveillance and security guards were watching all the customers through CCTV, the shoppers will feel uncomfortable and will not want to shop there. This had got to wait for another 8 to 10 years when people were used to cameras and understand that the security guards will not stare at the monitors nonstop. At that time, it would be weird if the stores did not install CCTV. Taihua Supermarket did not install CCTV and had no evidence to prove that this fat woman had stolen from the supermarket. Searching her was the best solution. Feng Yu was confident that this woman had hidden many things under her coat. You say you are innocent? Fine. I have reported to the police, and they will be sending a female officer over. The female officer will search your body later, and we will know if you are really innocent. Feng Yu replied calmly. Manager Zhao added, if we wrongly accused you, we will compensate you. But if you were caught stealing from us and did not want to admit, then don't blame us. That fat woman's face changed. What right do you have to confine me? You all are not police officers. Move aside. I want to go out. 2 security guards moved 1 step and blocked that woman. Before the police arrive, you are not allowed to leave. As I said earlier, we will compensate you if we wrongly accuse you. I am giving you one last chance. Own up and return everything you took to us. Also, tell your people to stay away from our Taihua supermarkets. Store manager Zhao said. Feng Yu understood why store manager Zhao wanted to interrogate that woman himself. She was just the lowest level thief in the syndicate. She could not make others listen to her. If the police came, she would surely be arrested. Also, Taihua Supermarket's boss was Asia's richest man, and even the chief architect had met him several times. This woman had been arrested before in other shopping malls. Those mall managers all have good relationships with the local police stations. She knew that if she were arrested, she would not be released after 1 or 2 days. She might even be beaten up in the police station. The woman had seen someone from her trade being beaten up by the police officers. She did not want to go through the same thing. I will return the things to you, and you all have to release me. That fat woman said. Dream on. You stole our stuff, and you have already committed a crime. You must return everything you stole. You have no rights to negotiate with us. Manager Zhao shouted. I promise not to step into your supermarket and malls. I will not step into any of your branches. The woman pleads. Feng Yu stared coldly at that woman. Although she was pleading, her eyes were darting around. It was clear that she was telling lies. She might not return to this supermarket. But if she goes to another supermarket? In Beijing, there were 3 Taihua supermarkets. Why should we believe you? Feng Yu asked coldly. That fat woman could tell that Feng Yu was the person in charge in the room from the positions they were standing and the attitude of the security guards. The fat woman turned to Feng Yu. Boss, please have pity on me. I have 3 children, and I can't even afford to give them a proper meal. If not, I will also not come and steal from you. Please, let me go. If I am caught, I will starve to death. Damn, all lies. 3 children, and will starve to death. Who are you trying to fool? Really? Don't worry about your children. After the police take you away, they will send people to take care of your children. Feng Yu replied. Let's see what other lies you can come up with. The woman was stunned, and then she covered her face with her hands and started wailing. Ordinary people, when they were wailing and upset, they would squat down. But this woman was still standing and did not even lean against the wall. Shut up. Stop crying. Even if you roll on the floor, it is also useless. I have seen so many people like you. Manager Zhao shouted at her. The woman's cries stopped, and she lifted her head. Feng Yu noticed that she was not crying at all. It was all fake. Damn. Pretending to cry? Feng Yu had wanted to ask this woman if she was really in some difficulties. He does not mind offering this woman a job to support herself. But now, Feng Yu changed his mind. These people do not deserve any help. Handing her over to the police was the best solution. Maybe that's the only way for her to repent. Give me the contacts of your people and ask them to come, and we will release you when they come and pick you up. Feng Yu suddenly said. The woman looked at Feng Yu in shock. Store manager Zhao was also stunned. Manager Feng agreed to let this woman off? Earlier, Feng Yu still wanted to hand over this woman to the female police officer. Now he was pitying her. But this woman did not deserve any pity. From her behavior, this was not the first time she was doing this. You agree to let me off? I said it very clear. Let the police come and catch you, or let your boss come and fetch you. Feng Yu wants to speak to the boss of this syndicate. He wants to tell him to stop creating trouble at Taihua Supermarket. They cannot steal anything from his supermarket and customers. Shoppers that comes to Taihua Supermarket must be able to shop in peace. If they were pickpocketed or lost some valuables, they would know that there are many thieves in their supermarket. Who would want to visit his supermarkets in future? I do not have any boss. Then there is no other choice. Wait for the police. She should not be a fat woman. All the things she stole should be hidden under her skirt and clothes. When the police arrive, we will be able to get our goods back. Also, tell Chiefly to lock this woman up for at least 2 weeks. Also, conduct a background check on her to see if she was wanted for other crimes. It would be best to lock her up with some bullies in the lockup. They should be able to teach her how to behave in the future. Store manager Zhao saw Feng Yu winking at him, and he immediately said, "Don't worry. I will make sure she will have a good time inside. Dare to steal from our supermarkets? I will give her an unforgettable lesson. What are you all trying to do to me?" The woman screamed. Feng Yu ignored her and walked out of the room. The woman immediately runs towards Feng Yu, but was stopped by the 2 security guards. They thought she was trying to attack Feng Yu. Boss, don't leave. I will give you my leader's contact details." The woman cried. Feng Yu had a smirk on his face. "You should have done so earlier." The woman gave a string of numbers. Feng Yu and store manager Zhao looked at each other and were cursing in their hearts. This goddamn leader of a thieves syndicate uses a mobile phone. Seems like stealing was a profitable business. Feng Yu took out his mobile phone and called. "Hello? Who are you?" Feng Yu placed his phone against the woman's ears, and the woman immediately shouts, "Brother He? I am Ingzi. I am caught, and they want you to come over. You must save me." Feng Yu took back his phone and said, "Brother He? I am the boss of Taihua Supermarket. Your man is caught stealing in my supermarket. This is not right. Come over and fetch her back personally. I will let the matter rest." Store manager Zhao frowned when he heard what Feng Yu said. How come manager Feng speaks like he was scared of these thieves? Based on Feng Yu's age, he should be rash and impulsive. Also, he had so many businesses and should not be scared of these petty thieves. Furthermore, they had sent gifts to all the local police stations. Even if they beat up these thieves, the police would close one eye. Brother He was in a good mood today. Beijing had suddenly opened this Taihua supermarket, and he heard that it was a nationwide chain. Even the top leaders visited this supermarket, and there were a wide variety of goods sold there. There were also imported products and a constant flow of shoppers. He immediately sent his men to Taihua supermarkets. There were 3 branches in Beijing, and he had sent quite several men there to steal. They were a bunch of pickpockets, and he would get at least a few hundred RMB a day. This Ingzi was not that skillful in pickpocketing, and Brother He sent her to steal from the supermarket. Although this Ingzi was his woman, she must also work. But Brother He never expected Ingzi to be caught on her first trip to Taihua Supermarket, and the boss of the supermarket called him to fetch her. But if Brother He did not go and rescue Ingzi, his other followers will not respect him. Furthermore, Ingzi was his woman. "Okay, I will be there in an hour. You all don't touch Ingzi. If you have any grudges, come and look for me." After hanging up, Feng Yu made another call in front of Ingzi. "Hello? Is this Chief Li? I am Taihua Supermarket's Feng Yu. I have a little problem, and I need your help." The woman kept quiet. She was just the lowest level thief in the syndicate. She could not make others listen to her. If the police came, she would surely be arrested. Also, Taihua Supermarket's boss was Asia's richest man, and even the chief architect had met him several times. This woman had been arrested before in other shopping malls. Those mall managers all have good relationships with the local police stations. She knew that if she were arrested, she would not be released after 1 or 2 days. She might even be beaten up in the police station. The woman had seen someone from her trade being beaten up by the police officers. She did not want to go through the same thing. "I will return the things to you, and you all have to release me," that fat woman said. "Dream on. You stole our stuff, and you have already committed a crime. You must return everything you stole. You have no rights to negotiate with us." Manager Zhao shouted. "I promise not to step into your supermarket and malls. I will not step into any of your branches." The woman pleads. Feng Yu stared coldly at that woman. Although she was pleading, her eyes were darting around. It was clear that she was telling lies. She might not return to this supermarket, but if she goes to another supermarket? In Beijing, there were 3 Taihua supermarkets. "Why should we believe you?" Feng Yu asked coldly. That fat woman could tell that Feng Yu was the person in charge in the room from the positions they were standing and the attitude of the security guards. The fat woman turned to Feng Yu. "Boss, please have pity on me. I have 3 children, and I can't even afford to give them a proper meal. If not, I will also not come and steal from you. Please, let me go. If I am caught, I will starve to death." Damn, all lies. 3 children and will starve to death. Who are you trying to fool? Really? Don't worry about your children. After the police take you away, they will send people to take care of your children. Feng Yu replied. Let's see what other lies you can come up with. The woman was stunned, and then she covered her face with her hands and started wailing. Ordinary people, when they were wailing and upset, they would squat down. But this woman was still standing and did not even lean against the wall. Shut up. Stop crying. Even if you roll on the floor, it is also useless. I have seen so many people like you. Manager Zhao shouted at her. The woman's cries stopped, and she lifted her head. Feng Yu noticed that she was not crying at all. It was all fake. Damn. Pretending to cry? Feng Yu had wanted to ask this woman if she was really in some difficulties. He does not mind offering this woman a job to support herself. But now, Feng Yu changed his mind. These people do not deserve any help. Handing her over to the police was the best solution. Maybe that's the only way for her to repent. Give me the contacts of your people and ask them to come, and we will release you when they come and pick you up. Feng Yu suddenly said. The woman looked at Feng Yu in shock. Store manager Zhao was also stunned. Manager Feng agreed to let this woman off? Earlier, Feng Yu still wanted to hand over this woman to the female police officer. Now he was pitying her. But this woman did not deserve any pity. From her behavior, this was not the first time she was doing this. You agree to let me off? I said it very clear. Let the police come and catch you, or let your boss come and fetch you. Feng Yu wants to speak to the boss of this syndicate. He wants to tell him to stop creating trouble at Taihua Supermarket. They cannot steal anything from his supermarket and customers. Shoppers that comes to Taihua Supermarket must be able to shop in peace. If they were pickpocketed or lost some valuables, they would know that there are many thieves in their supermarket. Who would want to visit his supermarkets in future? I do not have any boss. Then there is no other choice. Wait for the police. She should not be a fat woman. All the things she stole should be hidden under her skirt and clothes. When the police arrive, we will be able to get our goods back. Also, tell Chiefly to lock this woman up for at least 2 weeks. Also, conduct a background check on her to see if she was wanted for other crimes. It would be best to lock her up with some bullies in the lockup. They should be able to teach her how to behave in the future. Store manager Zhao saw Feng Yu winking at him, and he immediately said, Don't worry. I will make sure she will have a good time inside. Dare to steal from our supermarkets? I will give her an unforgettable lesson. What are you all trying to do to me? The woman screamed. Feng Yu ignored her and walked out of the room. The woman immediately runs towards Feng Yu, but was stopped by the 2 security guards. They thought she was trying to attack Feng Yu. Boss, don't leave. I will give you my leader's contact details. The woman cried. Feng Yu had a smirk on his face. You should have done so earlier. The woman gave a string of numbers. Feng Yu and store manager Zhao looked at each other and were cursing in their hearts. This goddamn leader of a thieves syndicate uses a mobile phone. Seems like stealing was a profitable business. Feng Yu took out his mobile phone and called. Hello? Who are you? Feng Yu placed his phone against the woman's ears, and the woman immediately shouts, Brother He? I am Ingzi. I am caught, and they want you to come over. You must save me. Feng Yu took back his phone and said, Brother He? I am the boss of Taihua Supermarket. Your man is caught stealing in my supermarket. This is not right. Come over and fetch her back personally. I will let the matter rest. Store manager Zhao frowned when he heard what Feng Yu said. How come manager Feng speaks like he was scared of these thieves? Based on Feng Yu's age, he should be rash and impulsive. Also, he had so many businesses and should not be scared of these petty thieves. Furthermore, they had sent gifts to all the local police stations. Even if they beat up these thieves, the police would close one eye. Brother He was in a good mood today. Beijing had suddenly opened this Taihua supermarket, and he heard that it was a nationwide chain. Even the top leaders visited this supermarket, and there were a wide variety of goods sold there. There were also imported products and a constant flow of shoppers. He immediately sent his men to Taihua supermarkets. There were 3 branches in Beijing, and he had sent quite several men there to steal. They were a bunch of pickpockets. and he would get at least a few hundred RMB a day. This Ingzi was not that skillful in pickpocketing, and Brother Hay sent her to steal from the supermarket. Although this Ingzi was his woman, she must also work. But Brother Hay never expected Ingzi to be caught on her first trip to Taihua supermarket, and the boss of the supermarket called him to fetch her. But if Brother Hay did not go and rescue Ingzi, his other followers will not respect him. Furthermore, Ingzi was his woman. Okay, I will be there in an hour. You all don't touch Ingzi. If you have any grudges, come and look for me. After hanging up, Feng Yu made another call in front of Ingzi. Hello? Is this Chief Li? I am Taihua Supermarket's Feng Yu. I have a little problem, and I need your help. De Zhuang, come over for a while. Later you will go with me, and although Brother Hay was going to fetch Ingzi, he will not go alone. De Zhuang was one of his followers and does not know how to steal. But he was tall and strong. Usually, he will be the one who would show up if any of them got caught. He was more like a bodyguard. De Zhuang was also very loyal to Brother Hay. He will not hesitate to stab someone if Brother Hay orders him. But this time, Brother Hay did not ask De Zhuang along as his bodyguard. Feng Yu hung up the phone with police station Chief Li, and Ingzi was stunned. This person was not trustworthy at all. He had asked Brother Hay to fetch her, and the next moment called the police chief. Damn, this person wants to catch them all. If Brother Hay was arrested, then he will be finished. Brother Hay was still wanted for other crimes. Who did you call? What are you trying to do? Ingzi shouts. Branch Station Chief Li. I think those smaller police stations cannot do anything to you all. So, I got to get someone from a higher office to deal with you all. You really think I will let you off? I only treat you as bait for your leader to come over. Feng Yu did not feel ashamed to tell others that he lied. Feng Yu was not a saint. He did not care about the reasons why these people resort to stealing. He was also not the type that wants to uphold justice. It was because these people had targeted Taihua Supermarket, and he wants to blow up this incident to let all the thieves syndicates know they should not target Taihua Supermarket. Manager Zhao had told Feng Yu that he wanted to teach these thieves a lesson and let stay away from Taihua Supermarket. But Feng Yu's method was more thorough. Chief Li arrived within 15 minutes. How did Feng Yu know him? Feng Yu had met him once during a dinner with Secretary Zhang. Secretary Zhang was Beijing City's overall in charge of the judicial system, and Police Department's deputy minister was his direct superior. In Beijing City, his words were more powerful than the Beijing City Party Committee's secretary. Secretary Zhang was from Bing City, and this manager Feng was also from Bing City. Chief Li knew that both should have some connections. The shocking part was during Taihua Supermarket's opening ceremony. 3 police chiefs from 3 different districts were invited. This shows that the higher-ups want Beijing Police Department to take care of Taihua Supermarkets. Now, Feng Yu said that a syndicate had targeted Taihua Supermarket, and he had even caught one of the members. Chief Li had no choice but to rush over. He must interrogate this thief personally and handle this incident thoroughly. Manager Feng, this is the thief? Chief Li asked. Yes, the thing she stole is still on her. We do not have female security officers and cannot search for her. Feng Yu explained. No problem. I have brought a female officer with me. Xiao Su, go and search her. I want to see how many things are hidden in her. Chief Li waved his hand, and a female officer in the uniform walked towards Ingzi. What are you doing? Boss, didn't you agree to let me off when Brother Hay arrived? Ingzi shouts. I only agreed to let your leader come and fetch you. But I did not say I will let you go after your leader arrives. You are the one that misinterpreted my words. Feng Yu glanced at Ingzi. Ingzi still wanted to say something, but the female officer pinned her down. Before she even conducts the body search, things start dropping from Ingzi. Ingzi had used hooks to hang the things she stole. This sudden movement causes some strings under her clothes to snap, and some items dropped. Beer, ham, baseball cap, tea leaves, shampoo. The female officer pulled open Ingzi's coat, and everyone was shocked. All of them had thought Ingzi would stuff the things she stole under her coat. But she used hooks to hook the items onto strings underneath her coat. This Ingzi was a slim girl. But with her coat on, she looks like a fat woman. This coat had hooked lots of stuff. She looks like those people who sold counterfeits under a coat. After all the items were taken down from her coat, everyone in the room was staring at Ingzi's long skirt. It was a long puffy skirt. What are you all trying to do to me? I am a girl. Ingzi screams. Chief Li stopped the female officer, Xiao Su, from taking Ingzi's skirt off. I will give you a chance. You surrender everything you took yourself. Don't force us to use force on you. We already have evidence. The highest-ranked police officer Ingzi met in her whole life was the chief of a small station. This was the first time she met a district chief. That uniform and imposing manner made her dare not to oppose him. I will take it out myself. Feng Yu and the rest saw something amazing. None of them had thought that a long skirt could hold so many items. Especially that 5 liters bottle of imported beer, a big bottle of soybean oil, and other bulky items. All these items were on Ingzi's body. How was she able to keep standing straight? The floor had all sorts of items. The total value of these items was more than 1,000 renminbi. The imported items were more expensive, and this Ingzi had picked lots of imported goods. The total value of these items is 1,326 renminbi and 53 cents. A supermarket staff said after she calculated. Feng Yu really want to tell Ingzi to perform what she did, and he will let her off. This was better than a magic show. Even magicians might not be able to pull this off. The value is over 1,000 renminbi. With your previous records, I can put you in jail for more than 15 days. Chief Li casually said, I have surrendered everything. Ingzi tried to argue. Shut up. You have hands and legs, and yet you go around stealing from others? You really make your family proud. Let me think. I think I can send you to the labor camps for reformation. Chief Li said, and he secretly looks at Feng Yu's reaction. This was the heaviest punishment he could melt out. If Feng Yu were still not satisfied, he would have to think of other ways. Labor camps? Feng Yu nodded. Although he was not sure about the current laws, he knew that stealing was not considered a serious criminal case. There was no way to give her a hefty sentence. Reformation should be the harshest punishment. How long is the reformation duration? Feng Yu asked. There is no fixed duration. It depends on her progress. If she performs well, she will be released within a month. Chief Li saw Feng Yu's face changed and immediately added, there are people who refuse to repent and stayed in the labor camps for years. Ingzi almost broke down. What? A few years in labor camp? I had only stolen some items, and you want to punish me so heavily? This was the first time Ingzi regrets. She did not regret stealing. She regrets coming to Taihua supermarket to steal. At this moment, a security officer entered and told Feng Yu. Manager Feng, a big-sized man is claiming to be Brother He outside. He says he is here to fetch his friend. The lead actor is finally here. Feng Yu had a sly smile on his face. Chief Li replied calmly. I want to see what this small-time criminal have to call himself brother in front of me. Feng Yu, Chief Li, and store manager Zhao left for the manager's office. Wow, this Brother He was bigger and looked stronger than when Dongjun. His height should be more than 1.9 m. Chief Li suddenly says, You are not Brother He. Where's your boss? Feng Yu and manager Zhao were confused. This person is not Brother He? How come Chief Li knew about this? Have Chief Li met Brother He before? It should not be the case. If he had met Brother He before, he should have said it earlier. De Zhuang was shocked to see Chief Li in his police uniform. Why was the police here? Brother He did not say anything about the police. He had only asked De Zhuang to come and fetch Ingzi back. This police officer seems like a high-rank officer. I am Brother He. Who is the one who called me just now? De Zhuang pretended to be calm and asked. But his expressions were unnatural and kept looking at the door. His body language had already betrayed him. He was already thinking of ways to escape. You are just a nobody. Stop your pretenses. I can tell from one look. You can't fool me. Tell me where your boss is. Did he send you here to be his scapegoat? Chief Li asked. Mind games were the simplest way to make the other party yield. Since Chief Li had come to help Feng Yu, he must put up a show for him. What's the use of arresting a nobody? If they must arrest someone, then it must be the boss of the syndicate and all its members. This will be a huge favor. Luckily, Chief Li still had some capabilities. He was not in this position because of his connections. He had lots of experiences, and if he could not even tell this simple trick, he might as well hang up his uniform. This person's size was so big, and how can he mix into the crowd to steal things? I don't know what you are talking about. Where's Ingzi? I am here to fetch her. De Zhuang insisted. Feng Yu took out his mobile phone and dialed the number Ingzi gave. A phone rang, and it was from this person. De Zhuang took out a mobile phone and showed it to Feng Yu. I said that I am Brother He. Where is she? We have agreed that you will release her once I am here. I am the one who called you just now. You can't recognize my voice. Store manager Zhao suddenly said. Of course. but it is not very clear over the phone just now. De Zhuang tried his best to remain calm. Now, everyone knew that this person was not Brother He. The sound quality of mobile phones was not very clear, but store manager Zhao's heavily accented Mandarin was a vast difference from Feng Yu. Anyone would be able to tell the difference. Call your boss. Tell him that if he does not come over, I will put him on the wanted list all over the city. Chief Li laughed. This person wants to be the leader of a syndicate with his intelligence? The leader of a thief syndicate must have the skills and must be very smart. If not, he will have no way to tame his followers. This person was too stupid to be the leader. If he were really the leader, no one would want to follow him. I am Brother He. De Zhuang firmly insisted. That woman had told us that your leader is not so tall. Even if you all want to get someone to impersonate the leader, you all should get someone that has some resemblance. Both you and your leader's size are too different. Chief Li slowly said. Ingzi did not say anything. These were all made up by Chief Li. Although he does not know who this Brother He was, he could not recall any criminal bosses that were over 1.9 m tall. Furthermore, this size was too obvious to be a thief. He can't even squeeze himself through a window. This was why Chief Li dares to claim that Brother He was shorter than this man. After Chief Li finishes saying, that man's face changed. What's wrong with me coming over? My boss is busy with something else. He sent me as a representative. You cannot represent him. I think you are still able to contact your boss. Call him here. I will speak to him. De Zhuang was hesitating. He was not sure if he should contact Brother He. But this person said he will put Brother He on the city's wanted list. That means he must be somebody from the city's police department. This person wants to speak to Brother He. What if the negotiations fail and he arrests Brother He? Just tell me what you want, and I will pass the message to Brother He. Who do you think you are? Call him and tell him that I, Li Changshan, is here. Tell him to be here within 10 minutes. If I don't see him in front of me, he will suffer the consequences. Chief Li said. De Zhuang was scared. He dialed a number on his mobile phone. Brother He, I have reached. I still have not seen Sister Ing. There is a police officer here, and he says his name is Li Changshan. He wanted you to be here within 10 minutes. Okay, I know. After hanging up the phone, De Zhuang turned to Chief Li and said, I have told Brother He. He is on his way here. Can you let me see Sister Ing? Ingzi was brought into the office, and she was stunned when she saw De Zhuang. Why was De Zhuang here? Where's Brother He? Seems like Brother He dare not to come over. Maybe he is already on the run. Is it worth for you to follow such people? Chief Li continued with mind games. Before Ingzi could say anything, Chief Li asked the female officer to bring Ingzi out. Ingzi and De Zhuang cannot be locked up together. Chief Li still need to make them spill everything out to get the evidence against Brother He. From Ingzi's expression, Chief Li was sure that the man in the office was not Brother He. His instinct was right. Brother He hangs up the phone and thought for a while. He then made a phone call. After that call, Brother He's hands were trembling. Li Changshan was the police chief of a district and also the city's police department deputy chief. This was only stealing from a supermarket. Was there a need for someone of this rank to show up? Brother He regrets asking Ingzi to go to Taihua supermarket. To be targeted by someone like Li Changshan, there will be dire consequences. But after thinking for a while, it was just a small incident of shoplifting. Li Changshan should only reprimand for a while and at most stay in the lockup for a few nights. He will just avoid Taihua supermarket when he was released. Yes, I must go there with the right attitude and admit my mistakes. There is no point going against him. Good afternoon, leaders. I am Heiji. Please call me Xiao He. This time it is my woman that is at fault. I promise I will teach her a lesson and make sure she will not steal again. Brother He walked into the office and started apologizing. Xiao He, tell me your real name. Chief Li shouts. My name is Qianjing. Because my complexion is darker, people gave me this nickname. Qianjing explained. Qianjing, your parents really know how to name you. From what you said, coming here to steal is all her decision. This has nothing to do with you. Chief Li sneered. I am not aware of this. I have already turned over a new leaf. I am now running a small video lounge. Qianjing replied. Video lounge. Chief Li's eyes brighten up. This will be easier to convict him. In this era, those that run video lounge were mostly not clean. They did not commit any serious crimes, but most of them will air pornography. This can consider an offense and can be charged in courts. Chief Li knew that the person in front of him was not a good person. But since this Qianjing dares to tell him about his video lounge, then he should have kept all those illegal stuff away. Even if Chief Li conducted a raid now, it would be a waste of time. Qianjing, do you have those type of films in your video lounge? Absolutely not. My video lounge plays VCDs, and all my VCDs are originals. Qianjing quickly replied. Good. How many times have you go in? Chief Li suddenly asked. 6 times. The last time was more than 1 year ago. I have changed for the better. 6 times? Then you are considered a serial offender. There was a research on serial offenders turning over a new leaf. The chances of them not returning to their old ways was less than 1%. The crimes they committed will be more severe after every release. Chief Li did not continue to question him, and Feng Yu suddenly asked, How is your video lounge business? It's quite good. People are coming over every day, and the rental business is also doing well. Although Qianjing did not know who this person was, for him to sit beside Chief Li, he should not be someone ordinary. How much are you charging for a disc rental, and how much are you charging to watch a film? How many discs are there in your video lounge in total? Are there any disco or nightclubs near to your video lounge? Are they also using VCD players? Oh, what brand is your VCD player? Feng Yu asked a series of questions, and everyone in the room was stunned. What was Manager Feng doing? Chief Li was also confused. Why did Feng Yu interrupt his interrogation with so many weird questions? It was rare for Feng Yu to meet someone who runs video lounge, and he wants to understand the market. Wind and Rain Electronics was Feng Yu's baby. He had put in a lot of efforts into this company, and this company was China's first company to stand before all other electronics company. Feng Yu does not want anything to go wrong. The rental of the disc is 20 cents a day, and watching a film is also 20 cents. All the video lounges charge the same prices. Our video lounge has more than 1,000 discs. I am not sure about the exact figures. There are a few bars nearby that use VCD players too. Their businesses are also quite well. I am using Wind and Rain VCD player. It is a world-renowned brand. Qianjing was also confused why Feng Yu had asked these questions, but he still replied honestly. He thought that if he showed the right attitude, these people might let him and his men off. It was much cheaper than movie tickets, and there were a wide variety of choices. No wonder China's movies were not able to make money in the cinemas. It was not the movie's quality. It was these video lounges that was affecting China's movie industry. There were more and more small nightclubs and bars. That means the VCD sales will get better in the future. How many people are there in total? Feng Yu asked. Chief Li was confused by Feng Yu's questions. What were those earlier questions for, and how come he changed the topic back again? The only person in the room that knew what was going in Feng Yu's mind was store manager Zhao. He knew that Feng Yu owns Wind and Rain VCD player. Qianjing was also not used to Feng Yu's way of asking, but he was still able to react. This was because he had predicted that he will be asked this question. There are only 3 of us. Me, De Zhuang, and Ingzi. The 3 of us are running this video lounge. I really did not know that Ingzi will come and steal from you all. I'm very sorry. I will make sure that Ingzi accepts her punishment. Seems like your video lounge business is very good. You can even afford mobile phones. Feng Yu smiled. An owner of a video lounge could afford a mobile phone? The mobile phone prices had dropped a lot, but it still cost 20,000 renminbi. It was equivalent to an average person's 2 years' salary. Chief Li immediately realized it. If the value of the stolen items is more than 1,000 renminbi, the fine will be 5,000 and at least 15 days in lockup. Prepare to help her pay the fine. 5,000 renminbi. Qianjing was stunned. Why was fine so high? In the past, the fines were only 200 to 300 renminbi. He felt even 200 to 300 renminbi was very high. Some thieves could not even steal that amount in a week. This was why if any of his followers were caught, they would choose to be locked up instead of paying fines. Qianjing looked at his mobile phone. It was not bought by him. He had stolen it. Although it was hard to change numbers, it was still possible. Qianjing did not bear to spend money to buy a mobile phone. What's wrong? You don't have 5,000 renminbi? Is your mobile phone stolen from others? Oh, do you still have the receipt for your mobile phone? If the stolen item's value is more than 10,000 renminbi, the punishment will be heavier. Chief Li knocked on the table. This is a second-hand mobile phone. There is no receipt. I really do not have 5,000 renminbi. Since she had committed an offense, then I will leave it to the police. I shall not disturb you all. I will go back to tend to my shop. Qianjing turned and tried to leave. You are leaving? Wait a while. Lu Tian, come in. Chief Li shouted at the door. A police officer entered the room and saluted to Chief Li. Sir, everyone is here. Okay, release that big-sized fellow and tail him secretly. You must not let their accomplices escape. Also, send someone to accompany Xiao Su and that woman to bring back all the stolen goods. Arrest those that bought the stolen goods too. Yes, sir. Qian Jing's eyes widen. What's the meaning of this? They want to arrest all of us. Sir, what did I do wrong? Why are you arresting me? You should know what you did. That woman had already confessed and told us all the crimes you did. You really think that I believe all your bullshit just now? If it weren't to prevent alarming your accomplices, I would have brought you out through the front door. Chief Li was pissed. He was the police chief of a district, and he had to leave through the back door. Now, it all boils down to that Dezhuang to lead them to their nest and arrest everyone. Qian Jing realized that he had been tricked. He was arrested, and after Dezhuang was released, he would not know what to do. He will surely look for other members of the syndicate to ask for help. And this way, the police would be able to arrest every one of them. The most confusing part was why Yingzi betrayed him. Yingzi was the only one who knew where he hides his stash. If Qian Jing knew Yingzi would betray him, he would never tell her any secrets. That's it. The value of his hidden stash was very high. He will surely be in jail for a long time. Any crimes that involve a syndicate, the punishment will be very heavy. Qian Jin thought that he was here to negotiate with the supermarket boss, and at most he will not come back to steal from this supermarket. He thought he was able to bring his men back. Maybe the supermarket might still give him some money to ask them to leave. But it turns out to be like this. Have you read the evening papers? The city bureau had a joint operation with Taihua Supermarket and busted a thieves syndicate. The higher-ups said that this syndicate if from other provinces. They saw Taihua Supermarket had good business, so they went there to steal. But in the end, one of them was caught by the supermarket securities, and the city bureau leader leads his men to arrest more than 30 people. Really? I will buy a copy later. These thieves were too much. They should be punished severely. One of them angrily replied. He had been pickpocketed before when he had gotten his salary. This time, these people will be punished severely. I heard that this syndicate was involved in many other crimes. The lowest punishment for them is at least 1 year in the labor camps. The city bureau really did a great job. This is what the police should do. I feel it is the security guards at Taihua Supermarket who had done a good job. They are the ones that caught the thief. The last time I went to XX shopping mall, my wallet was stolen, and that mall did not even care. Taihua Supermarket is much better. That's right. Taihua Supermarket sells things cheaper than other places too. If you buy a lot of stuff, you can save up to 100 renminbi. Yeah, I had received a promotional brochure yesterday. There will be a sale this coming weekend. Really? There is another sale this weekend? I thought last week there was a sale. Why do they have sales every week? Who knows? Anyway, we will be the ones who will benefit from this. I will be going this weekend. Are you going? Yes. Even if I am not getting anything, window shopping there is also fine. That place is too spacious. Brother He and his accomplices were arrested, and Chief Li purposely let others know that they were detained at Taihua Supermarket. This was a form of deterrence to other thieves. This was a warning to all criminals that they should not target Taihua Supermarket. Feng Yu had also used his connections to publish this incident in the evening newspapers. On the one hand, it was to praise the city police bureau and the local police, especially Chief Li. The other hand, it was to publicize Taihua Supermarket. Lastly, it was to spread the news to any criminals that Taihua Supermarket was not to be trifled with. When this news was published, Chief Li immediately called Feng Yu to thank him. This article will increase the police and his reputation. Although he will not be promoted directly, the higher-ups will notice and have a good impression of him. There were a lot of stolen goods recovered from this operation. The owner of most of these goods could not found, and the police procedure was to take care of these internally. A portion of the recovered goods will be handed over to the city bureau and the rest split between the police stations. The local police stations will have more funds, and the police officers became more motivated. You want the police officers to work harder and be more motivated, but their reimbursements were delayed for a few months. How could they be motivated and be passionate in their job? All criminals knew about Taihua Supermarket because of this report. Although there was a constant crowd at Taihua Supermarket, the thieves will still avoid this place because of Brother He. In the past, the punishment for stealing was at most lock up for 3 to 5 days. The more severe cases were also 2 weeks. But Brother Hay and his accomplices were charged in court. This was only petty theft, and it should not be so severe. But even if these criminals did not know what happens exactly, but this was the truth. The article had said that all 30 over people in the syndicate will be sentenced to jail. This Taihua supermarket is a scary place which no one dares to go near. Beijing was a big place. Other than Taihua supermarket, there were still many places for them to steal. Those places will not be so scary. The newspaper report also reported that Taihua supermarket's security guards were all ex-soldiers. All of them were fit and agile. If a thief were caught, they would be beaten up by the security officers. This was a common practice. The police also knew about this. But they will not care. If the public saw this, it will be worst. The public will also join in to beat up the thief. Overall, thieves will get the worst treatment among all criminals. Taihua supermarket also created publicity for this incident. They told this incident in the form of a story over the radio. The name, Taihua supermarket, was repeated several times in the story. They wanted to let the name of their supermarket stick with the listeners. As long as the listeners were curious about this supermarket, they will visit when they pass by Taihua supermarket. They will become Taihua supermarket customers unknowingly. Those who had visited Taihua supermarket will still want to visit that place again. There was always something on promotion. Actually, Taihua supermarket has promotional items every day. This was set even before their opening. There were a wide variety of products, and every day, these brands will take turns to have promotions. Today it is your turn, and you must have a special promotional price for your products even if you are not willing. It's not your turn, and you want to promote your products? No problem. Pay up first. No matter what, the supermarket will have profits. The cost of the promotions will be borne by the brands. This will also increase the customers, sales, reputation for the supermarket. Every week, new promotions leaflets will be printed. Also, during festive seasons, there will be more programs for shoppers. These were all arranged by supermarket managers. As the shoppers of the supermarkets increases, coupled with this incident, people knew that the security at Taihua supermarket is excellent, and there were more inquiries about the empty shop spaces in the Taihua supermarket. In the past, many people felt the rent was too high. Also, Taihua Supermarket Corporation had a condition which put off many potential customers. But these people saw the traffic and security at Taihua supermarket, and they changed their minds. No matter how good a product was, no businessman would sell their products at a low human traffic place. These businessmen thought the crowd at Taihua supermarket would only last for a few days after their opening, and there will not be so many shoppers after that. The craze will die off eventually. This was normal. But soon they realized that Taihua supermarket has promotions every day. Although the number of shoppers was not as high as the first few days, it was still very high. During weekends, the number of shoppers was almost like the opening day. This was an excellent location to set up their shops. These businessmen no longer hesitate. They approached Taihua Supermarket Corporation to try to rent some shop spaces. The first few to contact were some jewelry and accessories businessmen. They were satisfied with the traffic and security at Taihua Supermarket and feel safe to set up their shops there. These shops were the most concerned with safety and security. They were assured at Taihua Supermarket. Manager phone. After we publicized our security officers had caught the thief, many companies had approached us to rent the shops. I think all our shops will be rented out within this month. We also do not need to lower the rents. Okay, choose those reputable companies and brands. We must not let our reputation be tarnished because of profits. You should be more experienced at this than me. I will leave everything to you. If this matter could be handled by others, Feng Yu would not do it himself. This was why these people were hired. A thief was caught in their supermarket, and this should not be a good thing. But who would expect things to turn out this way? It was almost the end of August. All the shop spaces at Taihua Supermarket were rented out. This was much faster than expected. The main reason was because of the number of shoppers at Taihua Supermarket. Soon, Taihua Supermarket's branches had become the landmark in their respective cities. Taihua Supermarket had shown its powerful connections and the potential. All these companies were too smart to give up this opportunity. Someone once said that KFC and McDonald's were successful because of two factors. First was the branding, and secondly, the locations. A simple example would be if KFC and McDonald's opened their restaurants in the villages, they will not make any profits even if the villagers knew these were international fast food restaurants. That's because there were too few people in the villages, and they do not have the spending power. Why did KFC and McDonald's franchisees have to hire professionals to pick their locations? That's because they must make sure that there will be sufficient human traffic, which is the most important. Not everybody will travel all the way to visit your restaurant, because your restaurant is an international brand. To be honest, fast foods does not taste good either. Many shops could also replicate the same taste. This was also why many other fast food restaurant brands were able to grow rapidly. They only need a suitable location and reasonable taste food, and their business will be okay. Although Taihua supermarkets had rented out all their shop fronts and the rentals were charged annually, but the first year's rental was very cheap. Both Taihua Supermarket and those companies wanted to test the market. Taihua Supermarket Corporation wanted to see how much those companies could earn before they decide if they should raise the rents next year. The companies were also worried about Taihua Supermarket's crowd would continue. If the crowd dies off after 2 months, they will be making losses. With so many shops rented out and the deposits placed by the brands, Taihua Supermarket Corporation had amassed a vast amount. But Fu Guangjing saw the craze over Taihua supermarkets. He felt 20 branches were too little. They should set up more than 100 supermarkets as soon as possible. He wants to have at least 3 supermarkets in every province. Those densely populated provinces and cities should have more branches. Fu Guangjing had received news that Carrefour was already in China sourcing for locations. He heard that they will enter the Chinese market next year. Currently, they were only targeting at 2 cities, Beijing and Shanghai. Currently, Carrefour still does not think that China was suitable for hypermarkets. But that's because they did not see the market potential of the Chinese. China's population was very high, and these types of hypermarkets will have potential to grow. When Carrefour opened up their supermarkets in France, France's economy was worse than China's economy now. Also, Walmart's Asia person in charge had spread words that he is interested in the Chinese market. If these 2 big corporations entered China with their hypermarkets, then they will be Taihua Supermarket's strongest rivals. These were not the only threats. Fu Guangjing also knew that many people had registered companies in several cities. They wanted to imitate Taihua Supermarket's operating model and set up supermarket chains. These companies had the backing of their local governments, and they will be able to develop faster than Taihua Supermarket. These companies might not be able to set up many big supermarkets like Taihua Supermarket, but they would have no problems if they were to set up only one. If they succeeded, they would set up a supermarket chain. In Bing City, there was a state-owned supermarket that had started preparations. They were swift. Before Fu Guangjing could react, they were ready, and the opening was set in October. Taihua Supermarket Corporation had become the public enemy in the industry. If the good locations were taken up by other companies, it would halt Taihua Supermarket's developments. Fu Guangjing was anxious because of this. Li Zikai, Superman Li, and Fu Rongbing also saw this problem. There were a few options for them. First was to increase their investments and use the money to set up more supermarkets. Second, it will be taking up loans. But Taihua Supermarket Corporation had injected a lot of money into the business and had fixed assets, but the brand value was not high yet. The amount they could loan was not a lot. The third option was to use all of Taihua Supermarket's profits and liquid assets, including the deposits from the brands. But at this time, Feng Yu came up with another option. Increasing our investments is not a problem for all of us. But you all should know that if we were to expand so aggressively, we would not make much money. That means our funds will be locked up for a long time. This is not a good option. We spent a long time to look for the locations of our first 20 branches. If we rushed in to set up more supermarkets, we will bound to make mistakes. We also know this. But our Taihua Supermarket Corporation could not rival Walmart and Carrefour. Once they enter the market, they will surely be given some concessions from the government. If they were able to obtain a foothold, they would take away most of the market share. Also, those imitators will take away some of our market shares. If they took away all the good locations, then it will be hard for us to open up our supermarket there. Now, we must speed up our expansion plans and reserve those good locations. At least we should sign some agreements with the local authorities. Fu Guangjing said, I know what you are talking about. I am not against expansion. I only feel that we do not need to increase our investments. Taking loans is one solution. Although the amount we can get is not a lot, it should be enough for us to open up 10 more hypermarkets. What I want to say is using Taihua Supermarket's profits and funds is also a good solution. Feng Yu smiled and explained. Brother Feng, we can raise funds within a short time if we utilize the supermarket's profits and funds. If the company faces cash flow problems, we can inject money into the company, but it will affect our company's image. People might think that we are a shell company. Li Zikai frowned and said. Superman Li had agreed to continue to invest, and Li Zikai was against the idea of using up all of the company's funds and profits. I remember that our Taihua supermarkets still have not introduced membership cards and shopping cards. I think we should exploit the potential of these two types of cards. Feng Yu mysteriously said. Membership cards and shopping cards? These two cards have enormous potential? All the top management staffs were confused. How come they did not know about the potential of these two types of cards? The supermarkets in Hong Kong also had membership cards and shopping cards. The sales of these cards were only SOSO. It was not as profitable as what Feng Yu claims. Membership cards were only used to identify members. Supermarket membership cards only give the members some benefits and nothing else. Shopping cards were gift cards. Shoppers could use it to pay for their purchases. Seems like everyone here does not believe me. All of you are more experienced than me in the supermarket industry. But all of you do not understand China's culture. All of you are worried when I wanted to set up more supermarkets at the start. You all think that the risk is too high if we open up more supermarkets. But now, all of you are more eager than me to open up more branches. Feng Yu looked at Fu Guangjing and the rest and continued. Did all of you realize that China already has private clubs in Guangzhou, Beijing, Shanghai, Tianjin, and a lot more cities? To enter these clubs, you need a membership card. To all of you, a membership card is only a card for members to accumulate points or a discount card. But all of you forget the word member. It is a form of identity and status. Fu Guangjing and the rest were still confused. Members are a form of identity and status? Membership cards are so important? Wasn't it to attract customers and increase the rate of them returning? Feng Yu sighed as he looked at everyone's puzzled expression. All of them did not know that the Chinese in this era likes to compare with others. At the supermarket, when the shopper is a member and he sees someone who wasn't, the member will have a sense of superiority. Our supermarkets have parking lots, and we charge them parking fees. But all of you should know that there are not many cars in China now. Some cars are not willing to pay the parking charges and would rather park along the road and walk a few more steps. This is why not many people park their cars in our parking lots. But what if the shoppers have our membership cards and could accumulate points and free parking? If every month we have a members' day to let them enjoy member discounts? Or the members will get priority queues at the cashier. Anyway, there were not many cars in the parking lots. In the first place, they did not intend to make any money from the parking. But with these member benefits, many people with cars will want to be a member. It will be more convenient for them. They will not need to carry their purchases and walk a distance to their cars. Not all members will be free on the members' day, but it will stimulate sales. This was a bandwagon effect. Chinese love to be in crowded places. When they see many people shopping at Taihua supermarkets, they will be curious and want to join in. The priority queue for members will solve the issue of people not willing to queue. They can even set up a cashier just for the members. This will let the members have a sense of superiority over the non-members. Fu Guangjing and Li Zikai looked at each other. They feel what Feng Yu said made sense. These do not sound anything special, but if they were able to market it well, they should be able to sell lots of membership cards. How do the shoppers apply to be a member? In Hong Kong, we usually give out membership cards when the shopper purchases above a certain amount on a single receipt. Also, the members will be given points for the amount they spent, and they can use the points to get rebates. Fu Guangwei said, Give out free? Of course not. Our membership cards must be purchased. There will be two types of membership. The ordinary membership cards will be called VIP cards. The higher tier membership cards will be called SVIP cards. The ordinary VIP card will be sold at 30 renminbi, and the SVIP card will be sold at 200 renminbi. 200 renminbi for a card? In Hong Kong, this price is not a lot. But this is China. Will people buy it? This price is almost half of an average person monthly salary. Will they spend this amount just to get a membership card? Li Zikai frowned. Actually, he wanted to tell Feng Yu that even in Hong Kong, no one will buy a membership card at this price. Feng Yu shook his finger. Average workers will just buy ordinary membership cards, and the benefits they enjoy will not be that many. For example, free parking will not be offered to ordinary members, as most of them will not afford to own a car. The SVIP cards are for those wealthy people or people with some social status. 200 renminbi to them is nothing. I even feel that 200 renminbi is too low. How many membership cards do you think we can sell? Fu Guangjing asked. Feng Yu showed one finger. 1,000. 10,000 SVIP cards. Per branch. 10,000. Per the supermarket? You are saying that we can earn 40 million renminbi from just the SVIP cards alone? Don't you think you are too optimistic? Fu Guangjing asked. I'm not. I can even tell you that 10,000 might not even be enough. Our supermarkets will announce to the shoppers that we have only 3,000 SVIP membership cards per branch. The rest of the people can only get ordinary memberships cards. Hunger marketing? Fu Guangjing knew what Feng Yu was thinking. But hunger marketing could not be easily implemented. Many companies tried, but failed. That's right. You all do not understand what the Chinese are thinking. The lesser things that are available, the more people will want to get it. The more people who want it, the more they are willing to buy. Feng Yu confidently replied. Then what are the total profits we can get from these membership cards? At least 100 million renminbi. Even though the members will be getting discounts, but we will still have profits. We can also clear our remaining stocks on Members' Day. Okay, even if this is a success like you said, but 100 million renminbi is only enough for us to set up 2 hypermarkets. Feng Yu calmly replied. That's what I am going to say next. The shopping cars. Although our supermarkets had introduced shopping cards, we do not hire anyone to promote these cards. These cards are just placed at the cashiers. The prices of these cards are not low, and there should not be many inquiries, right? Fu Guangwei nodded. That's right. We tried to promote these cards, but many shoppers were turned off by the price tags. We are still discussing whether if we should introduce smaller denomination shopping cards so that people can buy them back as the company's benefits for their staffs. Feng Yu rolled his eyes at Fu Guangwei. They had positioned these shopping cards wrongly. These shopping cards might be given out by companies as benefits for their staffs. But in China, how many companies are willing to give out such benefits? What are the advantages of shopping cards? No names and no pins are required to use these cards. No one needs to worry even if they accepted these cards as there were no names. I can claim that I had picked up this card on the streets and was about to hand it over to the police. To use these shopping cards is also very convenient. There are all sorts of products in Taihua supermarkets. This shopping card is equivalent to an ATM card, except it can only be used in certain places. The shopping cards are like shopping vouchers. But the difference is that the cards are not easily damaged and more convenient to bring it around. The biggest denomination of vouchers available in China is 100 renminbi. If someone is going to give 10,000 renminbi worth of vouchers, that will be one thick stack of vouchers. You all still have not defined the right use of these shopping cards. The real purpose of these shopping cards is gifts. After Feng Yu said this, everyone was confused. These shopping cards were just like shopping vouchers. How can these cards be given out as gifts? What's the use of giving out these cards as gifts? It will be more direct to give cash. Fu Guangjing had stayed in China for quite some time. He knew that although the Chinese did not have the culture of exchanging gifts, many officials liked to accept gifts. The gift they preferred most were cash. Fu Guangjing's eyes brightened up. Shopping cards equals cash. That's right. Shopping cards can be used to purchase many things, including refrigerators, TVs, VCD players, etc. It's almost the same as cash. Feng Yu saw Fu Guangjing's expression, and he smiled. You understand now? Yes. This gift is mainly to target the leaders. Feng Yu nodded. That's right. But it is not only limited to leaders. It includes parents, in-laws, future in-laws, elders, or someone who had helped you before. During festivals, choosing gifts is always a big headache. If you bought the wrong gift, you will waste your money and not get any favors in return. But if you give our shopping cards as a gift, the other party can use it to buy whatever he needs. Also, we can set an expiry date on the shopping cards. For instance, 3 months. If this card is not utilized in 3 months, the credit in it will be gone. This way, people who receive this card will be in a hurry to spend it. Don't think that this will lower their purchasing power. People will not use these shopping cards to buy their groceries. They will use it to buy big-ticket items. Those big-ticket items are not your daily necessities like toilet rolls or toothbrushes. If they want to buy these things, they will come back again to buy. Most importantly, when people buy things with the cards, they will try to fully utilize the credits in it. They know that if they do not use all the credits in it, the credits cannot be used after the expiry date. So, they will either buy more products or choose something that matches the amount of the card. Most of the time, the total of their purchase will be more than the value of the cards. That means these people will not only use the shopping cards, they will also need to spend some cash. Taihua Supermarket's higher management staffs were in awe of Feng Yu. None of them had thought about this before. The Fu family staffs were embarrassed. They had been in the supermarket business for so many years, and yet they were not aware of this strategy. Even Feng Yu, a novice in this industry, could come up with this idea. They had wasted all their years in this industry. Manager Feng, what dominations of shopping cards should we introduce? 500, 1,000, 3,000, 5,000, and 10,000 renminbi. There will be 5 different values of shopping cards. 500 renminbi type are the ones you all are talking about. Companies will buy them to give to their employees as benefits or rewards. Of course, people can also buy them for their parents or elders. When people made some money and want to give to their parents will usually not spend the money on themselves. But if it is a shopping card, the value in it be gone in 3 months, the parents will be forced to spend. The 1,000 value cards are also the same. People will need to give some gifts to their superiors in their company or return some favors. The 3,000, 5,000, and 10,000 renminbi cards are mainly used as gifts to leaders or officials. The good thing about shopping cards is there are no records of the person who bought them, and there is no PIN or name on the card. With this card in hand, you can just use it. This is the benefit of the card? What if the card is lost? Fu Guangwei asked. It's their loss if they misplace their cards. It has nothing to do with us. In China, there is a department commission for discipline inspection. It is the same as Hong Kong's Independent Commission Against Corruption. They will conduct random checks on government officials, banks, and finances. The value of this shopping card cannot be deposited into the banks. Even if they were caught with this card, they could just say they had won in lucky draws or picked it up on the streets. The officials will feel safer to accept them. Corruption had always been a problem. Even before Feng Yu came back to this life, corruption still exists in China. This was an issue in every country. Feng Yu only wanted to change the practice of giving cash into giving shopping cards. Brother Feng, how much shopping cards do you think we will sell? Li Zikai asked. It will definitely be much higher than the membership cards. In Feng Yu's previous life, he had a friend that works in Carrefour. During festive seasons, Carrefour would introduce these shopping cards, and every outlet sells at least a few 100 million worths of cards. During the Mid-Autumn and Lunar New Year, some branches even sold more than 1 billion renminbi of shopping cards. Later, the government issued a restriction on these shopping cards to limit the value of the cards. But every month, hundreds of millions worth of shopping cards were still sold. The economy now was not as good as 10 or 20 years later. But Feng Yu knew that if they market the cards right, every branch should be able to sell at least 20 million renminbi. The 5,000 and 10,000 renminbi cards will also be selling well. 20 branches should be able to raise 500 million renminbi from these shopping cards. It will be Teachers' Day soon, and after that, it will be the Mid-Autumn Festival and the National Day holidays. These were the peak season for shopping cards. With the next 6 months, there is the New Year Day and the Lunar New Year. The amount raised from selling these shopping cards will be an enormous figure. Although this shopping card must still be used at the supermarkets, it will stimulate the sales of the supermarkets, and they will be able to raise cash fast. Most importantly, it will create a false perception of good business, and they could use this to loan more money from the banks. With the loans and profits, it will not be a problem in raising over 1 billion RMB in the next 6 months. That means they could open up another 20 branches. This way, they will be able to set up branches in almost all provinces. Aside from those undeveloped cities, the rest of the cities will have 2 to 3 branches. Taihua Supermarket Corporation will be able to build their branches at the best locations in every city. They do not need to worry about Carrefour or Walmart getting the good places before them. They also do not need to worry about those smaller supermarkets who tried to imitate them. Taihua Supermarket Corporation will be China's #1 supermarket corporation. They might even be one of the world's top 5 supermarket brands in the future. However, Taihua Supermarket Corporation still needs to be wary of those trend followers. Everyone knew that Walmart held the #1 spot Fortune 500 company ranking for several years. But in the future, some Fortune 500 companies were in the retail industry, and their operation model was like Walmart. Even for a strong company like Walmart, they also got to face competitors. Some of those competitors did even better than Walmart in terms of their returns, and their annual profits were even higher than Walmart. Being the first to develop in the industry does not mean that you will own all the market share. In Feng Yu's previous life, there were also many supermarket chains in China. They were all competitors. Taihua's supermarket strategy now was to take up all the prime locations to prevent those trend followers from making profits. This will stop their growth. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.